Psychology.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Oh, sorry, I just got off the phone with Christian. I heard psychology. That's it.
Oh, yeah. I just was reading your title. Psychology. Let's talk about psychology. So, when applying for a job and interviewing, there's a lot of psychology that's involved that can be observed and that can be applied. And sometimes the interviewer will ask you, the interviewee, why do you want to work at X corporation? What motivates you? And the interviewee will often think of his or her true motivations, which are usually because I want to make money. Now, we can't be forthright with the interviewer about that because what are we, gold diggers?
Well, I mean, I think there is a way that you can express that, right? Like if somebody asks me, "Why do you want to work here?"
Mm.
Yeah, you know,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean beyond Maslow's level one, right? Turn it into a joke.
Yeah.
Beyond feeding myself
Mm-hmm.
and my family,
Yeah.
right? Because to be honest with you, um, as much as I like where your company's going, my primary concern is making sure I'm doing right by my family.
Yeah.
And that's actually the thing that drives me the most.
Yeah.
It's not the company, to be honest with you. You guys seem great. But the thing that's driving me personally is that I know when I wake up, when I sell, I feed my family.
Yep. Yeah. And it's,
And I think the right people would respond to that, and the wrong people wouldn't.
yeah. Yeah, and we'll keep this kind of discreet, but we discussed this interaction over a week ago, and you had a very immediate reaction to kind of how a certain conversation went, and I was like, well, maybe I don't know, no, and then I had a follow up, and it kind of, I was like, yeah, you know what, that sounds about right. It's accurate. I would say, like, when responding to such a question, I, instead of being so direct, I would be more tactful, or I would attempt to be more tactful. And so I said, X company um, has, this mission, and I relate to that mission. I understand it. It affects me personally. And that's great because when I go and put energy into something and I struggle and I, work, you know, and persevere at something, I want it to mean something, right? I don't want just a token job, right? I used to sell plumbing and industrial piping and valves and boilers and stuff like that. And I was, highly motivated salesperson, and, I'd get worked up, like I'm very detail oriented, and would move fast, and I would get kind of like stressed out. And my coworker would say, "Hey, Jeff, just relax. We're not curing cancer." And then it would be like, "Oh, yeah, you know what? We're not. This is just a job." Um, and so I would say the intrinsic meaning of a job gives you, if that gives you uh, some satisfaction, that's important. And so you could mention something like the two factor theory from Hertzberg, is motivation of hygiene theory, and the dual factor theory, where
Oh, yeah, Hackman and Oldham. Yeah.
yeah, and you could be interviewing for a a company, a Series E company that has millions of dollars in funding behind it, and 80 to 90% of the people that work at this firm have bachelor's degrees or higher. But when you speak to them about things such as like, well, this is kind of my motivation. Here, I see the mission. It resonates with me, and you spend 80% of your time speaking on factor one, which is the intrinsic value of the work, of the mission, and how it resonates with you and motivates you. And then you spend 20% of the time, if even, maybe more like 90, 10% of the time stating, and I know that your company can provide the life that I want, and a good compensation, a good living. And so it checks both of those boxes for me. Um, and the response you get is completely focused on the 10%. Like, well, you don't want to come across like that it's all about the money, and you want to ask some other questions. And I sit back and I think about this, and I'm like, yeah, this is not going the way I was hoping, right? And maybe maybe I should have just been more direct. You know, I took um, the advice of like how to restate this, um, and I said, yeah, well, that makes sense. I appreciate the input, and I will integrate that. But then I did follow up with like, hey, dude, like, why do we even go to work? Why? At the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
we just want to provide for our families.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's a difference between answering a question
Mm-hmm.
and answering a question competitively. And I don't think people realize that they're interviewing in a competitive environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you're interviewing in a competitive environment, you are going to get the job not necessarily on how you answer the question, but how you answer questions in relation to your competition that's also fighting for that same job. And so that's why I try to always look for answers that are going to break the just noticeable difference. Why do you want to work here? You mean apart from not starving to death?
Yeah.
Right? And I would try to make them laugh because it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And people don't remember what you did for them. They remember how you make them feel. So when I'm talking to them, I want to make them feel something rather than necessarily tell them some factoid.
I accidentally asked a principal if I was allowed to wear underwear to work in my interview, and he hired me immediately. It was so funny. I was I was interviewing for a job in the UK, and I had just come from a job where they made you wear high heels and dresses. And I was like, fuck this, I don't want to teach in high heels again. So I asked him, I was like, so sir, if I work for your school, am I allowed to wear pants? And he starts to kill himself laughing. And I'm like, what did I do? He's like, I would hope you would wear pants, but that's up to you. Here in the UK, we call underwear pants. And I was like, oh my God.
Oh, of course they do, right? Oh,
Immediately.
that's funny.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where it's not content, it's connection.
Yeah.
Content isn't king, connection is. And so if you can focus on your connection with this person, people say, tell me about yourself. I don't know, what would you like to know? Like my instinct is always to clarify. That's my instinct, right?
Mm-hmm.
Often people want you to dance for them in interviews, like dance for me and answer these. I'd be like, I'm gonna dance for you. Why do I want to work here? Isn't it obvious? And I would laugh, honestly, right? Because I want to make them feel something. and I want to make them feel differently than every other interview they're having. And my hypothesis is that if I make them feel differently, they're going to remember me. And if they remember me, I'll have a chance to be hired.
Mm-hmm.
But I could be wrong. Just one perspective.
Yeah, it's one perspective. Yeah, I mean,
It's all situational. Look, if I was sitting, it's one of those things, though. It's like I really feel like I'm looking for people who are looking for me. And I'm not about to start changing myself so that you feel more comfortable necessarily. Does that make sense?
yeah.
But I'm 39, so.
Yeah.
Like, no longer am I going to cater myself to you.
Yeah.
Because I've tried catering myself to other people. Doesn't necessarily work out all that well. You know? Trying to appease everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I found actually the opposite.
Yeah, that it is true. Very true.
All right? And that's been my experience.
Good morning.
What's up, Bilal? Mel, how you
Morning.
feeling?
Dude, these days, just everything just feels right, finally. Things are so different from like when we first started doing spaces. like the perspective just changed totally. Like I was so into NFTs and it's just like I'm just cringing and that was just 3 months ago. like the contests I used to kind of post and like how spammy it looked. I'm just like, geez, I was really into that.
I think that's the sign of improvement. The more you're disgusted with yourself, like, you know what I mean? Like that's yeah. If you're not disgusted with yourself before, you're not growing.
Yeah, and the fact is, it was just 3 months ago. Like, I'm not 3 months. It was just so like it hasn't been long, but no, I'm happy. Jeff, how are you? Jeff, Mel.
Hey. Yeah. Doing okay. Just trying to focus on getting through the day and waiting patiently for some opportunities.
What are you waiting for in like specifically? Like,
Oh, I have a couple meetings set up and applications in, and then I'm also waiting to hear back from a job that I had interviewed for last week.
nice. Do for the job stuff, like, do they mostly like what's the channel that they reach you by?
It has been through the HR process. It has been through email.
Okay, for me it's LinkedIn. Like LinkedIn is just it's like a steady stream of people. But the thing is, these recruiters, like, they'll contact you, and then afterwards, like, I don't have the motivation, and they don't have the motivation. It seems like, and it doesn't go anywhere. But yeah, I
Hey,
guess
Jeff.
that's the process.
Jeff, if you're free today, I talked to KC and he's down too to hang out and make some calls over Zoom.
Okay. Yeah. We'll see
Yeah.
what my day is looking like.
Mhm.
I have a 12 o'clock with Ahmed. So
Mhm.
that'll be, I think, an hour.
Nice.
So that's in an hour from
Okay,
now.
good.
And
Good, good, good.
I'm doing energy stuff this morning. So
Mhm. Beautiful. All right, it's all coming together because I was introduced to that IT Harvest through Ahmed. So
I see.
yeah, I was introduced to Richard Stein and through
IT Harvest, you said, Michael?
Yeah. So we have a client that's looking that we interfaced with through Ahmed. It's the guy used to be a VP of Research in Cybersecurity for Gartner. And he has a cybersecurity platform called IT-Harvest. I put it to the nest.
I've looked into this before, and I found something curious. His name, his Twitter handle, it sounds like Stay Anon, like STIENN. I'm just like, oh, curious.
Steenan is
Steenan.
how you pronounce it. Yeah.
Steenan. I'm just like, this guy. What if this is a big freaking? He's looking for penetration testers. No, he's looking for hackers, and this is his like little signal.
Yeah, absolutely. Look. The reason I was interested in the platform is because I understood what the data represented. You know, and I think if people really understand what's available through that platform, it's not the data; it's what you do with it. And by the way, you can export it and slice and dice it any way you want, let alone get time with Richard and his team. So I haven't really gone out there. I've set up one demo for a guy in Canada, and it went well. They haven't figured out how to work together, and that's fine. So they kind of just put a pin in it to let themselves marinate, and that's good enough for me, right? The feedback wasn't that, this sucks, I hate it, blah blah blah. It was like, good, but not right now, and I'll take that. I will totally take good, but not right now. And so once I saw that from someone who's very, very senior, I was like, okay, that's all the information I need. Richard. Yeah.
What I didn't like
Nope.
is I was looking at his books. It had his books, and then like the last book, it wasn't. It didn't have the same format as the last year's ones. It's disappointing.
I mean, if that's the only bad thing you have to say about it, good. Because who cares? To me, who cares about the book? Look at the platform.
That book, it really caught my eye, though. It was just like it caught my eye.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, have you looked at the dashboard? He has if you look at his LinkedIn posts, they're very well attended.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he might not be on Twitter that much, but if you look at his LinkedIn posts, he gets a good 50 to 100 likes and comments. On his post.
I was going through some of his pictures, and then on one of his pictures, like you could see like their password and username in the background. I'm just like, geez, like this has to be some type of a new type of application to get it's a talent.
Yeah, exactly. So we're niching down.
Let me find it.
I'm helping him sell to headhunting agencies. So we have a list of about 50 agencies that we're going to call today.
Speaking of calling, sorry everybody, my phone just kind of went kerflooey and I couldn't figure it out. So sorry, I rugged.
I saw the space of like 15 minutes. I'm like, oh.
No, I don't know. Someone like called in, and for some reason my phone like kind of lost its mind, and I couldn't figure it out because I should know more about tech than I do, but I'm surprisingly tech illiterate. So anyway, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened, but I rugged everything. My apologies. So anyway, here I am, just give you my wisdom and wit. So, Mike, quick question. I found some, and I say found, but I bought it. I found some art over the weekend. I have a feeling, although it's not like 100% certainty, I want to try to find the artist to make sure it wasn't like inadvertently stored somewhere and it somehow ended up somewhere else. Can you think of ways? I mean, I know there's a database out there to do that. Can you think of any way else I could do that before I just ruthlessly sell it online?
Jeff, you know any image to source websites out there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing something else. Sandra, what were you trying to accomplish?
Well, I have some like I have some printed art, like it's hand drawn, and then maybe I think maybe they did it anyway. It's some sort of graphic, and it looks like it was maybe stored for a long time. And when something looks to me like it's been stored, like there's foxing on it or something like that, I like to kind of check to make sure it hasn't been stolen or misplaced, and perhaps the original artist would like to have it back. I generally check before I just throw it up there.
Oh,
Um,
gotcha. Yeah.
so
Is there a signature you can
there's,
look up the artist?
yeah, I have some ways to do that, and I will. But I was just wondering if anybody had a way to what's the best way to just picture idea? Like maybe if I take
Oh,
a picture and
yeah. I Google reverse image search, and then yeah, Google has a function there with their image search, and then you can also use try TinEye, TINEYE.
oh yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try them both. That makes sense. All right.
Michael,
Sorry.
did you? Oh, sorry.
Go
Sorry,
No, I
ahead.
mean,
Sandra.
sorry guys. I didn't mean to burst in with something
No,
else.
no.
No, no,
Sometimes like
yeah.
you have an urgent need, and just like everyone can feel it, and then that's why it's just all attention on you. So we get it. And, did we find out the answer for Sandra?
Yeah, Google reverse image search.
Yeah, I
Boom.
think
And TinEye.
Dude, everybody look at the background of that picture. There's a password and username. This feels like a freaking the beginning of a mystery, no, Easter egg hunt, or what is it called? Scavenger hunt.
Yeah, I mean, well, they put Easter eggs. Easter eggs are a gamified design element, just like any other.
Really cool.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Security flaw.
Yeah, they know it. I mean,
honeypot.
I'm a penetration tester.
it's like
Here's the thing: isn't it ingenious that you noticed that, and now you're talking about IT Harvest even more? There's this idea that mistakes are the new marketing, right? Because people love to jump on mistakes. So if you can just build mistakes in, sometimes I'll misspell things wrong on purpose, just for fun.
I always try to decipher the misspellings sometimes. Not yours, and I'm talking in general.
Yeah, I mean, we assume that language and intent are the same things. They couldn't be further apart. Language is only the resulting signal.
Hey, Jesus.
What up? What up? Just driving, listening in. Hope all is
What's
well,
going
y'all.
on?
Hey, man.
You know what I do? I generally say like totally innocent things, which on a space, which in retrospect turn out to like actually to everybody else sound completely dirty. And I walk myself right into a trap, and probably within 5 minutes, I realize I'm like, all right, what did I say? I said something, didn't I? But then I'm like, okay, let's just make this a little more fun then. Like last night, I couldn't get my finger to like turn the. It said, microphone is on. I could not for the life of me get it to turn off. And when it was off, I couldn't get it to turn on. And I'm like, what is good? My finger couldn't, like, the contact there was just like, yeah, no, you're pretty much a dead person. So, and so I mentioned like maybe, oh, I shouldn't even say it, moistening my finger to like get it to work or something. And, you know, everybody's mind just kind of went blank for a second and then just went really dirty real fast. I'm like, well, this is a way to kind of rug your room without rugging your room.
Didn't
What do you
go.
think, Melanie?
People didn't go. Like, the go went blank. It just went straight to
Uh-oh. Are you in the Matrix or is that me?
No, it's not you.
I have bad I'm driving country. Um,
Hey Mel, I don't think anyone can hear what you're saying. I think I know you text me about the thing. You know what's funny? Sometimes if you can't hear what the person's saying, you can turn on the captions, and and the captions sometimes work better than the signal. It's funny.
Oh, good idea.
That's funny you
It's a
mentioned that,
weird.
Michael.
Yeah, no, it's a weird thing when people have bad connections. Like often the captions are like still liquid clear.
Definitely reminds me of something that the Mind Active guy talked about.
What was that? Are you a fan of his again?
Of course, man. Like it's like obviously, dude, obviously, and I think I gave the greatest respect to him.
Yeah, I recorded some of the space. I just have to listen through it again uh, before sharing it.
You have
That
to
was the
delete
epic
that one,
long,
don't you?
the 11-hour one,
I
right?
deleted it. Yeah, I
Oh, yeah,
deleted
you
it,
did
but
delete it, man.
but I but I recorded like screenshotting on my phone. Part of the safe part of the interaction.
Hmm.
So I had it and I shared it with him, and we were talking. Yeah, I've never what he's looking to create seems fantastical, but I never get nothing but good vibes from him. You know.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'm gonna meet up with him and have some coffee or something.
Yeah, everybody was very argumentative yesterday. Maybe we should no longer put the word fight in our.
Yeah, this guy, it's
I
terrorist
mean,
over here.
there's a
Yeah,
lot of there's a lot of testosterone here in
Oh,
general, and people just when you see the word fight, I get it. Men just kind of like lose their minds a little bit, but
what happened?
everybody was very argumentative because we were supposed to be like play fighting, and then people got genuinely angry.
Yeah,
Apparently.
I wasn't in there. I was just messaging people. It's like,
Oh,
change the title, change your title.
okay, I changed the title, so
Oh
hopefully
my
it'll play.
god, oh my goodness.
when you're at the playground and you're a kid, you know, there's always that one kid that you're play fighting with, and then he takes it too far.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I guess some people just fall right back into that. It's easy to be pulled into that. Maybe.
I think
Well,
so. Yeah.
some people don't have the ability to take it as good as they give. You know,
Yeah. Hmm.
and when you're not able to do that, there are people in this room that are going to give, right, as well as they take. And so, for people who don't have their emotions in check, right, while they might be intelligent, doesn't show through. I'm not saying it's easy to figure out. I'm just, you know what I mean, just as an observer,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
But in all fairness, sometimes things just escalate because, it is what it is. I mean, men are being men, boys will be boys. That's the logic. I know that cliche is kind of like, oh, here we go, another cliche. But cliches happen for a reason, and that's one of them. But anyway, embrace and transcend.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Mike, what is the most interesting thing going on in your life right now?
We're creating a music label in Ghana.
Yeah, I guess that would be incredibly interesting. How's that going?
I mean, Jeff can tell you the music is bananas. And it's one of those things where last year we collaborated with Spooky, who wrote the theme song for Twitter Spaces, and I edited the video. So that was my first taste of working with Ghanaians. And it's funny because if you look at the map of Guyana, vis-a-vis South America, and you look at Ghana vis-a-vis Africa, and you put Pangea back together, Ghana is right above Guyana. It's really funny.
Wow, that's
So isn't that wild? And so, we just started creating more and more and more music. And then I introduced, Jeff to everyone, and Jeff started playing guitar. And so now we had Afrobeat music with guitar on it, and that was sounding amazing. And so I think what's happened is that the entrepreneur I was working with, that Jeff is also working with, an electronic security solutions and training business, the founder, Roland, uh, it's like he's been completely smitten by the music. And so literally September 1st, they're moving into a studio in Ghana. So,
yay! That's right around the corner.
yeah. So Roland's really been,
And
it's
I
funny.
heard
It started as a side project, and now it's enveloping him.
a life of its own. That's really cool. And I heard some of the music in a space with it was Lauren, myself, and a few other people, and it was just like godlike. I mean, amazing stuff. I'm assuming that at some point they'll get into like maybe have a portion of the studio do yoga music and things of that nature. Meditation music.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because they were creating Afrobeat to create like music. And I'm like, man, I would love to put this Afrobeat underneath the e-learning videos.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
so now we're having like this mixing of the IPs, right? We have IP over here, which is a training company that has training videos. And then we have a company over here which has music and it has its own IP. And then we can remix them together. Right? And create something new. And everyone, gets paid on the IP that they created as it's being contributed to the song. Kind of like a distributed compositional platform, right?
Oh, that
Music is over here, content is over there, the voice actors are over here. I just got off the phone with Christian just now, and we were talking about, taking things forward and scheduling things. So, yeah, it's kind of all happening at once.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a notebook that I bought yesterday. Just you won't even believe it. Where'd I put it? Okay, I gotta find. I'm gonna listen,
Wicked,
but find this and take a
wicked.
picture. Yes.
All right. What's going on, Danny? How you feeling?
Okay, I'm taking you all with me while I look for this. Then. So, is everybody at the label excited? Any infighting? Any problems, or is it just all good?
No, there was actually some infighting in like the midterm, right? And some people kind of separated ways. Um,
Oh no.
it really taught me that just because people have the knowledge, skills, and attitude to do the job doesn't mean that people will necessarily mix with each other, right? Just like you can have a talented developer and put them, with the right or wrong people. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So,
Right.
that did happen. And I think the experience was beneficial for everyone because it taught us that we needed to put paper in between everyone before proceeding.
You mean like contracts? What do you mean? Paper.
Exactly. Yep.
Ah.
Yep. Yep.
So maybe that's what Jay-Z was actually talking about. Paper chase.
All right, so there it is. I found that yesterday, and
Oh wow! Oh, Tyler, check this out. Look at the book that Sandra found.
Fantastic. I love it.
it's a notebook. I mean, to write things in.
Yeah, I know, but it's so
I love it.
cute.
Well, I'm gonna use
I'm
it.
so sorry. I missed your space this morning. I slept in again.
Oh, I don't know what happened. I rugged everybody within 15 minutes. Like a phone call came in from like my storage place in New Jersey or something like that, and it blew up my phone somehow, and it took me a while to figure out what happened.
Oh, do you hear the cat in the background?
I do. Oh, Mike wants a cat so badly.
Yeah, that's my cat back there.
What kind of cat do you have?
He's like half Persian, half I don't know, either just tabby or something else. He's a mix, but he's like fluffy and he's got this little peach tabby tail. He's so cute.
Oh, that's really cute.
And he's getting like really big. Like he's supposed to be a kitten, but he's like the size of a cat already.
Got a tiger.
Yeah, and he's noisy. Like I've never had a cat that talks as much as he does. It's just like, oh God, cat, you talk more than I do. Be quiet.
Wow. Talking about you're single for the first time in so long, and now you have somebody still talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking for some peace and quiet.
Nope. No. If he's awake,
No.
he's talking. Like
Really?
Or I'm dragging him across the floor on my leg because he's attached himself to my ankle, and
Aw.
yeah, it's true love. Yeah.
Amazing.
But he's a sweet boy. He's a good kitty, and he generally behaves himself.
Mm. Generally, I think is as good as you're gonna get.
Yeah, that's the balance I need. I'm not into anything that's overly well behaved anyway, so it works out.
Yeah, I've never had a pet, but
What?
I'm good with animals. Yeah,
You've never had any pet whatsoever?
I had like a goldfish.
Well, yeah, but yeah, and we all know what happened to that one. I've killed so many goldfish. It's
Oh man, I kicked it over.
out.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, it was on the floor in a Tupperware dish when I was a kid. That's terrible.
I do have a really bizarre story about a pet fish if you want to hear it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Also, have you been thinking about the property law stories?
Oh, a little bit. I probably need to do a little bit more work on that. But
No worries.
But this is up there with the property law story a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's weird. It's got like a Sopranos vibe to it. Okay, so about 15 years ago, I brought in a pinball machine and was putting it in the basement. So we had to be careful that nothing was in the way of doing that, right? So nothing was out in the backyard that would get in the way of that. Okay. So I come outside and lo and behold, there's a koi fish flopping around in the grass. And I'm like, what? Where did this come from? Just some random huge, it's a big goldfish basically flopping around. And, about $250 later, because it needed a tank and it needed, the supplies that go along with it, this koi had a new home, in this big tank by himself. So he's happy. And at first we thought, okay, well, maybe a bird, like maybe grabbed it out of someone's koi pond in the area and flew overhead, dropped it. But later, maybe like 2 hours after we set up the tank, there was a small bag of koi food about 3 yards from where we found the fish. And we never got an explanation for it. No one ever told us that they were responsible for it. And that fish lived that fish lived for like 10 years. It was a pretty old fish by the time it passed away. But that's the most strangest story I have about a pet. Anyway, so I'm going to add that to the Boring Tales of Sandy recordings.
Yes. I like that. I really like the idea of having just these recordings paired with the title of comedy album. Does that make sense?
Oh, it totally makes sense.
Because I think that will color the way that people hear it.
Lowered expectations. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack Handy in a way,
Right.
right? Jack Handy isn't funny if he's laughing. Jack Handy is only funny if he completely adopts the Stuart Smalley, you know?
Right. And I was telling a friend today that I thought that, she needed to take an inventory of everyone in her life that was being an emotional vampire or just wasn't like contributing to, her life in a positive way. And so, we thought about it for a while and I'm like, well, you definitely got to get rid of like John and, his brother Sam. And she's like, well, I can't get rid of them. I'm like, well, why not? They don't do anything for you. They're not productive people at all. She's like, well, they're my twin boys and they're 4. What would you like me to do about that? I'm like, well, in the 1900s, they had chimney sweeps that started at 3 years old. I mean, at some point you have to just be productive or get out. So that's my Stuart Smalley of the day.
I like it. Have you ever seen Life's Too Short?
It sounds familiar.
Dude, Life's Too Short is by Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant, and it features a little person essentially, and they make so much fun of him. It's not even funny. I'm surprised he even agreed to do, because the whole show is about making fun of the fact that he's short.
Okay, I don't know why I don't remember it. I think I've seen it, but I don't remember it. But I remember it being good.
Oh my god! So it just reminded me of yeah. I'm trying to. Oh yes, Dwarf on a Pole. They're trying to think of. They're trying to think of new, because business is slow, right? And they're trying to think of new ways to make money for Warwick, who's a little person. And so he's talking to his admin, right? What should we do? And she suggests chimney sweep.
Oh.
And he's like, what? He's like, you get up there. It's English, right? And she has like a gorgeous rural English accent. And she plays it so straight. She plays it so straight. It's crazy.
Oh, and I like things like that where someone, plays it straight and very serious and they're saying something, that the juxtaposition of something serious with something ridiculous and improper.
Yeah, it's the bathos of it, right? So there's the Joker, the logician, and the artist. And if you go from art to joke, it's like that massive swing in emotions creates dissonance, which we express in laughter and other emotions.
Right. Yeah, I like that sort of thing. That's why I like sites like Twitchy so much. They manage to find something that has actually happened, and then the comment section is usually hysterical. That's why I wonder where comedy is going. Is it really going? Because you could have an AI analyze, any of thousands of memes and tweets with crazy funny comments. You could like create a comedian just from that alone.
Absolutely.
And these days, I don't mean to be offensive to Bubis Americanus, but I don't know if anyone would really notice a difference between a real.
No.
Yeah.
No, they'd probably find it funnier.
It's like that episode in Voyager where it's a doctor, the holographic doctor, he was doing his mathematical singing for this civilization, and he was going to leave Voyager and do this, and then they created their own that was like a billion times better than him. I don't know if you watch Voyager, but anyway. Star Trek Voyager. So yeah, it's a good episode with the holographic doctor and singing and things like that.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you've ever seen the post "Why People Laugh at Puns."
I'm gonna go look at that later. I saw that with Norm.
Yeah. I'll put it to the.
I love puns. I love pickup line puns.
Like what?
Oh, my friend Bitcoin Tarzan comes up with the best ones. Like he'll take Pfizer, for example, and say, he'll make a pun up about, oh baby, you make my heart stop, sort of things. Yeah, he's a really good one.
I'm laughing because of something else officially, not because of the joke you made. Officially.
Yeah, and then of course people pile on with even, they get downright dirty but hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
So, and to me, that's the best thread you can possibly have. You have like someone actually got away with this for like 3,000 different people. That this person claimed that she had her dog euthanized because it had COVID, and it was a troll. It wasn't true. I only knew that because I knew the account. Like I knew it was a troll account, but she did it. She landed it perfectly, and the comments were just as you can imagine, like just completely bananas. But then you had some people who realized, like maybe like 5% of them, and so those comments were like horrifying and freaking hilarious at the same time. Like, well, why'd you stop at the dog? I mean, you should have just had the whole area cleared out. Things like that. Just craziness. And so it's an art form that on Twitter really needs to be recognized, and I wish it got more recognition than it does, because it's just beautiful. And anything in this world that can bring a chuckle or a smile to a person's face is something worth celebrating. Or maybe I'm just easily amused. I don't know.
No, I think people have, whether they realize it or not, placed an Overton window on that which they will consider funny. And everything outside that Overton window is considered dangerous, offensive, and criminally hateful. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, you can get those people to actually supply more humor by either A, agreeing with your troll tweet in a hilarious way that's unintentionally funny, but is really funny.
Yeah, I mean, Libs of TikTok did that. I was watching an interview with Michael Breitbart on Common Knowledge, and he talks about how even as a conservative, he helped Ariana Huffington create the Huffington Post. And the reason he did that is because he wanted the world to see what his opposition really felt and thought.
Yeah, and that was successful. But at the same time, how many people did that bring out of well, let me rephrase it. How many people did that create in terms of someone sees that as this competing philosophy, and because of their state of mind, they really get into it? I mean, could we argue that maybe that is the genesis of some of the violence that we saw in 2020 that was celebrated by the left? I don't know.
Well, we've been having medicinal arguments. We've been having political arguments using medical terms.
Right.
And people don't see that. They think they're having a medical argument. Oh, it's just as much of a political argument as it is medical in a lot of ways, right?
Right, but if that was a tool, if of getting it out there so people can see it, did that inadvertently create even more of a problem by bringing in types of people that perhaps would have ordinarily just ignored it and gone on, with their lives rather than organizing and wearing vaginas on their heads? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think in my mind, the way I look at history is that we are inexorably moving to a point. So, in my mind, I never look at what the individual did, but the trends and forces that are influencing that which is being created, you know?
Oh yeah,
So
that's
I don't,
yeah.
yeah. So I see the people doing things as mere happenstance.
Or it would have happened anyway because of the
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. So because I look at history and the present and the future as the inexorable movement towards a telos, like a teleology, like Comte, um, I don't judge the humans involved as harshly as other people do morally.
Oh, and I agree with that, by the way. But every so often, I fall into this concern about moral. Does this lead to moral relativism, where it's like, yeah, it's probably his fault, and all these things were consequences of his actions, probably, but it would have happened anyway. That sort of moral relativism. I get concerned about because it's
Right.
somebody did something wrong, and it's their
Yeah.
fault.
I mean,
Consequences are needed.
if there's like to Matthios's favorite philosopher, Sam Harris, Sam Harris said, you know, just because we don't ascribe malicious intent towards the bear doesn't mean we don't need to make sure that the bear doesn't eat more children, you know?
Exactly.
Right? So I think it's at the same time like I I've resigned myself to trying to live the life that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? More than anything else.
Right.
Right? So if anybody asks me, yeah, you think that, but what are you doing? Oh, this is what I'm doing. Right?
Right.
So
Right.
because I don't have control over anything. A friend of mine said, you know what, Mike, the world is larger than I am.
Well, I don't know if I agree about not having control over anything. I think if you're in the right spot at the right time and everything lines up just right, you're going to make that 3-point shooter all the way from the other side of the court. And it's those moments that we need to be, or we need to believe that can
Yeah,
happen.
I agree. At the same time, I hyper focus it on what I can do, right? Without an expectation for others to necessarily do anything, right? So in terms of like when I say I can't control anything, like I can't control anyone else.
No, but you can, in my
But
opinion,
I can carry the torch
right?
and maybe people follow. But I've chosen rather than telling people about the light that the torch emits, the only thing you can do is carry the torch, and those people who want to follow that light can follow, and maybe you can pass it off to them or what have you.
Well, there's a torch bearer, just like the in some of the battles in the Revolutionary War and even the Civil War, there were people who, played the instruments to motivate and drive everybody along.
Yeah, yeah, the drummers, yeah.
And then there's your leaders. There are certain leaders, and they have their job to do, and they have to inspire and lead.
Hmm.
And I think the torchbearer also has a limited uh, duty to try to be that inspirational leader in and of itself. But there are tacticians that obviously lead the charge, that are they're the ones that have to do that. And when I hear things that remind me of moral relativism, or, well, there's nobody leading, we're just kind of decentralized, bullshitters with a purpose. It's like, let's get real. I mean, there's something that has to get done. Go get it done.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, and that's why, right now, it's right now what's happening is we went from talking about stuff to people actually getting money to do stuff.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. And so as that's happening, I find, people reaching out to me now individually saying, hey, we've never spoken before, but I heard what you were saying and I would like to do this. Right. And so while it's kind of a balancing act, right? Between being a dictator and espousing the Tao Te Ching.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm with it right now. The Tao Te Ching says, if you want to control cattle, give them a large field in which to graze.
Very true.
Being a dick or espousing?
Say again?
No, I was just kidding around. Being a dick or espousing?
Yeah. One leads to the other.
Carrot or stick, I guess. I don't know.
It's one of those things where it's how heavy is the hand? You know what I mean? That you apply.
As heavy as the crown.
You might be right. And so it's one of those things where every day this is new to me. Does that make sense? I used to think that, like, okay, we're going to have a thing, and then this is going to be the way it works, and this is how it works. And then every day, because the people we're meeting are more and more and more senior, right?
True.
The types of opportunities that are coming out the other end are getting more lucrative, right? So, like, we shoot the shit with Hugh, but if you look at Hugh's background, he was helping Microsoft change their culture and helping the Air Force change their culture. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
what could be more higher echelon than that? We're going to help you, teach you how to deal with all of your people. What? Okay.
I wanted to give you a big hug. It seemed like he needed it the other day. I was like, oh, I mean, I could tell he had like a lot of things that he wanted to say, but he was ordering them and deciding, like, what's the most important thing I should say first, and then prioritizing it in his mind. But there was just so much there swirling around that he wanted to order and say that kind of affected what he was saying, to us. And I understand that. I mean, I've been through that. So I think he's great. I like him a great deal. Whenever he comes in, I have a tremendous level of respect for him, for everybody really, but for him.
It's funny because, hey Nelson, how's it going?
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Fine. What are we talking?
Fantastic.
What are we talking about today?
We're still discovering it. Is there anything that you'd like to talk about today?
No.
Really?
I guess he's gonna hang out.
Sounds good. It's I'm gonna tell you something. I was talking to Matthios yesterday, and we were like, sometimes when certain members of society speak, their speech is interpreted a certain way, right? How can I say that more precisely? Like, I know that because of my voice, people think I'm white. And because people think I'm white, they have these stories that they tell themselves about who I am and what I do. And I've seen it in like sections where people are like, "No way, the fuck that guy is Guyanese. You know, he's lying, right?" And
Sure.
so I think it's an interesting. I'll put it this way: it's an interesting time to be a straight white male in the agora.
You know, I keep thinking about that movie from the 80s. I think it was called Soul Man. Like it would be so offensive now it wouldn't even be considered. What I'm talking about? It was a white guy who pretended to be black so he could go to Harvard. Like that was his only way he could get in. No?
Because of affirmative action.
Yeah. Like I can't even believe they did it, and it was like it wasn't like a marginal movie either. Like
No. Yeah. It's it's Matthews and I, because we're both brown people who sound white, right? Danny, I hope you don't mind, but I'll put you in that category too. Right? Like, I don't realize the effect that the opinions I have, the voice that I have, affects people in the way it does. Because I look at my skin while I'm holding the phone as like a brown person, right? But then they're not seeing that. They're seeing a horse with a Caucasian voice. And so there's these stories that people make in their head about why I'm saying what I'm saying, who I'm defending, who I'm you know what I mean? People always want to know, when you say something, who are you defending and who are you attacking?
very true.
It's interesting. You mentioned emotional vampires. Are NFTs intelligence vampires?
There's a lot of things that are intelligence vampires. And just adding another one at the end of yeah.
Right? Because the one must instantiate the other, right? If you have emotional vampires, why can't you have intelligence vampires, which are these rabbit holes that go nowhere?
But did you see this Snoop Bored Apes music video that was on the award show? I think it was last night. Did you see that yet?
I heard that there was an award show. Yeah,
Yeah. So it had like Snoop and I forget the other guy. Oh God, it's gonna kill me.
Eminem.
Because I think I'm not sure. I don't think it was him, but it was. I didn't. I should have looked at the title a bit more. But they
Yeah,
did.
it's okay.
They did
Yeah.
like the whole
It was
blending it
Eminem.
into.
Okay.
It
Eminem.
was. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm a jerk.
It's okay.
I wasn't
No, it's
paying
okay.
attention to all of it. But
Eminem's not. Look, Eminem's not that good of a rapper. So continue.
oh, get out of here!
Sorry.
Oh, we're
This
all
is
going
me
to
just
hell for
throwing
that
fights
one.
out there. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Danny. We're all going to hell now. Thanks to Mike over here.
His first album was his best, Infinite, and then when he became Batman, you remember that point where Eminem became Batman?
He
It was
did.
Robin.
Where he started growling all the time, right? There was a point in his career where he changed his voice and he became growly like DMX Ja Rule, and I was like, all right, I'm out.
I kind of.
Wow, I can't believe how he's found success with your support. That's crazy. I'm shocked to hear that this pivotal point in pop culture went undocumented on Wikipedia. You know what? I'm gonna go edit Wikipedia right now and make sure that they understand that that was the tipping point for Eminem
Yeah.
fan.
Yeah, I think what it did is the growling helped him connect with the incel male angst that they were feeling in the early 2000s, and
Hang
it
on, I can
gave them
only
an
type
outlet.
so quickly. I can only type so quickly. Hang on.
Oh my goodness. See what you did, Mike. Now everybody is mad at you.
Was that intelligence vampirism or emotional vampirism?
Might have been a little of both. I mean, I'm feeling
Yes.
drained.
Yes. Sure.
I'm angry, and I want to go edit Wikipedia and say shit about you now, Mike.
Awesome. Wicked. Then I'm gonna get there. Then you're gonna see like a blue check mark because of people hating on me. This is the Kim Kardashian school of management.
That's,
you know.
you know, you have to explain all that to me, and so that I can understand
Well,
better. I don't understand why it works that basically, okay, so I want to make something more interesting or popular in social media. So I just censor it or I attack it and say, this person's a moron, you know, and somehow that actually is great advertising. I don't understand how that works or
I,
why it
I
works.
can I can show you an example. Um, One of the most interesting ways to explore social media and actually like generate attention in a way that you want is through replying to very popular accounts. And if you can say something that's interesting, right, and you can generate some very good attention from folks. So there was a post. There's a guy Andrew Tate, and you know he just got kicked off social media. And now he's going to Rumble, and now Rumble stock is going up because all other people are following him to Rumble, which is the conservative YouTube essentially.
Oh, I love Rumble.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I love Rumble too. Yeah, it's my favorite. And so he, where is it?
But you skipped a step. You skipped a step here.
Mhm.
Like you're talking about going viral from. She just said basically, uh, what's the path to success if most of the success comes from this stupid content, essentially, right?
Well,
So
it's an understanding like the mechanics of the of how things gain attention. Have you ever seen Trevor's Axiom from South Park?
I saw it up in the nest.
Yeah, let me find it. When you watch Trevor's Axiom, you'll see the mechanics of the of people arguing. They made a joke out of it once.
but to Mike's point, you've got a really good point about interaction. I've noticed we've gotten to a point now where it used to be very much about how can comments start debates, and people used to just label things as trash or whatever just to get a reaction. But now I've noticed the more intelligent the comment is, the more interaction you can have with people that you respect, look up to, or are thought leaders in your space. It really does cultivate how people find you, because these are things that you're often in communities and interacting with people that are very personal to your interests. And I think there's a lot of weight behind the fact that if you stop, make notice, and actually acknowledge, there's value to that.
So I put it to the top. So I asked a question. I think I reshared something about Andrew Tate going to Rumble, and someone who is a follower of mine said, you shouldn't be using Andrew Tate content to bolster your marketing efforts. And I simply said, what do you have against Andrew Tate? And like it started a thread that led to other threads and led to other people authoring things.
Yeah,
That's fun.
that debate's been. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's ideal. That's great.
And look, if I took all of the best content from those threads, I would have probably like I would be able to represent both sides of the argument very clearly, right? I mean, like this is what one side thinks of Andrew Tate. This is what the other side says. You can pick which one you want. Doesn't matter.
Right. You almost want to be the commentator of America's funniest home videos, and not the one that's endorsing all the accidents and the people getting hurt. You want to thread this story of these guys went down this path,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
You don't
And
want to
so
be
if you see,
you don't want to be the cultivator. You want to be the editor, right?
yeah, so if you see the way, if you look through the thread, it goes pretty deep, right? And I just slowly asked the person questions. And he said, you know, isn't it true that, he's selling courses to kids, right? And I'm like, who isn't selling stupid shit to millennials? They're the most, they're the largest group out there buying stupid shit. You know what I mean? Like, of course they're
Yeah.
going to get that money. So just one of those things where, obviously people have accused him of I think like sexual trafficking and things like that, right? So that point is brought up, and other people started replying to that, right? So it's interesting. There's a difference between asking a question and knowing where it's going. And I think if you like participate in the reply sections, you'll get a good feel for the mechanics of how people interpret things and how one comment can lead to a whole rabbit hole of intelligent vampirism.
But some of the vile comments made against, like the common one you'll hear is like, X through Z, they're influential accounts, of course, but it's almost invariably they're accused of being pedophiles or mass murderers.
Right.
Why is that, and how does that like enhance like their social media presence? I know there's a reason for it, but I don't understand that at all.
I don't personally think that either of you guys are sort of referring to the same ecosystem of conversation. I think, Michael, on one hand, you're sort of referring, look, you represent one millionth of the threads on Andrew Tate that have like in every language you can imagine that don't even like are not happening in the midst of north of the 49th parallel. Like there's been so much conversation in every social media platform you can imagine that to cultivate even an encyclopedia of all that conversation would take you the rest of your life. So I think it's great to have it. And I think it's great to continue to facilitate. You have this knack of being able to do it with multiple opinions at the table from around the world. But I don't think that there's any one person that has really tipped the scale on being able to cultivate change in these conversations. So we're all spectators and fans of the sport, essentially. And we get on these conversations as a result of either wanting to engage people, wanting to have something to talk about. But at the end of the day, we never tip the scale. You know what I mean? I think it all comes down to how we end up having those conversations for personal use. I really think it has a bigger impact than that.
Well, I guess that's my question, Mike. What do you think about this? And maybe Mohit can help me with this. How, like, for example, let's say I'm reviewing China's social media with AI, and the sole purpose of the AI is to scan through whether it's China's, South Korea, whatever, and they find the most viral content relevant to an audience that I'm interested in targeting to grow the number of followers. If I then turned that tweet, on, let's say, WeChat, I find something on WeChat that's incredibly viral that has everything to do with my audience. I have to wonder, would my tweet about that have the same impact as, I mean, it wouldn't because the social values are different, but I have to wonder if it would hit the same way it would hit in China in terms of being viral. I guess that would have to be, and I wonder if anyone's done that experiment yet. Am I making any sense at all?
I'll try to take a stab at pitching it back to you. Are you asking that, are we at a point yet where we can look at where the world's biggest population accepts content, how they consume it, and would it be the way the West would? Is that what you're asking?
Almost. I'm assuming that inherently all human beings think somewhat alike, right? I mean, there are going to be some differences, but so I want to take, whether it's in India or wherever it may be, I want to take content that is viral there, and maybe I have some sort of programming, whether through Python or using an AI that finds that and skims through it and looks for similarities, like analogs of things that have gone viral in the past on Twitter in, say, the past 5 years. And then it brings that to me and says, hey, I think if you say this on Twitter, you're going to get huge engagement and your numbers are going to go up in terms of your followers. I'm wondering if there's a tool out there that does that. And if not, why hasn't that been created yet for influencers? I guess that's my question.
So you're essentially describing keyword searching and it's not difficult to figure out specifically for this platform. So any questions that you have with regards to the type of performance that any type of content I've had legacy wise for the past decade can be answered either through an agency or really through through Twitter's archives. And that's the brilliance about a lot of the social media things. So all of that information you refer to is part of the data set that we've consented to as users of the platform, and it's all findable.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is I want to create something that looks for viral content in other countries and then compares it to what is something that would be successful stateside from the past, and then spits out a result to me and says, hey, if you tweet about this politician and you say it this way, the way it was said in another country, or or in a way similar to the way it was said in another country, you're going to get engagement. Does that make any sense?
I've seen platforms that are trying to be able to add a predictive element to the performance of a piece of content.
I've seen that as well. I can give you an example when you're done.
No, please. If you have an example, go ahead. Yeah, please.
So sports betting is big in Canada right now. So they will take a headline about an injury of a player, and they'll say something like, will blah, blah, blah out of the lineup affect the morale in the change room today? And that will be their bait headline, and realize that they've taken that information from the EuroLeague, which is big into you know what I mean? They'll have their different inputs, create content that's more about the clickable and the outcome than it is about the actual content.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I want that, because that would be great.
Well, all you have to do is sign up for I'm just joking.
But that's fascinating. Many years ago, and I forget the names and the book, but these sci-fi they're fantasy writers. They got together because they were fed up with the state of publishing, and they wrote the most cliche. They took turns and they wrote the most cliched novel that they could come up with under a pseudonym, and they presented it to a publisher, and it got published, and it did extremely well. So, I have this philosophy that, and it doesn't apply to everything, but I think, especially with social media, there are formulas that will always be formulas, maybe with a little tweaking, that would generally spit out good results that drive up numbers on behalf of an influencer, and thus making them happy and rich. I know I sound cynical, but maybe they also produce a good message that makes people better people too. So I just wonder, what is that formula, and how do we do that?
So I have to run, but I do want to say that it's really interesting, because we have to remember that when we go to what we're trying to create is that connection point still, right? That ability for us to do this and connect with more people that we feel community with, that we feel that we're building with, and that understand our perspectives, however diverse or however, whatever part of the world that we're in. So I think that you don't want to go too far down a place where you're taking that human element out of what makes you want to be a creator, a content creator, or someone that networks or builds community. What I think the problem is that it's taking a lot longer for people to build genuine relationships online, because we've been inundated so long with what our options have been. It's been the Netflix of when it comes to social media. I would say for you to take a step to the left, understand that anything that you visualize for your outcome is doable from a social media perspective, and then just figure out what you want to spend your energy actually doing and researching. Because I'll tell you, as somebody who thought he wanted to learn to DJ at one point in his life, when I learned how much AI was doing, I was like, I don't need to learn how to do that. It sounds like a really cool thing that a lot of other things can do already. And it was just one of those discovery things. I think that you'll discover that as well. Maybe there's an element to writing that you really do miss and learn, and something as simple as Grammarly will make you feel great about it. Maybe it's those videos you can buy online on Fiverr for $5 in 5 minutes and you can speak over them. There's so many options, but just making it easier for yourself isn't necessarily the actual solution. I think your passion will come through in other ways.
No, you have a good point. And that's partially my cynicism speaking. I'm placing a bet with myself that we'll find a few influencers within the next 5 years that are doing exactly what I'm saying. And they could have one tweet go viral and the next week have a different one on a different topic go viral. And one group is not going to know the difference from the other.
I think that you're also, don't put your standards next to anybody else's but yourself. The idea of what viral is to you could be a very personal thing. I mean, within your followers alone, you could, if everybody retweeted it, you would consider that success. And I've never seen that happen with any tweet that I've ever made in my life. So, I mean, there's opportunities within your reach that are so doable just being the best version of you. I don't mean to sound cliche. I'm actually the worst person to talk about cliches. I hate all of the cliche influencers that sort of motivate you and try to buy course. But I do mean specifically with you and your knowledge that it's so attainable that I don't want to see you go too far down a path of trying to find solutions that make you, gadget and app friendly. You're definitely go down your knowledge path, harness your community, and make sure that they understand the value of what you're putting out there. Because from that, the organic is still possible.
Well, I agree with you 100%. But I mean, this other aspect is more of a thought experiment for me. I think about these things and I think, okay, if I'm thinking, I'm slightly above midwit level. So if I'm thinking that this is out there, someone has to be doing this already. There's no way and I'd love to know who, because then I could get a good laugh. Does that make any sense? I think I'm saying that phrase too much now. Mike, look what you did to me. All right. So, but it's a thought experiment. I think the noble and the correct thing to do is to follow your heart. And generally that will take a person where they need to go. But as far as the cynicism of using math and AI and finding a way to create a totally fake influencer that's pulling in $100,000 a month, I can also see that easily happening if it's not already happening.
Yeah, very much a reality. Just last week, big story started the week. Big story ended the week. Started the week with major label signing a AI metaverse rapper who was considered problematic. There was no real person behind the voice. It was a combination of three different people and their music, and was later shut down as a result of a problematic, I guess, code, and that's or lyrics or whatever. So this is all very much, unfortunately, not foolproof yet. But what is amazing about everything is that your quest to find that person or those people is really what's going to keep you on social media. It's even if you're sitting with them, you're just going to want to find more of them. And that's the thing I think people miss the most right now is that you don't necessarily need 1,000 friends, 25,000 friends, something. The word viral is vile. Like, it doesn't make sense. Nothing. You don't really want anything to go viral. Does no one understand this? You don't. Show me one thing that's gone viral that you've sat with and thought to yourself, way to go, viral person doer. Like, I get it. You can build a business, you can do great things with your life, moments can happen, but you're not building a business on one thing in your life, getting the unicorn clap and going viral.
Or I can have, maybe 30 cat pictures go viral, and out of the hundreds of thousands of people that love that tweet, maybe 2% of them will buy some sort of, merch, t-shirt, whatever it may be.
I
And
agree. There's a
it's
business
a living.
formula to what you're referring to. But I think what you all have to do is backwards engineering. So start with the t-shirt that you want as your sale, and then work backwards about the easiest way to actually sell. And if it's a social media cat viral thing that all your research lends you to at the end, well, we might be on two separate search platforms. But I have to go. Anyway, it's a pleasure speaking to you all.
Have a good one. Take care. Bye. Yeah, I mean, it's just all a thought experiment, you know. There's always a part of me that's like, there's no way that skank actually has people that give a shit about the words coming out of her mouth. And that's a horrible way to put it, but you know, you see some of these people and it's just they can barely sew two intelligent sentences together. It's just all you know, behind the scenes support, promotion, placement, and you know, giving that person, you know, a couple of viral tweets here and there. And I'm not jealous of that. I'm interested in the process that goes on behind that. Like, why, you know, why is that particular person successful and hundreds of other people aren't? What's the process behind it? What's the difference? And I bet you if I knew for sure what it was, I would probably be even more cynical than I already am.
Well, keep in mind that two people can do the exact same things with different results.
That's true. Yeah.
And that is kind of like the ripple in the ointment. Dave Snowden, who is a complexity guy, who's actually working with Hugh McLeod, brought up the fact that two organizations can follow the same book of best practices yet have different results. Some people might say that's the leader, who knows, right? But there's nothing to say that, and there's also nothing to say that anything that was done before is going to be effective in the future. Because,
Sure.
you know, when I consider making content, the content I create is not backed by marketing dollars. Because what I'm doing is very early stage stuff with, like, you know, Elizabeth, right? It's not backed by dollars.
Right.
And so, you know, I have to realize if I'm going to fight against Goliath, I better pick up a slingshot, not a sword.
Hell yeah.
So that's just my personal way of thinking through, okay, I'm going to create a piece of content. If everyone else has 1 billion times the budget than I do, then how do I reach people? It's not easy.
No, I put something back. No, I agree. But you know, and I've always been one of these people who are interested in, you know, how the sausage gets made. You know, how do
Oh yeah, I
guitars
love
get made.
sausage making. Yeah. Hey,
So
I'm lucky. I'm lucky as a recruiter because I get to ask people, sausage makers, how they make their sausage for a living, right?
yeah,
So, like,
no,
you know what I mean? Like, you would talk to Hugh and be like, imagine I was interviewing Hugh. I'd be like, all right, so Hugh, like, what did you do before you were doing this? And what do you do now? And then after an hour, it's like, fuck, you know what I mean? It's like you're drinking from the fire hose of the Oracle at Delphi.
absolutely.
Well, I'm so sorry, Andrew. I'm gonna have to ask you to talk with some cooks and know specific secret recipes for NFTs.
Yes. Sounds good to me, Danny. So what's going on with you, Danny? What have you been up to?
Overall, focusing on little projects here and there and trying to network and interact with people on certain topics. I just talked, I don't know if you all know SW3 or Soul Rich spaces.
No clue, personally.
I don't know if I'm not going to say sketchy or not, even though I said the word, even though. They offered me to use, let's say, well, create a space for AI securities or cybersecurity, and put let's say, their name, Soul Rich or SW3 or anything. But I was thinking that if I can do that, I'll with Michael's acceptance, I put the Syndicate on it too.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's chop it up with them. Make sure they're not killing babies, right? You know,
Yeah.
like
Well,
honestly, you know what I mean? Yeah.
yeah, I get you. I get you. Like they say, okay, no scamming, no Ponzi, shit like that. But if you want,
Oh,
check out
look. I
SoRich.io.
I assume it's a Ponzi. I just,
I,
you know,
s- it,
I just want to make sure they're not killing babies with it. You know what I mean?
they want to keep the earth clean. So probably killing babies is not part of their plan, but you never know.
You never know.
Because if you think
Baby-driven
about
development.
cleaning, but yeah, so I'm not sure. I'm gonna probably re-talk with the person. I'm gonna say the HR rep from Soul Rich
Nice.
on Sunday. I talked with the person today, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Look, I'm skeptical of everyone. I'm
Oh yeah,
skeptical of individual, and that's my job as a recruiter. It's skepticism as a service, essentially. Right?
exactly. That's why I would like to have your services as a third party to have an interaction.
Well, here's the
But I
thing.
can't
Like,
pay you. I can pay you with kindness and hugs.
it's I mean, I'm sure
Oh,
we can figure out together how to create X value and capture Y% of X. You know what I mean? That we
Yes.
can figure out together.
Plus, Mike loves a good hug, so I think that's
I don't
And
like
you too
hugs.
as well. I'm
I
so
don't do
sorry.
any
I
of that.
always forget your name, Michael's girl.
Mrs. Unicorn works. I'm Allie.
Ali.
How are you?
I'm doing very well. It was actually pretty fun interacting with you all with the voice actor
Oh,
on Wednesday,
good.
was it?
Yeah.
are you
Yeah.
going to the ride, Danny?
Sorry, Sandra?
Are you going along for the ride? Are you going to be in that class?
I'm not sure yet. I never really had a focus on, let's say, voice acting or anything else like that, even though it's like an interesting concept because you can expand that on social interactions with people, using your voice to show whatever to show, let's say, dominance or levity or stuff like that. But it's interesting. But I don't know. It all depends how much did he say it? How much he would charge? He would charge.
Yeah, it's 650 Canadian, 500 US for the 4 weeks.
Ouch. I don't know. I don't think I have that amount of money to
It's
invest in, but
the I talked to him today. The deposit would be half, and so even if you wanted just to attend like the first couple of classes, whatever, there's an option there as well. But the payment will be taken in two parts, so it's not everything up front. But at the very least, what will happen over the next month is a handful of people are going to be going through the course, and then I think they'll be able to show kind of like what the course has done for them, you know, and we can kind of take it from there.
nice. We'll get it secondhand.
Exactly.
Who's doing it? Kind of. Is Dan going to try or something else like that?
Yeah, there's about
Me.
yeah, Sandra, Dan. I know Matthios was interested. There's a whole bunch. Even some people who just put their hand up recently. Like I talked to a startup founder, and she re-listened to one of the spaces that she was on, and she said, I really got to get better at answering questions. And so I'm like, well, if you take the voice acting class, maybe you become your own PR agent. And she's like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, man. Right?
Oh, of course. And it would totally work in Sandra's domain also, especially that pretty
For sure.
much, yeah, socializing. For my kind of perspective, I don't know. I'm still iffy. Well, I'm not going to say it's not a scam at all, but for what I'm trying to expand on,
It might not be a fit right now. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Look, like Dan has a very specific intent, right? Which is to pump out startup stand-up comedy among everything else
That
he's
is
doing.
awesome.
Right.
That
So
is,
he has a
oh my
very
goodness.
specific use case
And he has
he,
a perfect
yeah.
voice for it too. It's just that he
Oh man,
needs, well, I mean, not needs, but an extra practice for it. It's
he
awesome.
needs, yeah, he needs someone who has gotten paid to create that type of content, to know where the bodies are buried, how to have a relationship with the microphone, make sure you're not popping your peas. This is a whole world, right? But once we do that, then we can have, because at the end of the day, if you want to monetize your content, the content has to be a certain level of quality if you're going to introduce it to Netflix or even to Sirius XM radio, right? And so there's kind
Exactly.
of
And also,
there's like a
um,
ceiling in what we can do.
and popping peas. I have a mic called the Wave 3, Elgato Wave 3, and it doesn't pop the peas. I forgot the name of the mechanism they use, but it helps out for the peas or anything else like that. That could be a certain hardware that he can probably use also. And I think I don't
It's a
recall how
whole
much it
universe of
costs.
hardware. It's a
Yes,
whole
exactly.
universe of, like, you could spend a whole 4 hours on the entire tool chain they use. So like, okay, so we're recording, have you ever seen Source Connect?
Don't recall. You can probably
Yeah,
explain.
check it out. So Source Connect is a way for people, for your audio engineer. When you go into a studio, you have Dr. Dre on one side of the glass and you have Snoop Dogg on the other side of the glass. One person who's pushing the faders and the other person who's singing into the microphone. Source Connect allows your computer to be the other side of the glass, such that you have your engineer somewhere in the
Oh,
world and you're on one side of the world, and it's super high latency or low latency, recording as if you were there in person.
so you have a Dr. Dre as a software.
Yeah, well, as long as you have Dr. Dre, you can have an interface where you have a distributed studio with low latency, such that it seems like you're right there. You know what I mean? We already have this. It's called Zoom, right? It's called Twitter
Mhm.
Spaces. The challenge is, if you look at Zoom audio, they step down the audio quality. If you look at Twitter Spaces, they step down the audio quality. And so,
Well, it's not. I don't think it's fully stepping down. It's just what hardware you're using. So if you're using a phone microphone, it's probably going to be diminished. But let's say if you ever use, let's say it's not compatible, I think, for Windows 10, but you can still try it. But BlueStacks
well,
on
keep in
your
mind
laptop.
that, like, when you submit an audition, they have very specific file format requirements, right?
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
there's also, let's say, websites that you can transfer certain audios if you need a specific
But I'm
format.
talking about, like when you audition, they want to know that you already have those things worked out. And so there's like specific types of software that they use to make sure that you're recording at source using the right settings, right?
Oh, okay. Okay,
hmm
yes.
hmm hmm
Fully
Yeah,
understand.
because like a lot of these editors are using Macs, and so they want it AIFF, and they want it with this many megahertz. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're very specific now. When they give you the audition, they'll even ask you, what microphone do you have? What
Wow.
interface do you have? Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they'll
it's
like cost you if you don't have like the right equipment. I mean,
Uh,
they'll be like, "Sorry, no can do for you."
it's one of those things where they might ask you, you know,
Right? Yeah. Sure.
right? And so they would say, you know what, I know you're using a Blue Yeti. Would you really like you to voice this through a Neumann or through an SM7B? And at that point, you can be like, all right, so what's the value of the contract? Is
yeah,
it
it's
worth
like
it? Yeah.
the USB or condenser mics type of thing too.
Dude, there's
XLR.
a
Mm,
whole world of like, I met the audio engineer before I met Christian, right? And
smart.
that guy is on a fucking. You ever talk to an audio engineer? Those guys are on another level.
I have, and yes, you're totally right. They're highly focused in the type of pitch and just the audio overall, and it's crazy what they know. And oh yeah, there was a USB that sounds kind of a condenser. I think it's called Bink, Beanc, and it looks like an amazing microphone. Maybe we spoke with the same audio engineer. Well, one sec. I'm going to try and see if I can find his name.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of people don't think about. Like even with cameras, I mean, if I remember correctly, there are
Oh yeah.
some sites that won't even let you submit unless it's a certain quality.
Yeah,
So
they might ask
know,
you, you using a Leica, what are you using?
I can't believe how much money Leicas can go for. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I found his name. Is it Michael Sterling?
No, this guy is David Whalen.
Oh. But great conversation. I must go. And okay, what is EQ? Esquire?
That's the name
Emotional
of a
Or
lawyer.
intelligence.
emotional
Oh, EQ. What is that, Mike? Is that like emotional quotient or something like that?
Emotional intelligence.
Oh, okay.
emotional damage. That's pretty much what it is.
Exactly.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you. Nice talking with you
Bye,
all.
Danny.
Yeah, hey, take care,
Of
Bilal.
course, of course.
And
No, I
sorry?
said of course, of course.
Oh, awesome. And I'm so sorry that I was not going back to your spaces. I was kind of a little busy. Also, I was observing other spaces, and the syndicate is still pretty good, still going on.
Oh yeah.
Cool. See you, Danny.
See you,
Thank you.
Sandra. Take care, Michael. And go Canada. Go Poutine.
Pooh.
Team!
Have a good one. What's up?
Oh my goodness. Okay, okay. Just hear me out. Just hear me
Okay.
out. Like you, like math. You know math, right?
A little.
Yeah. How do we know like that's right? Like, what if that's like just keeping us in a prison? Like, ooh, if everything's based off of math, because like, okay, look at my frick. How do I even begin
Yeah,
this?
take your time. Take your time.
Like one
Oh,
plus one, right? You write 1 plus 1. What does 1 plus 1 equal? Like you could look at it in so many different ways. Like you could look at the lines, like the
Well, keep in mind when you do 1 plus 1, you
yeah.
assume that the things you are counting,
Mm-hmm.
are fungible.
And that's like we make it what we want. That's just the thing. Like we could go into different realities basically. I'm pretty sure because it's like it would bend space and time because if so many things are based off of numbers like our programming languages, um, it's just like there must be something to discover because like here like 1 second, like you could bend it, like you could bend reality. I'm pretty sure like obviously there's like so much complexity to it because you have to rethink everything and how you would even begin to calculate is just okay. Anyway, just like 1 plus 1, look how many lines there are. Like there's like that top line at the on the left where it kind of goes to an angle, so that's like 1, and then right in the middle that's 1, and the plus has 2 lines, that's like 2, and then 3, 4, and then the equals is like 5, 6. Are you guys even seeing? Where's my pin post?
Yeah,
I'm excited. 1 second. Here.
Okay.
This is gonna make sense. Like this will 100% make sense. It must. All right. Do you see my pin post?
What do you mean by window, not window?
Like it makes a window. Like if you like write 1 plus 1 and the equals, it can make a window. Like if you put the equals like on top of each other, right? It makes
I
a
mean,
window.
can I ask you a question without? And I don't mean to be offensive at all.
That's okay.
I'm a lawyer, right? So I look at evidence and facts. I'm not concerned with the esoteric things that don't have some sort of peer review or basis in reality.
This is exactly what we're doing. We're making reality
Okay.
as we speak. Like there's not.
Okay.
Can it be a window? Can 1 plus 1
that
equal?
helps me. What is but I'm ignorant in math. So my question to you is, this window that you're speaking of, what is the basis of this window in math itself? Like, where did that come? Is it like pi? Is it some sort of?
That just like the numbers and like the characters, the letters, it forms into a window. It can form into a window.
But
I
my
mean,
question is, can I just please? It's me. It's not you. Okay. Is this nomenclature I haven't heard of, or is this nomenclature you're creating right now?
I've just like been thinking about like what is imposed on us.
Okay.
As like what the right way is, and then, like what we can actually create, and like if it can make sense. Like I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like it's not based in like this is like not fact, right? It's not a
So
fact, but
we're at the edge of exploring a new way of looking at math, right?
yeah, I mean,
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to put myself in the frame of mind to be able to travel with you to where you're going. That's this. I'm not attacking you at all. I'm
oh
trying.
no, exactly, no,
Yeah.
I don't feel attacked. I just like thought of this right now. I'm just like, what the frick?
You're my June bug, and I'm trying to triangulate your position so I can travel towards you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Michael,
Gotcha.
can you see it? Like, can you see like look the first where it says 1 plus 1 equals 6. The first line, that's one line. In the plus, you see 2 lines. The next one, it's just 1 line. Then the equals, that's 2 lines. Altogether, that's 6. And
Oh,
then like wonder what like that like if you look at numbers that way, like what type of thing can you morph? Like what like yeah.
I get it.
And there's like another way of looking at it too. Like you know how the second one where it says 1 plus 1 equals 8. Like those little uh lines in the beginning that kind of angle to the left, like that could just be half a line, and so it's like 1 plus 1 can also equal uh,
Again,
yeah, what?
it goes back to, are we talking about fungible units or non-fungible units? When we add 1 plus 1, we don't really talk about it, but what we're doing is instantiating a universe where we have two of a type of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like in the calculator that would be one universe, because like if it writes the 1 in just like a singular fashion, like in just one line, but then if it shows another unit, if it shows more units or more
I'll give you an example. Like if you use the math for people, it doesn't work. So you might think that, to accomplish a software project faster, you need to add more and more people to make it go faster. But inevitably, there is this law of numbers called the law of diminishing returns, right? And so that's where that 1 plus 1 plus 1 breaks, right? There's almost like a limit, and we have to recognize what that limit is.
yeah,
Depending on what we're
exactly.
using.
There's a limit. It's always there's a limit.
Like, Jeff Bezos said that, 2 pizza teams. If you're on a team, it can't be larger than what 2 pizzas can feed. Why? The law of diminishing returns.
Because like the pizza would like you wouldn't want to. The taste of the pizza kind of just like goes down over time. Like that
But
first bite wouldn't be as satisfying as the next bite.
not so much that, just the idea that you want to keep a team size down to only as large as it needs to be.
Mm.
And anything
I get
above that,
I
it's actually breaking the software, not making it.
Yo, so that makes so much sense to me. That makes so much sense. But like, isn't that what we're trying to do? Melt the software? We're trying to. Oh my goodness.
No, I like the way you're thinking about it. I mean, it's important to kind of every once in a while, take a look at something that is accepted as standard and try to think about it in a different way. I think that's the way we evolve, and I think that that's the way that we conceptualize math differently. Like I forget who it was. Maybe it was a guy named John Stausser. I'm not sure. Who's trying to look at math in terms of rather than using infinity, like have the decimal points go out 5 places and then truncate it, and in that way we can actually be more specific in the things that matter mathematically. Because at some point, who cares if it's like point billions to the other side of the decimal point? It doesn't really help us. So he's trying to construct math to kind of discuss that, and seems to be, in my opinion, a little frustrated about, the inability to communicate that. So I was trying to find someone to maybe help him. He didn't ask. I'm just voluntarily going out and trying to find someone that might be able to
Yeah.
vibe.
What he's talking about is the mantissa. Have you ever heard about?
Mantis?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the mantissa is the part of the computer that chops off decimals so that because if we never chopped off the decimals, the computation would never end, and therefore
Holy
the
moly.
computer would never proceed. Right?
That's awesome, Mantessa. Holy crap.
Yeah. So this is technically IEEE 75.4, and it tells this is the document that dictates how floating point arithmetic will be performed with irrational numbers. So I
Yeah.
put it at that. Yeah.
It's like,
There's
yeah,
a there's a lecture I wanted to watch with Matthios and Train Sloth. It's a debate between real numbers and the infinite in analysis. And this guy Wildeberger, who's an interesting mathematician, was arguing with this guy and saying that when you do math in your head, that's not the math that's done in computers, right? The
yeah.
math in computers involves numbers whose decimals end. You're doing math on the chalkboard with systems where the decimals don't end. And so when you try to go from the chalkboard of infinite decimals to the computer with finite decimals, you're going to find that your math breaks.
Hooey, this is awesome, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you could maybe what you're working on, the theoretical side of it. I mean, let's face it, there's a ton of math out there that has never been proven, that is out there waiting to be solved. I mean, it's daring to do something unconventional or different, or even as simple as like that Abbott and Costello skit, which is one of my favorites. Where Abbott comes up with like an equation and he arrives at like 3 different solutions, and they're all not quote unquote correct ones. Maybe trying to think about it unconventionally is the way to solve the problems of the future. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, I had a guy that said the fifth industrial revolution is when we rediscover the wisdom in all of our ancient texts.
Well, the classic BSG saying, all this has happened before and all this will happen again.
Yeah. Oh, Quasi Finance. What do you know about him? He just mysteriously DM'd me a video about like math, and I'm just trying to figure out language right now. I don't want to throw up. uh, is he
Yeah,
like?
Quasi is one of the last people to interview John McAfee.
Oh, yo! Oh my goodness. Yeah. Anyways, I have experience with him too. He go on.
So is the rumor true or false about that guy?
Oh, you think about it. Like that's up to you. It's like
Oh,
all.
I'm asking you. I'm kidding. I would never pressure anybody on a recorded space. Never.
No,
Ever.
I mean like I just want you want to like be conservative with like your energy, right? It's just like
Yeah. Mike, is that you? No, Mike's Elvis. That's yeah.
I wrote the when we were talking Mohit, I was like, I should write the article. He called that telos and the study of history moving to a certain point is called teleology.
Eleology.
All right, so I'm done. Let's see what you guys think. The teleology of Andrew Tate was inevitable. Now, I guess I should get a picture of Andrew Tate for this thing. Want to see what you guys think of this.
Well,
that
one person, is it Complex? He got. It looks like his account got suspended. Poor person.
Yeah, he's back. Don't worry.
We always come back. I've like showed like 4 or 5 accounts before this one.
Oh yeah,
for
yeah.
real?
No.
Oh yeah. I used to be so far out there as bananas, but I've settled down in my old age and mellowed out and let the fighting be done by others.
Yo, Mike, do you have like any paintings that you do, or like any like art yourself? Like
music mostly.
No, I'd be interested in seeing. No, because like obviously you're an interesting person, and like seeing what type of art you produce would be cool.
Yeah, I'd love to see that too.
But I mean, he is producing art technically, but you know.
But that art, visual stuff, yeah.
Yeah. I make doodles when I'm on the phone.
Doodles are
Yo. Nice.
So hold on. I'll just take a.
We need to crowdsource our doodles for the syndicate to see what we got, you know? That'd be like that Morty episode. Show us what you got. Remember that? That's such an awesome episode. It's like you either make it or you literally blow up your own planet.
So this is, to me it looks kind of dark, but oops, no, come on everybody. All right, Twitter tweet, Syndicate. All right, so let me put this at the top.
The Menta. Okay.
All right, there you go.
Let's see.
Yo, I think it's so crazy how Dan can listen to the Syndicate in his car. That's so trippy to me.
That is groovy. I didn't know that you can, I get, well, it just goes to show you like how, I guess I'm dating my age here. All right, I'm 50. I admit it. I'm crying and weeping here, but yeah, that's cool.
Yo, fuck ageism. Honestly, I see it a lot on Twitter Spaces. People with the age thing. It's
Yeah, but
so.
I do it to myself. Like there's a
Yeah, I
lot,
know that's the thing. It's like everyone does it to himself. It's like shit. Forget it.
there's a lot of things I would wear, but then I'm like, really? I'm 50 years old. Should I really be wearing something like that belongs on someone like in their maybe late teens, early 20s?
Come to Vancouver. Come to Vancouver. You could wear whatever you want.
Yeah, I know.
All right,
But
let's see what's
yeah.
going. Oh, let's see what's going. Oh,
You know what I want to wear? I want to find, like back in the 80s, they had like these, the sleeves would be like blue. It's a t-shirt, but like they would have like these like sleeves that would go to your elbows. They're different colors. And then you could put like some sort of like iron on transfer on it, like a sunset or, whatever was out there back in the day. I remember I had like a lavender and a blue one. I just wore it constantly, and I don't see them anymore. And but at the same time, I'm too old to wear something like that. But yeah, I really would do that and be happy. you know. So, don't you ever look at something and say, "I'd like to wear that," but that's like really too young for me to wear? Either you guys do that?
frick. I'm like water these days. So, uh, I don't know. I don't know, Sandra. All these things that are imposed on us, like that play with our ego, make us feel like embarrassed. It's like, frick, who the hell did this to us to make us feel this way?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, there's other people like Betsy Johnson. She's a designer. Like she did it. She did a great job of just like, I don't care. I'm just gonna wear whatever I want, and I really admire that in a person when they can do that. And I've gotten better at it. It's just that there are still things I look at and I'm like, I would really love to wear that hat, but it's like something like a kid would wear. I don't know. I'm working on it. There's Alaska. I love that
Last
guy.
Toshi. Yeah, me too.
Isn't he the best? And I asked him about his coin, and he's like, "Yeah, it's not worth anything, but I want money for it." But he ran for Congress and stuff, so cool.
Yeah, he definitely he hacked the matrix a little bit.
He's so chill. I wonder, does he probably has like this huge mansion up in Alaska that no one knows about, and he just sounds like some surfer sort of guy. So funny. He looks happy anyway. That's good. I need my eye. So, Bilal, what color eyes should I put on me? Like glowing.
Ooh, green, 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 green.
All right.
I remember the first picture you sent and you deleted it, and because you have green eyes, right?
Kinda. They're like a weird hazel. Like often they look brown, but sometimes they'll look like green or like a green gray. Just depends on the makeup, I guess. All right, so green glowing eyes. All right, I gotta work on that. Let's see.
Done, already done. Boom, because you already have them.
Well,
No,
I,
but
I
yeah.
know, but I mean, like for my avatar here, like it looks. I just look like a total shitska. Like
Shit's
yeah, right. I have like I look Jewish. I'm not gonna lie. I look Jewish, but I'm not. And I went to American University for my undergrad, and I like totally fit in so well with them because a great deal of them are Jewish too. And they're like, "Wait a minute, you're not. How are you not Jewish?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm Presbyterian." And that was like, "Oh, okay," because if you're Baptist, that's like you level up. Like Presbyterian's like weak sauce in terms of Christianity.
Weak sauce. I like that
Total
word.
weak sauce.
I love that word.
Yeah,
I
like
thought I
so.
know we all use it. That's good.
But the Baptist man, they'll like break your hands and shit. Like if you're left-handed, you won't be for long. Yeah. So then there's Baptists, then there's Catholics, then you got all the Orthodox people, and then the people with the snakes and who speak in tongues, right on up to people who are Jewish and Muslim. Yeah,
Uh,
because if the further you level up, the more violence you're willing to do in the name of your religion. Presbyterians are like, hey, I feel badly that you're crucifying Jesus over there, but we're cool with it a little. We'll just stand over here.
Yeah, these guys are all these guys are all funny. And the Muslims have different sects as well, and it's just like one of them, like they all get in like the vibe, like in the zone, and then they start like freaking abusing themselves. Like they just hit themselves across the back with like something, and then they just like apparently it's like it's supposed to be uh
self-punishment, yeah,
like to honor the god or whatever, and then like they get in the zone, they're like bleeding. It's just like holy shit, all these freaking like they really.
Well, if you're not willing to punish yourself for your transgressions, who else is going to really
and the notion of that, where it's like, oh, there needs to be a suffering before you get this. It's just like, whoa, why does that have to be the thing that
why?
we accept?
Because one deserves it. If you think no, I'm serious. If you think
I know you're serious, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, why should we deserve it? I mean,
You're
like,
offending me. No, I'm kidding.
no,
You're not offending me. I'm kidding you.
Speaking of offending people, I'm putting the Entertate article at the top. Let me know what you think.
Cool.
Wait, the Andrew Tate thing?
So I had a reply thread going with a few people over Andrew Tate, and because of our, how we talked about this idea that perhaps history is moving inexorably towards a certain point, right? I look at all these cultural things as being swinging pendulums. So that's kind of the point of the thread.
By the way, love that pendulum. Like, is there a way? Are you gonna sell that? Because I want it. Like, because I can.
It's gorgeous, right?
I love it. I really do. Are you selling that, or is that like how do I get that?
What pendulum? I don't see it. Where?
There's a pendulum down there. I look. I'm like, ooh, pretty. Allie, your man is like awesome with the pendulum stuff, man. He's a keeper.
The pendulum. I think see it. Oh.
Hey, Allie. Sandra said I'm a keeper.
You are.
She likes the pendulum.
That pendulum is I don't know, hypnotic, which is probably what it's supposed to be, right?
I looked at pendulum GIF and I thought this was the most attractive one out of the first 8 results I saw.
It's relaxing.
Oh, you don't have it? You don't have the actual pendulum?
No, but I mean, if I save it to my computer, I have it. Right?
Yeah, really.
And if I upload it to OpenSea, what happens next? Oh. Is it mine now because I have an OpenSea account? Why are you shaking your head, Ali? You're Chinese. You should know a thing or two about stealing IP.
We don't steal. There's no law against that. We're allowed to pirate.
Are you saying that civilians pirate movies and governments pirate IP?
Well, I didn't say that.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I have to take like an afternoon or so and read all your posts. I really need to do that because I think that I would understand a lot more, and I would probably cry for the following day, at least for 2 days straight. So you might not see me on the space. I'll be back. But I really do need to read your posts, Mike, and I think they would help me better organize my worldview.
Well, what's funny is that a lot of the stuff I've written have been like letters. So they'd be like letters to Kappa, letters to Spooky. And so it's like them wanting to understand something. I was like, all right, so here's the answer. I know it's kind of long-winded. I didn't have enough time to make it short, kind of thing.
Right. Okay, good. Because now I have a question for you because see, here's the thing. Like, we all pretend that we control our own lives, but deep down, do you really want to control your own life? Because if you did, then you couldn't blame somebody else when things get all fucked up. So I need your help, Mike, because I need someone to blame about 20 years from now when I'm really old, and like the people who are taking care of me in a nursing home are like stealing the rings off my hands and violating me. Um, what I need you to do is I need you to tell me what I should do with the rest of my life. There, I said it.
No, the rest of your life will change depending on your climactic patterns. So, like the rest of your life is a very micro thing, right? But the
Probably.
macro is, you know, depending on what happens with things that are flying over Taiwan, our world can change at any time. Does that make sense? And
Yeah.
all this NFT stuff will seem like complete and utter bullshit,
No, I
right?
think it would probably mean a lot more to me because I'd be in denial about World War III, and
It's, it's just one of those things where, you look at, man, you see all the floods in Mississippi? Are you following that?
you mean like the floods all over the world, or
Yeah. There's a lot of floods happening.
yeah, well,
You ever see like floods going down? So it's like when I see that happening, you see that the world is the world is migrating as we speak. And like where you used to grow up is where 20% of the world's fresh water used to be,
well,
right?
I hear that there's huge amounts of water. Say, there's my Jersey accent in South America.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, so, when you ask, what should I do? It's a function of what are the things I can control and what can I not control?
Right. Yeah.
Because for me to do anything, it's like I have to differentiate those things. My so let me see if I can find it. It was called I forget what it was called. Let's see. My professor said in business there are the things you can control and the things you can't. The things you can control are your goals, objectives, plans, strategies, and tactics, your target market segmentation, and your product promotion, place, and price. Everything else is outside of your control, which is the political, legal, regulatory, economic, socio-cultural, technological, competitive, and geographic. All right, everyone, break, get to work.
But here's the thing. Mike. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You're overlooking. Okay, I
Mhm.
understand all that, but you have to understand the only thing that I can control
Yes.
when I'm in my nursing home bed and getting like bed sores and so forth. The only thing I
Mhm.
can't control is who I blame. So I'm planning that now. So if you help me figure out what to do
Hmm.
with my life, and if it goes all wrong, then I'm just gonna blame. I can control who I blame, and I'll blame you, and I'll feel better at the end of my life.
Well, I mean, I think you bring up the idea of, I think it's called an ILO, which is an initial litigation offering. Have you ever seen that?
Or it's called Sandy's fucking crazy. Yeah, one or the other, I guess. Sure.
Yo, initial litigation offering. Have you seen what happened with Avalanche and
I
their lawyer?
What is going on with that shit?
Hold on.
Yeah, tell me more.
Hold on. You're gonna love this. Is like the biggest story in crypto right now.
Oh man.
It's
What?
about lawfare between crypto companies.
Oh, yeah, I really should be on top of that. I read a part of it and then I was like, oh,
Sure. The biggest story in crypto today. They have the guy on camera talking about the fact that he's in exchange for 1% of equity, he's gonna point his gun at the competitors. It's wild. Here, let me put this to bed.
why are people so fucking regarded though? It's like, what a headache. Like, yeah, go say something on tape. Brilliant.
You know what? Because these guys have been making 3-pointers for like a decade. So, right?
Well, yeah, they get sloppy, I guess.
They get sloppy, right? And the male ego is such that they're willing to say anything as long as they'll get
Yeah.
some attention,
Well,
status.
that's why I like misogynistic men so much, because those types are the exact types that'll just probably spill their shit all over the place.
Well,
They're more
see,
likely to do that, in my opinion.
that's why I love coming from a low status, because the dumber they think you are, the more they'll share. But if they think you're really smart, you know what I mean? They might not
Yeah.
share as much.
True.
So I put it to the top. It's called cryptoleaks.info, case number 3. If you look through that, oh man, the video is gorgeous.
How come I can't see? All right, there it is. All right.
So I'd love to hear you live commentate. You mind reading it out loud? I'd love to hear your commentary.
Just a second. Let me find it. Can you hear me okay? Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Guys.
yeah.
Okay, there I am. All right, hold on a second here. Let me go back. What did I do? All right. So you want me to read this, right?
Yeah, and you can read it and commentate on it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You don't want me to read it out loud, do you?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to start okay, so is it Ava or Ava?
You get to decide, counselor.
Okay. Well, Avalanche. All right, so Ava Labs is an American for-profit company that develops and promotes the Avalanche blockchain, which recently raised substantial funding in collaboration with Three Arrows Capital, the failed hedge fund that has been accused of acting like a Ponzi scheme. It is led by CEO and founder, oh boy, sorry, my German sucks, Emin Gunsirer, anyway, and claims to employ more than 150 people. The Avalanche Network currently has a fully diluted market capitalization of more than 16.5 billion USD. Roche Friedman is a law firm that widely sues people in crypto, currently running at least 25 class actions, including against Binance, the crypto exchange, and Avalabs Avalanche competitors Solana Labs, Solana, and the Definity Foundation and Internet Computer Contributor. It is led by founding partner Kyle Roche and employs more than 30 lawyers. We can reveal that for several years they have been operating according to an extraordinary secret pact that harms the crypto industry and has a nature so perverse that it undermines the integrity of the American legal system. Some years ago, blockchain company Ava Labs and American law firm Roche Friedman made a deal. A pact was formed that involved Ava Labs granting Roche Friedman a massive quantity of Ava Labs stock and Avalanche cryptocurrency, AVAX, now worth hundreds of millions in dollars, in exchange for Roche Friedman agreeing to pursue a hidden purpose. In a shocking series of video recordings shared by this case investigation, Kyle Roche himself now reveals the exact nature of their ongoing operations. The case is highly disturbing in nature. So, to comment on this, assuming the facts to be true as they're presented in this article, that's probably a crime. you know, there's probably some securities violations in there, um, ethical, and probably very few people directly involved will be practicing law in a few years. All right, so we can reveal that the pact directs Roche Friedman and their leader, Kyle Roche, to one, use the American legal system gangster style to attack and harm crypto organizations and projects that might compete with Avalabs or Avalanche in some way. Two, sue crypto industry actors, generally with the aim of creating magnets for regulators such as the SEC and CFTC that distract them from highly commercial nature of Avalabs and the Avalanche blockchain, and three, secretly pursue Eamon Gun Cyrus' personal vendettas against individuals. As usual, Crypto Leaks brings you the hard evidence that nobody else can obtain. We explain, with the help of words spoken by Eamon himself, Eamon's own lawyer, Kyle Roche. So yeah, that's not good. And I don't know. I mean, the main issue, assuming all these facts are correct, and I am not the arbiter of that, would be to determine the admissibility of the tape. So this is in August of 2019. So, August 2019, a newly formed law firm, Roche Freeman, moved into a co working space. Oh, why would you do that for the love of God? Into a co working space with Ava Labs, the for profit company that develops and promotes the Avalanche blockchain. Let me stop here for a minute. So, Mike, do you want me to play this?
No, keep reading.
Okay.
The text will reinforce the video. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, what? Like you did what? Like that's like, you have to call, and this is not racist or ethically directed in any way. There's something called a Chinese wall, or at the very minimum, even though it's like lip service anyway, really, you have to build, like, if there's a potential conflict, you have to build like this Chinese wall, this imaginary wall that separates everything out so that you can at least make the argument that there's no conflict. I don't see how you do that if you're literally sharing a co-working space, but all right, fair enough. Big Money establishes a secret pact in exchange for Roche Freeman providing what Kyle calls legal services. Ava Labs granted them massive amounts of AVAX, the Avalanche blockchain's tokens, and Ava Labs corporate stock. Oh, why? Why in the love of? Okay, fine. Okay. So Kyle Roche says he was the very first person to receive Ava Labs stock after Andreessen Horowitz, a venture capitalist that provided their initial funding. So if Ava Labs was flush with cash, having just received investment from Andreessen Horowitz, why did they need to pay for legal services in this way? The answer is that they were not paying for normal legal services. The massive payments of AVAX and Ava Labs stock established a secret pact. This was so unusual that it required the grant of assets that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars today. Kyle boasts he has a full point on AVAX and Ava Labs stock. Kyle says he has about a third of what Kevin Seknicki has, who is the co-founder and current COO, Chief Operating Officer of Ava Labs. Kyle says that he helps control the AVAX token supply and helps Ava Labs with regulation issues and competitors. Kyle refers to Eamon Goodsire by his nickname Goon. He says he trusts Goon and Kevin like brothers, and they have the same interests. Ooh. As the conversation progresses, the truth about the pact begins to emerge. Kyle confirms that they litigate against Sue, other parties in crypto, as a strategic instrument to support Ava Labs to a level where they made him an equity partner. Kyle says litigation is an underused tool. Yeah, someone's a tool here, all right. And I bet it's not just litigation. So Kyle describes participating in the pact as a completely different way than being a lawyer. Anyway, Kyle Roche moved to Miami for tax purposes. He moved in with Kevin Seknicki, Ava Labs COO, reflecting just how tightly the organization worked together. In the years since he moved, Kyle Roche has failed to update his LinkedIn profile, which still lists his location as the New York City metropolitan area, which is a more prestigious place to locate a law firm. And naturally, Kyle's profile makes no mention of Avalanche or Ava Labs. And behind this elaborate smokescreen, Kyle is working from Miami with two key objectives. One, to increase the price at which he can sell his AVAX tokens and Ava Labs stock, and two, to reduce the amount of tax he pays when he sells. Okay, harvesting confidence. By the way, that's not really. I mean, that's just secondary. No one's going to, in my opinion, and depending on when it. I mean, on its surface, that's legal. I don't have a problem with that. All right, so harvesting confidential information. As the conversation continues, the first signs of the perverse nature of the secret Ava Labs Roche Freeman pact begins to emerge. Kyle reveals that he started out as a crypto expert for Ava Labs, but how, you might ask, could a lawyer be a crypto expert for a company that develops and promotes a blockchain? Kyle reveals that answer. He can contribute a special kind of expertise and knowledge, which he explains he has been able to obtain because I sue half the companies in this space. In the USA, when you sue an individual or company, you can demand access to their confidential accounts, commercial data, email, and social media communications, and more, using a special legal process known as discovery. This has resulted in him seeing the insides of every single crypto company. Well, that's because the other side failed to seal the records, and shame on them. Anyway, Kyle boasts that being able to collect information in this way has resulted in him becoming one of the top 10 people, experts in the world in crypto. If a blockchain company could unfairly gain access to the confidential information of others, they could use it as a powerful competitive tool. It seems that Carl sharing this special expertise with Ava Labs was one of the key factors that convinced Emin Gunsira to make the pact. Just to make a quick comment here, I mean, what I've seen happen in litigation is what you're supposed to do is either get everything sealed or get the court to issue an order to prohibit this exact sort of behavior. But, you know, as a practical rule, people get lazy or they don't think it's necessary. And that's how people like Kyle can take advantage of the system. Okay, until proven otherwise, we must assume that Ava Labs may even have directed Roche Freeman as to what confidential information they should harvest from the industry. It is unclear how much confidential information Ava Labs has obtained, but the potential for extreme wrongdoing is very concerning. Period. Oh yes, it sure as hell is. Naturally, you can be sure that during discovery against a target, Roche Friedman automatically demands the identities of investors, contractual agreements with partners, customer lists, payroll details, and information about every other kind of financial transaction related to the organizations they are litigating against and their founders and executives. They will also ask for complete email, Slack, and other communication histories which provide them with a treasure trove of information valuable to a competitor, including even technical insights. The many crypto industry participants who have been litigated against by Carl Roche must now question exactly how much of their confidential data is now in the possession of Ava Labs executives. All right. So yeah, I mean, I would definitely be worried about that. And I think going forward, that whether one is an executive or whether it's the business itself, there has to be you better have your legal department demand some sort of sealing of documents or some sort of order compelling that the documents don't magically end up in some other litigation which the same law firm is involved in. But in reality, the response to that is, oh yeah, I'll do that, and then you have the law firm spin off other allegedly unrelated law firms. But anyway, all right, so harming competitors and fooling regulators. All right, so Roche Friedman run, you want me, all right, hold on a second, do you want me to keep going, Mike? I'm sorry.
I love it.
All right, I keep going. All right, so Roche Friedman runs litigation against numerous people and organizations in the blockchain industry, i.e., it sues them. A favorite method is to initiate class actions. Several months ago, Carl Roche claimed to be running more than 25 class actions. So Roche Freeman class actions. In their American class actions, they proposed a class of people whom they claimed had been harmed. For example, because they lost money trading a cryptocurrency. They then create a lawsuit in their name, for example, claiming that the cryptocurrency is an illegal security and that therefore that those developing or promoting the blockchain involved or those running crypto exchanges that enabled them to trade the cryptocurrency are liable for the losses of everyone in the class. In the United States, they only have to find one person willing to be a representative plaintiff for the class to initiate action. When they create class actions and other litigation against Ava Labs, competitors, and crypto industry participants, Kyle Roche has revealed that Roche Friedman often has two hidden purposes. One, surreptitiously causing harm to a competitor. If there are two horses competing in a race and you can hack at the leg of one, the other will win. Their horse is AVAX and Ava Labs stock. initiating a class action against their competitors can harm them in multiple ways. And so they have secretly weaponized the legal system to do this, even when they can make only a weak case, such that with high probability they will lose the litigation. This can still harm their targets, greatly profiting them. Moving the price of AVAX by only a small amount by harming competitors can produce big gains for them when they make sales from their huge hoard of AVAX tokens in Ava Labs stock. Ava Labs is not ever named as the litigant. The class of plaintiffs is, disguising what is really going on. Number two, luring regulators, including the SEC and CFTC, away from Ava Labs. They often litigate against competitors in ways that make them look guilty of regulatory transgressions. Directing the attention of regulators towards competitors can cause further great harm to them, but also serves to lure regulators away from Ava Labs and their ravenously commercial behavior, which regulators would otherwise be very interested in. Kyle tells us he litigates to create other magnets for regulators to go after. They also do this to crypto actors who are not obvious competitors. Here's a quick crib sheet for what is going on. Roche Friedman typically attacks competitors using American class actions, in which they claim to be representing a group of people who they claim have been harmed, the plaintiffs. For example, they can claim another blockchain's tokens are illegal securities, and consequently, some people who traded them suffered unfair losses when the price fell. In the United States, class actions legal I'm sorry, I'll try that again. In the United States, class action legal filings are protected speech. This allows Roche Friedman to make damaging claims about other projects that are in reality completely false without risk of being sued for defamation or libel. For example, they filed a lawsuit against Definity Foundation that essentially parroted the false claims of Arkham Intelligence. The purpose is to damage the reputation of their targets and or surround their brands in FUD. Once Roche Freeman has initiated litigation against a target in crypto, they can collect and harvest confidential information from, from them using the legal discovery process, creating expertise that they can share with Ava Labs. The nature of the American class action system forces targets to spend far more on defense than Roche Freeman spends litigating against them. This is because if they lose, and juries are unpredictable, the judge can award astronomical damages against them. This drains the resources of competitors, as well as distracting them from their core work. Roche Friedman's financial risk is limited to the money it spends on litigating against a target. This is because another quirk of the American legal system prevents the targets of their class actions from claiming their legal costs back from Roche Friedman if they win. Roche Freeman can spend a few $1,000,000 litigating against an Ava Labs competitor and lose the case and still come out on top. If their actions harm or suppress a blockchain that competes with Avalanche, since if their actions may drive the price of AVAX even slightly higher, such as the size of their holdings, they can make a substantial profit. By naming the founders and executives of blockchain ecosystems and companies in their class actions, they can threaten them with total bankruptcy if they lose. This destabilizes their key leaders and innovators and also places tremendous pressure on their families, especially when there are children involved. Naturally, if they can cause family issues for the leaders of competitors, this will further degrade their capabilities. Ava Labs and Roche Freeman seek to surreptitiously increase the price of AVAX in a ruthless and highly commercial manner. Their desire to promote AVAX and increase its price at any cost greatly increases the risk that the SEC would class the AVAX token as an illegal security. To divert the attention of regulators like the SEC and CFTC elsewhere, they widely litigate against other actors in the blockchain industry, accusing them of regulatory transgressions. This protects them by diverting attention elsewhere while increasing the regulatory risk of the target, which doubly useful to them if they are some kind of competitor. So to make a quick comment about this, yes, I mean there are a lot of tactics in there that theoretically one can use against a competitor to make life miserable. So not only does that affect, the everyday operations of a company and the people in it, It obviously also affects their pocketbook in the result. Converse says he is the reason Ava Labs hasn't been sued, and he says that to protect them, he makes sure that this SEC and CFTC have other magnets to go after.
This is a state-controlled Ponzi, and I'm glad that this is all happening. It just means that House of Cards is falling. These people are just like now suing each other. You see that in the health industry as well, with Moderna or Pfizer like starting to like sue each other. It's just like everyone. It's all imploding. It seems like.
So I bring that up. Thanks, Sandra. But
Oh,
yeah,
well,
that's the latest in Avalanche. I think once you watch the videos, you'll have a lot more commentary.
it makes me angry in a way because everybody knows about my ex, so I'm just going to talk about it because I've seen those tactics applied in real life, and there needs to be some sort of reform done to make that less likely to happen in the future. Because if I don't like you, Mike, and I know some secrets about you, I can sue you for any reason as long as it doesn't violate First Amendment speech. And if I'm in, as long as it doesn't violate First Amendment speech made by you, I can sue you for just about anything. And I can put very private things about you in my pleadings, and there ain't shit you can do about it. The only thing you can do is file a motion to seal everything and hope you win.
Yeah, you can seal it. There's too much shit to seal, in my opinion, but yeah.
Well, that may be, but a lot of times those, a person loses those because the case law is much more favorable to, that stuff being public. So, that has to be motivated in other ways to make the court system, bend in that direction. Yeah. So, but for most people, their private stuff ends up in an affidavit, gets stuck out on the internet, and there's nothing that can be done, and then reputations are affected. I mean, it sucks that can be used as a tool, and I think something needs to be done about that, keeping in mind that there are other problems created by that. But yeah, I mean, a company using litigation as a tool for business is never a good thing, in my
It's
opinion.
also not new. Like, it's been around as long as the litigation system's been around, to be fair. Like, look at litigation funding is predicated on commercial litigation, right? They talk to, yeah. Sorry, I get excited on this
No,
topic.
you're right, though.
It's called lawfare.
Right, absolutely, and I'm glad Ruben brought that up because he's 100% correct. I mean, this has been going on forever, and maybe we kind of need to like take a step back, look at the entire American judicial system, and go, well, where are we failing here? Where are we successful? And can there be change made somewhere so that the trickle down theory of justice is no longer the trickle down theory of justice because everybody deserves equal protection under the law.
Yeah, we made the change here today by introducing new concepts to math. So we broke the constructs as we know it, and the timeline will fix itself. That's it.
I believe you. I hope you're right.
I don't.
We all know this is the truth, obviously. Boom, we did it. Alice Koshi.
We're done. Yeah, that's all. Go home now. I know we're going to his house because I bet you he has some great barbecue. It's those strong silent types. You know they got a good party going on somewhere.
Alice Koshi definitely knows a lot more than he leads on.
Well, I was in a space. It was like just me and him. Like I don't know how it happened. It was just me and him, and I started talking to him, and he's so cool.
Yo, Ruben, what's up, man? What you been up to?
Hey, fam. I just spoke with a dude for an hour about time. Apparently, he's working on a time thing, and he's very. Yeah, I like him. He's a good person. You always tell something bullshit's coming when somebody starts a sentence with that, right? He's a super senior dude. A lot of fancy pants sort of background, worked at very large companies, but it's his first company, and I think he's falling into the trap where you think about the thing too much, and you want to get it right, and so it's got to be perfect, and then you never get it out the door. That's what I think is happening. So I expected to get mentored when I started the conversation, but I have a suspicion that I may end up with the shoe on the other foot. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. How's your day? What's going on?
I missed the initial space in the morning at 6 a.m. that was scheduled, and then Mike started it again, and it was just kind of like me, Sandra, and Mike.
We were talking about you've seen the Avalanche interviews with Roche Friedman.
I haven't seen them, but I've caught a lot of stuff around the edges. This was gonna happen. And it's good that it's happening in public finally. That's good.
Finally, the one true Bitcoin, BSV, will be allowed to rise, along with the original Satoshi Nakamoto. Craig Wright, right, Sandra?
Oh, when you said that, I just want to kill myself.
Is that the intelligence vampirism or the emotional vampirism?
You're causing me heart pain or chest pain. No, it's okay. I don't mind.
Let's start the ILO.
There's room for everybody. If you guys want to jump into the water and sink and drown, that's up to you guys. I wish you well. I wish everybody well. I would love to have every project be successful, but we just know that that's not the way of the wild.
The one project we know is that's successful for sure, 100%, is the Syndicate. That's it.
Yes, thank you for saying that. You're amazing. No, I believe that too. No, you are though. You come up with some cool ideas.
It's not me. It's like us. It's us.
Well, it's everybody but me, actually.
No, we're all just. There was a sinking ship, and we're all on a raft together.
Yeah. You got to get off the Titanic, and just whatever you do, what's that bitch's name?
The bitch's name.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
No, he's okay. Someone push Rose the fuck overboard because
I'll never let go. Let's go.
High maintenance bitch, man. It's like, Jesus, lady. I mean, you're just like why don't you just like push the poor Leo's character off the raft there? Let him literally sink to the bottom of the ocean so that ugh. Anyway, that movie bothers me sometimes. It's like I'm gonna sit here on this raft that I could probably get. I mean, who doesn't want Leo on top of them, first of all? And second of all, why wouldn't you try to save another person that literally already just saved your life? What is wrong? What is wrong with people? Anyway.
I have the perfect image for that. I'll try to find it.
It's like physics.
No, but before that happens, he literally tries to get on the raft and he can't. That's why he gets into the water.
Yeah, now we can fight about Titanic.
Well, she could have helped him. She just laid there and was like, "Oh, bummer." Maybe they could have gotten on together somehow and balanced.
I don't know if you've ever been in frigid water, but I had to swim in some when I was volunteering in the reserve up north. So there's ice floating in the water, but the kids are still splashing around.
Wow!
It hits you to the core of your insides. I couldn't move. Being in frigid water is something else. It takes over your brain.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, I mean,
it really is. I don't know.
But I'm still angry. I'm still angry at Rose. Yeah, for not doing the right thing there. Anyway.
I'm just gonna begin reading out the title. Fig hit tying a boot Titanic.
Yeah, I just changed it to Damn Rose. What the fuck?
Damn Rose.
Hey guys.
But
see and die. I see.
Hello everyone.
What's up, Catherine? What are you saying?
Ali's probably.
Oh,
right.
I'm just chilling, bro. I saw Sandra in here.
It's my drunk Twitter husband. How are you,
Sandra?
Are you drunk off your?
You know what, Sandra? Truthfully, I went to the dentist earlier. Got administered a bit of anesthesia. I'm doing okay right now. I hope you're doing well as well.
let me get this straight. You mean you went to a dentist, you had access to a shitload of drugs, and you like were like, oh yeah, it's cool, whatever.
I do appreciate
What?
pretty teeth, so.
We have to talk. I mean, when you're at a dentist, you need to take advantage of the situation and bring shit home. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't understand. Why would I bring a dentist home? I have a girlfriend.
Not a dentist. The freaking laughing gas and the stuff they
That's
use
illegal
to
though,
like.
right? I don't do drugs.
Well, so what? Everybody else does.
Well, that's their
Greedy.
prerogative. I don't.
Do you drink
But you
coffee?
came in with the prerogative with Div that
You
you
got to be
didn't
a
do
team
drugs.
player, Capper.
Yeah, exactly. Very offensive.
Right. So
Here's Hugh over there with
drugs
the
for
check
everyone.
mark, and you're
Yeah.
down.
Open borders. Let's go.
That's right. Hell yeah. Oh well.
It's funny. I'm from Canada, where we have very closed borders.
Right. You don't like Americans for the simple fact that they might vote um in a in an existential crisis to or an opposing opinion of your current prime minister.
Well, I mean, we just make sure that
Wow.
people have to vote when they come
I
in.
heard myself say that. Like, I just want you guys to know. I heard myself say that. That made no fucking sense.
It's okay.
That's like the Kamala Harris type.
If you're not making sense, you've come to the right place. This is the Syndicate. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he stole my line. That's what lawyers are supposed to say.
Okay. So Sandra is honestly trying to troll me here. She doesn't understand that, like, I am a Yale Law School graduate. I am basically, essentially, what I'm trying to say is I am the best person on the planet.
Really? Because you're drunk all the time, so I don't know how you would
That's
know
really
that.
not true at
First of all,
all.
Yale sucks. Harvard's number one.
That used to
No one
be
cares
true. Like
about Yale.
during my
I
associate
don't do
days, yeah,
drugs.
that
He
that
yells,
used
all
to be
right,
true.
guys. He yells.
I mean, Yale's like one syllable. Harvard's two. That should just tell you something right there. First
Yeah,
of all.
Yelling
well,
right now.
honestly, like, how
Oh
valuable
my
is Harvard,
god.
truthfully, considering the fact that they're about to get overtook by the University of Texas? Imagine getting pronghorned up the ass by a public school.
Well, that's because people have been fudding Harvard,
No,
but
that's absolutely not the truth. That's not why that's happening. The reason that is happening is for the simple fact that the University of Texas has over the years invested in land management, and they own essentially 2.1 million acres of oil-rich environment, and
well, who
they
who
also
cares?
own the
Who cares?
right of ways.
We'll do eminent domain over your sorry asses through our contacts, and we'll own all of it. So
Wait, that's interesting though. Can you go on, Kath? Like
yeah,
about the
go
land?
ahead. Sorry.
What's the like? Why
Do
did they do
tell.
that? Like,
Yeah, so the University of Texas owns 2.1 million acres of land rights and mineral rights alongside. So they not only benefit from the drilling process, but also the roadway process to get to the drilling site itself and that excavation process of oil and gas, which is why Harvard, once again, although it is an Ivy League school, and I did graduate from an Ivy League school, um, it's a complete fad that, like, money rules the world.
Really? So
true.
when Harvard and its large battle chest of reserves contacts its buddies
Oh,
and takes
yeah, essentially what you're speaking on is like Harvard calls upon their Supreme Court justices that currently sit on.
That's right. That's very
Yeah,
true.
I kind of
No,
get
it's the
that,
avalanche
but
thing, right,
It's the
Sandra?
same. It's the same philosophy. You know how deep down lawyers generally stick together. It's kind of like a cult, but we don't talk about it. Same thing with Harvard. Same. It's the same thing.
well,
There's
I
all.
mean, like the Harvard Club. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's on 116th and Social Ave.
I have.
I've seen that. Yeah, but anyway.
Right, right, and like they essentially you walk in, and the first thing they ask you to do is fall down a flight of unnecessarily fancy stairs.
Yeah, it's well hazing. I mean, anytime you join a group, you're gonna have hazing. That's why you're drunk all the time. You're perpetually being hazed into a group that you'll never ever be allowed to be in.
I don't understand what you're saying right now. It doesn't make sense to
Now
me.
you don't. That's because you're drunk.
I'm not, but
Okay.
you're definitely speculating here.
No, you're my Twitter husband. I know exactly what you're doing at all times.
You know absolutely nothing about me. You don't
Which
know
is
what I do for a living. You don't know my specific energy expenditures. You know nothing about me.
your energy expenditures are nothing beyond lifting a glass of alcohol to your face and drinking it.
You know absolutely nothing.
'Cause I
And this is why
take
you're a
care.
woman. Like, you're
See,
probably better serving society as a woman than you would as a
Yo,
man for
Hugh,
the simple
Hugh,
fact that
Hugh. What's up, Hugh?
Oh, hello. Hi.
are you?
I,
How
I,
are you?
I actually went
This is
to
a good time.
University of Texas, and I was offered to go to Harvard, but I turned it down. So I never went to Harvard.
Hey, this guy is top G. He
So
turned
hi.
down Harvard. Because fuck the Ivy system, right? Caffrey?
No. What happened was I wasn't a very good student, and I didn't want to put that burden. I knew I wouldn't be a good student, so I knew I wouldn't be able to. I wasn't into school. You don't really go to Harvard unless you want to do 100. You have to do it 110%. It's just too competitive. You have to be one of those people. And I wanted to be a slacker. And I said, I'm not gonna make my parents, shell out 50,000 a year just so I
Well,
can.
why on earth didn't you pay someone to do Harvard for you, and then you could have both?
Okay,
listen, not
no,
everyone has the opportunity to
no.
have
Do you want
have a
to hear?
Mike Ross from the series Suits at
No,
their beck and call.
no. Do you want to hear the real reason?
Oh yeah, no, I get
Okay,
it.
why? Okay, and this, I mean, okay. Remember, I was only 20 years old at the time. Okay, so I'm not.
Yeah,
I was young and stupid. But I'm a cartoonist. I'm a creative person. I've always kind of gone my own direction, right? And I thought, I went to a really good school. I went to a really good high school as well. And the one thing I learned, I went to a Scottish boarding school because my parents were crazy. They sent me to a very old, very well established Scottish boarding school. And with all these guys, the Earl of Murray sent his son there, and he's a friend of mine. So, I have friends, I went to school with people with castles, okay,
right.
and all that. So very like something out of one of those bloody one
You're
of those.
probably the real heir to the English throne, correct?
Well, or something. But anyway, from a very early age, I just knew that the A team would never invite me to be a member of their club, and I'd have to make my own luck another way. And, I'd never be. I don't think if I tried to be successfully conventional, I would succeed. I don't think I would have succeeded if I tried to be a merchant banker, or a hedge fund manager, or a lawyer, or a corporate lawyer, or a advertising suit. Advertising account executives. Just
Can I ask why? I mean,
what?
I would assume that it was some sort of personal investment within yourself or a conclusion that you've drawn about your character that, essentially stumped you from pursuing some form of
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, I'd say.
monetary success.
Yeah, you want to call it a self-imposed limitation? I would say, yeah, you're probably right. But I didn't mind my limitation. I said, okay, I'm probably going to do something kind of creative and a bit bohemian and a bit eccentric and a bit out there. It might make a lot of money, it might not. Um, so I didn't even need a degree for that. And Harvard, you go to Harvard, you have to be like the best of the best. I was never great at being the best of the best. I
Right,
was,
it's very ultra competitive. I mean, the
yeah,
same thing when I was at Yale. Um, you're essentially competing for your entire career process
right,
during the midst of your undergrad program.
yeah, yeah, and that's okay because there are people who are very, very good at competing at that level where you're kind of
Right,
all
yeah, well,
well,
the
you're
one
all
thing I would say is typically the people that tend to be successful, they either have a product, a dream, or an idea that they're willing to sell to the public, or they have a general investment or understanding of what they want to do in the foreseeable future, regarding to educational standards and
Or they have
requirements
Asian parents.
to get into the door itself.
Yeah, and if you're very good at doing what you're told, and very good, look, I've been to Yale, and I have friends from Harvard, and they're all wonderful people, and they're really great, and you know, but I just never thought, the old saying, if you're gonna fight Goliath, don't let Goliath choose the weapons. Well, you go to Harvard, it's all Goliath weapons. You all have to play, you have to join the debating society, and you have to beat out 100 really super smart people to get in that place in this society, and I've just never been able to compete by conventional means. I've always been a bit more of a David kind of person. And so,
Yeah.
and I went to University of Texas. University of Texas, like you said, is really good. Or somebody said, it's like a really, really good university. The whole time I was there, I never felt like I was missing out. And it was like back then, it was $500 a semester. So that was
Right, yeah, that was me that brought that up.
yeah. And guess what? You're 19 years old. You're in Austin, fucking Texas, in the 80s. How fucking cool is that? You know?
No, Austin, Texas has never really been cool. Let's be realistic about that one.
No, but it was a lot of fun when you're 18 years old. When you're, back when you can go out and
Right, I can imagine Fifth Avenue like littered with bars.
yeah, and, you can go out and have good Mexican food for $5, and lots of pretty Texan girls everywhere. What's not to like?
Honestly, like I kind of apologize, Syndicate, because I came in here and immediately had hijacked your e-girl or Sandra.
Dude,
Yeah.
your
Well,
signal, your signal.
you don't even follow me, and you're like my Twitter drunk husband. I don't understand that, Caffrey, but it's like you're just a Yale guy, so I guess I get it.
Eli Yale, Bulldog, Bow wow wow, Eli.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But Hugh, I'm actually very interested to hear about your education process at the University of Texas because I am under the impression, as someone that went to an Ivy League school, that public universities don't necessarily lack as far behind as most would like you to believe.
I wouldn't say if you're a Texan, I wouldn't say UT lacks behind in any way at all. I mean,
Well, I mean, you have to admit, like they do naturally lag behind academically, but behind A&M itself in regards to like the
yeah, but
business school that because
for
A&M has a very brilliant business school program.
okay, but for a guy who just wants to get his 4 years in English degree and get out, it was fine. Okay, I'm not an academic, so I didn't really, it's like for an average person who wasn't really invested in going to university, he just needed the piece of paper. It was fine. So I mean, it depends what you want, I suppose. I think my mother who's very very socially conscious, like society conscious, not just she's not a hippie or anything. She's very interested in what society thinks of the family. She'd had loved to have me gone to Harvard and just knew all the right people and get a job in a bank or Goldman Sachs or whatever, and be one of those people, and that would have been
Yeah,
great. But I don't
yeah.
think I
I'm
would.
sorry.
I
I'm
don't think I
sorry.
would.
I am genuinely one of those people.
That's
I
fine,
don't
and
work at
I mean,
Goldman, but I do work at a bulge bracket.
yeah,
Um,
but you know what? Those people are great, and they're sharp, and they're smart, and they're interesting, and they're. But I just don't think I would have been able to compete very well with people like you. Then I'm sorry,
well, it's like a niche environment, right? Like you understand your strengths and what you're truthfully good at,
yeah.
and you
So if
know,
I yeah.
having some form of self awareness, like is it really matters in general terms of success in the long term. Like it doesn't make sense like being mediocre, and trying to develop a career out of like mediocrity, as opposed to understanding and really relaying to like your specific audience or like niche environment or general understanding of a specific product in the long term.
Well, I had a moment of clarity when I was about 20. I went into a professor's office, a
I
business
just want
school.
to throw this out there for everyone to hear. I followed Sandra back for the simple fact that she made me feel bad about not following her back.
Well, there you go.
Oh, I feel so much better now.
Yeah, you should really feel lucky because I have spent really the last 6 months like trying to dilute the amount of people that I follow on Twitter Spaces.
Right.
Well, I
Most people believe that more access to information equates to more knowledge, and that's not necessarily true. Because I'm a big fan of Jim Rohn, and Jim Rohn essentially said you're the average of the 5 people whom you spend the most time with, because he was under the impression that both good and bad qualities of their character traits could tend to rub off on you over accentuated amount of times.
Yeah, that could be. That could be. I don't know. I tend to think that I'm a very good influence on people's focus and concentration.
Yeah, I would completely disagree with that for the simple fact that you fucked me up and you fucked up my thought process.
Oh boy.
I see. I see. Well, have a Fanta or something, dude. What do you want me to do?
Dude, we made so much progress in this space. There are a lot of
Kiss
things
me on
happened.
kiss me on the mouth.
Hey now, don't get all sexual up in here. There's other guys here. It's kind of creepy.
Right. Well, no one cares about
Hey,
them.
we share.
It's only you and
Yeah,
I.
I care. Trust
I'm
me,
like
very.
I'm like a whisker away from just leaving this space because of your misogyny, sir.
She loves
Interesting.
misogyny.
Like misogyny is not even a real thing.
Ended misogyny. Boom.
How dare you?
It's amazing the people you can find on Twitter Spaces.
So
They're unique.
is how dare you the room
No.
meme? It seems to be the room meme.
Well, eat bugs, damn it. No.
I never know what the deal with no blue collar capital guy. I don't know what the agenda is. Other than to say annoying.
He's drunk all the time, Dan. You can't. I'm surprised his liver still functions. Quite
I
frankly.
love how you continuously make up shit.
But you're just drunk all the time, so you do make up a lot of shit, and that's too bad. You seem like a good guy, but it's hard to get to know my drunk husband because he's my drunk husband on Twitter.
I don't understand where this thesis came from that I'm consistently drinking.
Well, because you're always drinking.
Are you drunk right now, or just late at night?
No.
He's totally drunk right now.
It is not even 4 p.m.
Yeah, he's usually by 9 a.m.
My first job as a kid was a wine bar in the financial district of the town I grew up in, and those guys were
Was this by chance Greenwich?
Which has a small but nice financial center.
Sounds like Connecticut.
A bit like that, yeah. But those guys were drunk all the time. They came in. They came for business lunches. I worked in a wine bar, stroke oyster bar, like fancy little place. And those people would come in at noon and they'd stay till 11 and they'd just drink champagne.
Yeah, you have literally just defined Caffrey down there. He's just a hot mess of drunkenness, 24/7.
You know what, Sandra? You are right. You're right. I am very hot, and I am also I am also a mess.
You are.
But I'm allowed to be a mess because I am still in my 20s. I am still figuring things out. Although I do have some sort of moral compass that is guiding me towards the future, I'm allowed to be a little bit fucked up. And if I want to be, let's just assume that I am drunk all the time, which I am not. And I apologize that you had one bad exposure to myself in that current condition. But I'm allowed to do that. I'm in my early 20s.
I don't know why you
I drank a lot in my
Twitter
20s.
married to me so young.
Yeah, you know what, Sandra?
I better get back to work. Actually,
I don't hate you.
You don't hate me? Well, I'm doing something wrong then. All right. Poor kid. All right. Anyway, I just tease him. He's in his 20s and he drinks a lot, so it's just like a dumpster fire in progress every day. He'll get there. Right, Dan? What do you think?
Fancy.
Eating Doritos and gotta focus, but
yeah, go ahead.
You know what I mean? I don't know. I just think it's Monday, so it's too early for total dysfunctional. I'm a pissed off man. Come here. I want to hear myself speak, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's fucking
But
Monday, dude. Wait till Thursday.
Showed a
at
lot
least.
of transformation. Fancy, yo, what's up?
All right, that's me, man. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Oh, here we go. All right.
No, please kick this guy. This is the most annoying person I've ever met.
Fancy, you have 5 seconds.
Have some respect, man. Have some respect. Is Caffrey the guy that's being misogynistic?
No, man, he changed. He actually changed. I think so.
Well, then he got to go.
He's good. He's wicked nice now. He's not at all.
Is he drunk right now? Also, and
who cares about that?
Being rude to people.
Nancy, that's
no. They were just having some banter.
Yeah, we're good. If I like.
Okay.
All right.
So before I was really interrupted, I was saying I was just in a Lazy Ape Yacht Club.
Nobody cares, bro. Get out of here. You are literally the worst person I've ever met since the inception of Twitter Spaces.
Are we gonna continue to allow?
Yeah, we're
Caffrey
going to continue to announce the fact that you are the worst person on the internet right now.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see if he actually is. Go, Fancy.
Yeah, that's
All
too
right.
easy to talk. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I asked them, is the Lazy Ape Yacht Club the same as the Bored Ape Yacht Club? And they said no, it's other founders. And I said, okay. And then I was like, the Bitcoin people says that NFTs are the NFT market is currently down in the bearish market. So like when there's new projects coming out in the bear market, what is like your future forecast of NFTs compared to like Bitcoin globally? I mean globally.
I think it's just going to be something boring. It's going to come out and represent NFTs for what it should be instead of all the fake shit. Something like how Amazon became the one that was like on top, like a bookstore when all these like the .com boom happened, all these flashy companies. So it's going to be something really boring, but it's going to be something solves the problem for NFTs. Because nothing that's in the space right now is doing anything for humanity. Like they don't solve any problems. They don't do jack. Crypto's form, like he actually has like
Yeah.
a utility.
Whoa! What are you talking about? You're
Bro,
you're
you
talking
know how I
about this
feel.
right when I'm in the same room.
It's just like I mean, obviously there's an exception because you have like you're solving a problem, like, but other ones aren't.
That was just so funny. You're like saying that everyone, and then I'm in the room, man.
I mean, well,
No, it's fine, dude.
Okay.
It's all good, dude. I was just teasing.
Dude, I forgot to reply to you. I just
So I'm the founder. I'm the Docs founder of this NFT project, Fancy Wheel Yacht Club.
How do they bring humanity forward? Come on, say it now.
So crypto whales, save the whales, man. I think whales are
Mother
in danger.
freaking guy. Fancy.
Well, let's hear about his project.
I mean, yeah, okay, fine.
We're here, right?
So there's different types. There's different types of whales. There's like killer whales, sperm whales, beluga whales, right?
Whales.
Yeah, I mean they're all endangered pretty much.
So does your project give a portion of whatever comes out of it to whale preservation? Is that what you're saying?
So, I mean,
I'm asking. I don't know.
Like I don't have a charity that does this. I mean, I might have to start one day.
Is that your EFT?
But the utility of this Fancy Whale Yacht Club is a community of crypto whales.
Oh my goodness, Crypto Swarm, it's over.
Sorry, dude, that's freaking hilarious. Yeah, people are gonna this rude awakening is coming. If people start to keep depending on these crypto whales to make predictions, it's just not gonna work for them. I don't know what else to say.
Well, it's not so much about making predictions of predicting the market. It's more about manipulating the market.
Oh, that's really cool too. Oh, the FCC is gonna love that.
Well, Elon Musk does it all the time.
You're in a recorded space and you're talking about market manipulation.
No, I'm saying Elon Musk has shielded multiple coins.
You're in recorded space and you're talking about market manipulation when you should be talking about where we buried the bodies last night. By the way, I put the gloves in your briefcase.
Elon Musk was going to buy Twitter because of freedom of speech, right?
No,
he deflected. This guy just deflected. He's like,
Elon
Musk.
I'm alive. I'm alive.
You're using whataboutism on yourself.
So Elon Musk was going to buy Twitter for freedom of speech.
No, that's not why Elon Musk.
Oh my God! He's going to buy it for freedom of speech?
Are you crazy? Elon Musk was buying Twitter because he was buying a community. And the most valuable thing in the market is community. So that's what he's trying to
But he
buy.
didn't. The reason that the deal didn't go through.
I disagree with that comment as well. He didn't buy it for that either. But continue.
Right? Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with that. So the reason why Elon Musk didn't buy Twitter and the deal didn't go through was because he said that there's bot accounts. There's too many bot accounts.
Bots? What are bots?
Yeah, what?
So I mean, it's just like one person with like multiple accounts, I guess.
Oh my goodness! Someone can do that. All right, keep going.
There's bots. Please keep. Yeah, I want to know about these. Do you know where you can get them?
No, I mean they're just like humans that act like bots, pretty much.
Yeah, you just gotta look. You can't look. Bots are people too. All right. You and your fucking human privilege.
That's okay what you think.
I'm deeply offended by this line of discussion by Fancy. I thought he was a better person than this. I'm really, really unpleasantly surprised.
There's a lot to learn from all this. There's a lot to learn. This is a signal. This is a signal, right, Mike? This is a signal.
Hello, Mike. Uh-oh, Fancy, we're just teasing you. Relax.
Fancy's an
Okay.
agent.
Right. But what was I think I was trying to make a point, but I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah, we messed you all up. So are we gonna make money off the project or not?
Oh, of course. Let's make money. That's the whole point.
No,
That's
save the whales first. Save the
That's
whales.
literally the whole point of my project is to make money. I mean, come on, guys.
Oh, damn you. What?
And when exactly will you rug us?
So the board. See, what's crazy is that the Bored Ape Yacht Club, like I was saying, they have a lazy lion yacht club now, and they rugged.
No kidding. I never heard of that. I mean, I never heard of that happening, but
the lazy lion yacht club.
So, Ruben, it was John Bird that had perjured there at that grand jury on that stuff I'd sent you. I got an omnibus here in a few hours for that felony case.
What?
I said, well, you know, I'm the Doc's founder of the Fancy Whale Yacht Club. So, are you guys gonna like give me credit or not?
Fancy, how do you feel about yourself? Genuine?
Genuine.
100%.
100%.
100%.
It's too real, right? It's too real.
Look me in my eye, man. Go on my profile picture and just say it. I can feel if it's true. Is it true?
It's true, man. I'm telling you the truth.
Hey, Fancy, I'm number 16 in your Discord.
Fancy, don't lie to me, okay?
We need like a Billy song to play people off.
You want number 16? Well,
no, I'm not a member. I'm just in your Discord, and I'm the 16th person. You might want to lock your Discord up because I could do all kinds of crazy stuff in there. I'm not going to, but I could. So you might want to put some bots,
Dude,
Discord
Fancy.
I mean, what could you do? What could you do?
Nope. I'm just saying, you got your Discord. You should lock it up.
I'm saying, what could you do though?
No, I'm saying you should lock it up.
No, I'm not going to. But what can you do though?
Nothing. I can't do
Meanwhile,
anything.
deep
Okay,
within
so
Twitter
why do I need to
Spaces,
lock it up
what would
for?
happen next? Would he lock up the space, or will the people die in a vacuum of boredom?
So,
I'm gonna
Dan,
go to the next
I feel
call.
like
When I
you're
come
the
back,
reasonable
I
one
hope all
here.
this shit is gone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
Caffrey, you're back. It's so good to hear you. Go on, you sick little bastard.
yeah.
What do
So
you
this
got for me?
fancy whale guy earlier, he was essentially trying to get me to take his company, public via IPO. He called it an initial profit offering. I understand that it's like the wrong terminology, but when I asked him in regards to like his financials and what he was truthfully doing to provide fundamental value to the existential market itself, he said, "I have thousands of dollars in the bank."
I
Fancy.
brought the table. I brought the table
You
to
didn't bring
Mr.
a fucking
Caffrey,
table. Your table,
Sorry.
your table
and
got
I
fucking
put money
blasted to
and I put
bits.
money
Your
on the
table
table,
wasn't
and I
even
put money
allowed
on
in
the
the building.
table.
Like you weren't allowed
I
in the
put money
building.
on the table. I brought the
You're
table, and
embarrassing.
I
You're
brought money to the
embarrassing. Like
table.
you honestly, the
And I
more
have
you
a
speak,
business,
the
and
more you
I
speak, the
have a
more you
private
embarrass
business.
yourself.
I have a private business that I want to think about going public with.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have the capital value to uh,
So,
mitigate like the
hey,
downside risk
why
of
is
going
Caffrey
public.
back up here? Can somebody please remove Caffrey out of
Yeah,
here?
can you please go fuck yourself?
Cause yeah, go fuck
No, I'm
yourself,
not going
man.
to do that. I think that y'all need to calm down
Hey,
a little bit.
Caffrey, go fuck yourself.
Hey,
Yeah,
Fancy,
I'm
don't say
sure
that.
you're a big bad guy, and you obviously have no upside potential in your life. But I do enjoy hearing your general banter on Twitter.
Boom. We did it.
Did I walk into the actual quote unquote fighting arena?
No,
Well,
no,
this
no.
guy's a
The
fucking
bro's
nerd.
cheating.
There's some bulls in this arena. Yeah.
I Mel.
Wow, this has devolved a little bit.
That escalated quickly.
I apologize, guys. Like I don't like that guy.
That's okay.
You're an asshole, man.
No, that's
All
fine.
right.
That's fine. You've been following me all over the
Okay, hey,
fucking
you're an
internet
asshole and a
for the
dick. Guess what?
past
I blocked you.
48
I
hours.
blocked
Like,
you, man.
fuck off. Like, if you don't
I
like that,
blocked
just
you,
fuck
man.
off.
You're an asshole and a dick, and I blocked
Just
you.
Jesus Christ. All right. Can everybody like chill maybe? It's Monday. There's coffee and or liquor to be had. Can't we just take care of those things? Maybe find a hooker. I don't know, whatever you do, just go do it. Don't take it out here. Thanks.
A
You don't
hooker
have any
would
Sandra, I
never
suggestions
love
for
you,
listen.
but like,
hookers?
if you want to like truthfully reiterate a point, like, get this guy to stop following me around the fucking internet.
Hey, I
Caffrey,
blocked
you can
you.
do that.
I
You have
blocked
the
you. You're
power.
blocked, my guy.
Bro, I don't care that you block me. You
Caffrey is
mean nothing
blocked.
to
Hey,
me.
everybody, guys, Caffrey is blocked. You
You
should
mean
please
Wait,
nothing to
remove him
me.
out of
You
the
are a
space.
nobody.
You're blocked.
Guys, listen. Obviously, the two of you are upset by each other. So why don't you just choose not to engage each other and nobody start a curse word from this moment forward? And let's try not to get another, like, that'll prevent
Dude,
another
fuck
curse
that. I
word.
I
hope
mean,
this
I,
guy
I
Shut up,
think I
man.
can
No,
dies.
make
no,
out.
no. Yo,
So,
he's right. Ryler's right. Wait,
You're
Ryler
hurting
is
my
right.
head.
Ryler, I'm behind you. Go on. Speak.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so
start
listen.
singing.
You guys just need to.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna start singing, and you guys are gonna run the fuck out of here. I'm telling you, you don't want that. So can we just be kind to each other, just a little bit, show a little respect, etc. Thanks.
That's
Yeah,
what Ryler's
yeah, I will
for.
show respect the
Can
moment that
we?
you the
Can
I just
I?
moment that
said
you
I'm
let it
gonna
portray a
ride.
suggest.
respectable trait from this guy.
I'm going to suggest that we say three things that you like about yourself.
Caffrey is incapable of being.
I'm not talking to you, Fancy. I will address who will speak first.
Well, who are you talking to then?
Bilal, you say three things good about yourself.
Who?
Is your name Bilal?
Dude, shut the fuck up. No one cares what you have to say. Your opinion is irrelevant.
You are irrelevant.
Oh my god, dude.
You are irrelevant,
I'm not
Whale.
talking to you, Mel.
No, each of you, if you want to participate, you
Yeah,
can. You
Caffrey's
can.
opinion's irrelevant. Thank you, Mel.
This is. I have to say, Sandra. I have to say, this is the most entertaining space I've been in a very long time, and it's
Sorry.
great.
I mean, my husband's just always drunk, and it's this is what happens. It's
Yes,
with
I
her
understand.
husband here, it just spins out of control, and he's trying to
One
get
thing leads
over
to
it.
another, you know?
Here we are then.
When did we get married?
You're my Twitter
This is
husband. We should
exactly the kind of shit we're
not
talking
married,
about,
but
Caffrey.
I say that to be annoying. Stop drinking.
Interesting. I'm not even drinking.
Yeah, you are.
I'm literally not.
You literally are in my imagination, so therefore you are.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're literally in my imagination fornicating.
I feel like
Hey,
the every time you say literally, I feel like it's increasingly figurative.
Yeah. Well, that's simple. That's simply because the fact that it is valued on a time basis.
all right, go ahead. What is your name? XXX? What the? What? Go ahead. Sorry. What is your
He's
name,
gonna say
sir?
something weird. I can
It's
already tell.
Axiom. No, man, I was actually gonna say, no, you're wrong. I was gonna say, if somebody's following you, brother, and you don't have a place to talk about it, I feel you. And then everybody kind of generalizes what's going on. So I don't know exactly what's going on. I stepped in, but I caught it from the beginning of, like, yeah. I'm not taking sides, but you can get at me if you need to.
Nope,
Hey,
not gonna
XM.
do that because that's not in my general behavior process. I do appreciate like your general input. I don't know you, so I don't have a general opinion as to how I should feel about you.
No problem. All
So
right, man. That's all I had to say. It's like I know how it feels to get followed around. So
It's good to see everyone
yeah,
getting along.
yeah, this guy's been following me for like the past 48 hours, trying to introduce the idea that for some
Bro,
reason
shut up. You're
we need
blocked.
yo, dude, shut the fuck
You're
up, bro.
blocked,
Like
man.
you're
Stop.
trying
No
to
one's
sell
following you. You're
everyone on
blocked.
the idea that
Hey, nobody is
that
All right,
we need
listen,
following you
Wait,
chess,
anywhere.
Sandra,
You're
was
that
it
we
the
need
title
blocked.
of
chess
the
in
speed
space?
up.
Web3 and
Here we go.
Maybe because I put vampire up there. Did I change the name of the space, Sandra? Is the title of the space a self-fulfilling prophecy?
I don't know. What do you think we should do with these people, Mike? I don't want to. I mean,
Look, to me, it's all entertainment. I'm here for it.
all right. Let's let it whirl then.
I think a
bro,
good
this guy's a
precedent.
fucking moron. He tried to compare gold and silver as being not precious metals.
I didn't do that. All right.
Guy's a fucking idiot. He's just been following me around, just being super annoying for the past 48 hours.
Melody.
You're annoying, man. No one's
Why
following you
are you
around. You're
here?
blocked. You're blocked, man.
Excuse me, Sandra, do you mind? Is it
Hey,
possible that we
guys,
can set a
everybody
precedent
block
here?
Caffrey. Everybody block Caffrey. He's full of
All
shit.
right.
It's
Bro, go fuck yourself. Like, honestly, like, if you had a dick, you could probably choke on it because you are definitely a
If you
cocksucker.
blocked him, don't talk to
Hold on.
him.
Can we just
If you
unpack that a little
literally
bit?
just blocked him,
Because
don't
he
talk
keeps
to
he
him.
keeps talking
You know
about
what,
me. He keeps
Mike?
Don't
talking
You
talk
about
to
me.
him.
Bro, you're
Don't.
following. You're literally
yeah, go ahead,
following.
Sandra.
Like my
Wait,
dick
wait,
is in
wait.
his
Here,
mouth
here,
right
here's
now. I
the
mean,
rule.
he just
Here's
can't
the
He's
rule that the
stop.
entire
I
following
group
me.
need to follow.
already
He just
suggested a
follows me
rule right
everywhere.
now.
That be helpful here? I don't
Okay,
know.
let's.
Ruben,
May I present a solution, please?
sure. Go ahead, Catherine.
Okay. Neither of you are allowed to mention the other individual, like at all.
Bro, fuck that
Indirectly,
guy. Fuck him.
you can't do it. You can't mention him at all. No mentioning. And
There.
Bro, he
that's it.
just cussed me out. I mean, how many times
But
you
that's
gonna
okay. But from
Bro,
this
how
go
many
moment
fuck
on,
times
yourself.
do you
Like,
from this
have to
fuck
moment
tell
off.
on,
him?
from this moment on,
No, just
you both have been very naughty little boys, and you've both insulted each other. So
no, I
moving
haven't. I
forward,
actually haven't. I really
You're
haven't.
fucking
no, you both
following
have.
me.
You both
Get
have.
the fuck
Listen,
out of
you
here.
both have
Yeah.
insulted
Let's
each other,
see. What?
and you both need to
Yeah.
move on from the instance of insulting each other. So it's like
I've
I
just
hate
moved
this
on.
stop
guy.
I've
talking about each
moved
other.
on already. I blocked him
I
and I
thought,
moved
no,
on.
what the fuck do you mean you moved on? You just mentioned me, like, by name.
All right.
Like,
I
get
had
the
to.
fuck out of here.
I want eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That's not a reflection on anybody. I just Caffrey, please. He's just let's chill. All right. Thank you. All right.
Yes, 10 things I love about you. How about ourselves? Let's do ourselves. Let me change this right now.
All right. Who's
We're
first?
we're changing the room. 10 things. We're going to say 3 things I love about myself. Who wants to go first?
KC, start us off, please.
I just like to say that I love the softness of my own skin, and I love the way that I sing songs, and I think I'm really good at loving people, and that's what I love about myself.
Awesome. Who else? Who's next?
Fancy's next. Okay,
I
Fancy,
like that.
without yelling at anyone, follow the rules of the game here, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Fancy.
I love 3 things I love about myself. I love that I'm genuine. I love that I'm honest, and I love that I'm valuable.
You are. Thank you. All right, Ruben, please.
Okay, I think I have medium strength Japanese skills. I don't have bow hunting skills, but one aspires. Um, I feel as though I like that when I insult people, the first insult that springs to mind is not if you had a dick, you could probably choke on it. Um, but
Interesting. Ruben, I'm going to add you to my block list now.
Was that 3, Ruben?
Where has he been all?
I think it's 3.
Okay. Crypto.
I'm good at video games, and I'm patient with people that annoy me, and I'm okay with not being the smartest person in the room.
If you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Caffrey, you're next because you spoke.
Yeah, so interesting. One of my favorite things about myself is that I am super humble. I genuinely appreciate outside input, although it may disagree with my current philosophy or thesis. And my teeth are fantastic.
Nice.
He's right about the teeth.
Nice.
Yeah, I went to the dentist today, so.
I think Rayler had his hand up earlier. Thank you, Caffrey.
I can't go right now. You just get me.
Where's Fancy?
Nope, not
Fancy
an
already went?
option. Wait, Melly, no,
What's
hold
up?
on. Like, you
What's up?
can't be, like, strictly dictating, like, who gets to speak. Like,
No,
Yes, I am.
give it yours. Give it
Yes, I
yours.
am. Give us. Oh, me? I love that I'm patient. I love that I have love for everyone, all the strangers around me. And I love that I like learning choreography and love dancing.
Interesting.
Okay.
So, I'll see you on the scene of Step Up 4.
No, I'm not a competitive dancer. I just love dancing. You can see me at a dance class.
Yeah,
can
you
see
could
me.
also find me and Sandra dancing at our wedding.
Okay, I'll dance with you guys at your wedding.
This is why I have to say you're drunk because we're already Twitter
That's what
married.
I'm saying. He keeps forgetting. Some drink to remember. He drinks exclusively to forget, and it's unfortunate. But we accept you, Caffrey. You're welcome here. We love you. Stop
All
drinking.
right, Ruben, honestly, I'm not going to be ridiculed by someone that believes that
Alaska.
time is the most valuable asset
Alaska is next. Let's
on
give
the Web3
Alaska the
chain.
floor.
Laskoshi.
Okay, Alaskoshi. Sigues tú.
You don't drink to forget, Barb. You drink to remember. It's a scene from the movie Barbed Wire.
Aloski, give me 3 things that you love about yourself.
I think that I came up with that quote just now as one.
Okay.
Interesting.
¿Qué más? Give me another one.
¿Qué
That's all I got.
pasa?
Give me another one. Alaska.
Oh,
Dale.
Pasa.
Caffrey, hold on.
I love I'm not hearing anyone arguing.
Chuparme la pala, por favor.
Alaski.
Yeah.
Alaskoski. Dale. 2 more. Well, I'm happy I didn't say 10.
Bro, he hates himself.
Mhm. Okay. You can't think of 2 more, puppy?
No.
Oh, that's sad. Okay.
Yo, imagine being called Poppy and not having some form of confidence.
Oh. All right, next.
Yeah, I want to.
Sasta.
Yeah, I want to tell that basically my English is a little bit poor, like and don't like you. But my 3 things I want to tell about me that I'm humble and I like to help people, poor people like that. And the third one is I want to be always in smiling face in any situation of my life, maybe it's good or bad. I like to be show people that I am happy and uh, like that.
Thank you.
I love
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
धन्यवाद.
Actually, before 1 year, I have lost my younger brother. He was treated in cancer and he left away from us. So after that, I uh, I faced what is struggle in my life. So after that, I started my style in different way to be smile always.
Yeah, very interesting. Sandra, are you much of a
Yeah,
cook?
I can be a fantastic cook, except right now I don't have a stove. I have like a stove top, but I don't have an oven. So I'm kind of like trying to coordinate that. But yeah,
And how did you get so damn hot?
oh my.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Yep. Yeah, hell yeah. I like this guy.
I'm actually going to pan fry a
So,
salmon with dill and a few other things.
I would assume that you're baking that with the skin on.
Yes.
Yes, we like skin. Hmm.
Yeah, foreskin.
Well, no, but I'll fry your
I
foreskin
could
off, but
never. I'm way too white to have foreskin.
And so the room took a nosedive unlike any
alrighty then.
other,
Thank you.
crashing to the
No,
floor.
essentially, what I was going to get at, Sandra, thank you for claiming me as your boyfriend. I would have
No,
never
you're
expected
just
that out of someone like you.
my drunk Twitter husband. It doesn't mean
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe you caught me like at a bad night, but
No,
that's
it was I was being humorous. That you actually were being very nice, and I just
interesting.
I wrecked your day. But you don't remember it because you were drunk. So
Yeah, I don't know how that I don't know how that plays.
I'm just teasing you. We're not actually married. You understand that, right?
I don't know. It was feeling pretty serious for me there for a second.
Oh, all right. Well, that's okay. But we're not like legally or even under common law. We don't really have anything going on. It's just like an ongoing humor thing.
Interesting.
But you're a cool guy. I think you're very cool.
Thank
You're
you.
too honestly you're too young. Like if I'm 50, and if you really are 24, that's like I can't.
I'm 27.
Well, that's a little better, but still. Anyway,
Man, I thought
don't
you
take it
were
the
I
wrong
thought you
way.
were
What's the
19.
limit? Is it like when you can be their parent? Like, is that the limit?
Well, look at it this way: when I'm 60, he'll be 37. That's all. That's like me being an asshole. So you know what I mean? Like, but so by the time I pass away, it would just be it just it's just kind of like not cool, in my opinion. But other people would disagree with me. I fully recognize that.
When you're 60, he'd be tearing it up.
Yes, sir.
But that's the whole point. That's the whole point. I'm going to be slowing. I'm going to be like meandering around, and that person deserves better than.
Yeah, like in your geriatric stage, and I'm still gonna be like agile.
Well, you could break my hip. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to have like
Imagine your
Fuck
hip
too
being
hard.
broken.
Fuck
Yo,
too
like new
hard and
definition
break your
of
hip.
busting it open.
Yeah, exactly.
Or blowing your
osteoarthritis.
back out. You're gonna blow your hip out.
Yeah, bad things. Older people, whether they like it or not, or whether they want to admit it or not, most old people get a little fragile. They can't like take the wear and tear that they say a 45-year-old could like do. So
The
thinking,
wear and tear. The wear and tear is real.
yeah, exactly.
We are
So
not really sitting in spaces talking about geriatric sex,
I'm
right?
afraid so.
That's not what we're doing, right? We're not doing that,
How
right?
do I get into these things? This is all my fault. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm just saying, in general, the age issue, even though we like to say age is not a number, sometimes it is. And if you're not honest about that, you're going to end up making the other person miserable. And that's just not fair to that person. You know, I mean, so I don't think that that's.
What if you set a term limit for the marriage such that when it reaches that time for yourself, they can pull the cord and exit, you know? Right? We set term limits
Instant
for presidents.
separation.
We set term limits for presidents and leaders. Why not set it for spouses? It makes perfect sense to me. As long as the kids are, 22 years old, nobody feels bad about them being left out in the cold.
We could do Dow marriages. We can set it all up in a Dow.
Yeah, the distributed dicks.
Dowried.
Dowried. Fantastic. You get the gold star. I like it.
Yay,
But
gold
I just like
stars.
I like the fact that when we changed from vampires to the 3 things I love about myself, everything kind of smoothed out. Good job, Melody.
Yep, that was actually a good job. That tactic worked pretty well.
So we now have a hypothesis that the Twitter Spaces conversations conform to the title given to the space.
Was it the title, the space, or the activity? Because I feel like it was the activity more so than the title. Because it went from arguing to saying nice things.
Okay, let's change the title back to fighting again. Let's see what happens.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it awkward, everybody, but
No, it's not awkward. It's Twitter Spaces.
yeah.
Come inside, please.
All right, there you go. Fighting for no reason. Let's see what happens.
Hey guys, I have to go.
I need to bow out to make a phone call, so I'll be back in like 10 minutes, if that's okay.
Hey guys, I have to go. So goodbye. And I have a business. I am providing flight tickets and hotel tickets. If you have any requirement future, get in touch with me, please.
Where do you administer flights?
Yeah, I am providing flight tickets all over the world.
Wow. Why should someone buy a flight ticket from you rather than else?
Yeah, it's a nice question.
In
My
time of
business,
COVID, you're going to try and get people to travel. For shame.
How dare you? Easy there, American Airlines. Go on, Sasta.
Actually, it's my business. I'm providing flight tickets in very low price. So
Are you a
can,
terrorist? Are you a terrorist though?
No. I'm an engineer.
What's the difference during the singularity? Sasta, I'm going to make sure I follow you, and I would love to see you back so we can talk more about your business.
Sure. Thank you so much, guys, for the time. So bye, everybody.
Thanks for coming. Condolences about your brother. I love the way that you handled it.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's a part of life, actually. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
You take care. All love.
Hey, so you. I'm sick of you always being so prim and proper. I'm picking a fight with you.
Oh, yeah? How should I be? Yo, what's going on, Shorty? What are you trying to say, dog?
I'm trying to say you use big words a lot. And small,
you don't
tricky
understand
words.
The big words? I went to the Princeton of Toronto called U of Toronto. You know, it kind of oscillates between gangster and then like a pendejo.
There you go again. Oscillates. What the hell's wrong with you? Talk like a real person.
What is that? And what is that? Who's the closest to a real person that I know?
Allie, but that's not a fair bar.
Yeah, it's hard for me to impersonate her. Yeah. Mostly she's impersonating other people in the space.
Now that would be something. Dude, that'd be something worth recording.
So much fun. Yeah, if I could have like another recorder of her impersonating people in the space, that's its own album.
Like 5-second clip of them talking.
Hi, I have 7 PhDs, and I don't believe in your precise definition. I think it's imprecise, and here are 11 reasons why over 17 minutes why the minutia matters. Welcome to Minutia Matters with PhDs that can't find novel work to do.
What happens when you mix PhDs and boredom?
It's called funding.
That's awesome. These silly people coming into Twitter spaces and having arguments and getting all emotional and wild up.
Dude, I love it.
I know, it's such a horrible.
It's such a great part of the show, I think.
It's like
revealing.
It's like driving by a car accident. It's like, oh, I shouldn't look. That looks bad, but I'm gonna look.
The weird thing is that depending on the title, you might be able to cause the accident, which is something that, is a bit Stanford experimenty,
Let's see. Let's see here. I'm gonna start going through people's bios and trying to pick fights with them.
Yeah.
Crypto is not the future, TJ. All thoughts are not your own. OG Mafioso, win Camel. The best way to predict the future is to create it. That's poppycock and ridiculous trivial. Nobiolo Inspector will travel. Mark Twain knew well that travel is inherently political. Wine is culture. Italy awaits. The only thing Italy awaits is a global recession and a horrible pandemic.
Crypto solves that.
The bait has been taken. Crypto is for criminals, and its only use case is in sucking out the inherited value of generational wealth.
Sure.
And decentralization is a lie.
I think we all agree then.
Oh shit, man! It's supposed to be a fight. Come on.
That's the thing.
Crypto doesn't solve shit. What's your stance? Come on.
I mean, apparently it's all shit for lawyers.
And for fucking politics.
Oh,
right?
There we go. There we go.
Everybody's fucking, obviously involved into crypto.
Yeah,
everybody?
I think the part is, yeah.
Everyone that
the part
you're
is that nobody
engaged with, or everyone? Oh, what is the percentage worldwide of people that don't have access to the internet?
All lie.
I mean, I'm
it's
not.
It's like, how many of the unbanked have a digital wallet? Oh, they don't have a phone. Ah, fuck.
We're still struggling with mass adoption for the internet. And crypto's supposed to change the global economy? No.
Wait a minute. We thought we were gonna. So you mean we can't? They have no way of getting them. I thought we were supposed to.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, all that talk about righting all the wrongs in the economy, that's actually called a marketing sales pitch.
How dare you? Solana is fully decentralized.
Decentralized into one person's wallet.
Dude, remember, did you see that article about how it was like one guy who had 8 different wallets?
Dude. As soon as they started shutting wallets down from a group vote, I'm like, whoa.
Whoa. That's true democracy, though, isn't it? Right?
It's not a republic.
Yeah, it's kind of like a financial purge, where you get to kill anyone's wallet for like 20
In a 20-minute window every day. Every wallet is available to be hacked and pilfered at will. Are you using cold storage? You'd better be.
Yeah, it's was it me and you were talking about like the hackability of cold storage?
The potential. It was the potential for a disconnect on the exchange you're using when you load versus when you unload. Yep.
Did you hear about the story about how people were sent ledgers saying that, oh, there's been a new ledger and your old ledger is being outdated, and it was actually like a fake ledger?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds horrible. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
because the technology is sound, so you have to hack the people.
God damn. That's brutal.
Yeah.
I hate
Right?
your shit
So
like
imagine you
that.
get something in the mail that says, "Hey, we have a new Nano for you." Oh, shut up! This one has Bluetooth. Fuck off! And you're like, "Oh,
Thanks for connecting your Bluetooth.
yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for."
Boop. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
the scary part is that when you look at the cybersecurity side, so it's like the concept of 0-day attacks, right? So did you ever see that post by that guy who said, "Hey, this is how you could take down Terra Luna by
Oh,
issuing a George Soros 0-day attack"? Did you see that thread?
I want to say that I did, but I'm not sure.
Oh man! So the guy just like, here's how you could attack it, and it was like in November.
Sounds.
Right. So this is like well before this. He was just like, here's a known error. Right. And the guy said, nah, it's bullshit. Right. But the thing is, like, you want to wait to the height of the market before you extract your value. Right. If the price of X is going up, and you only have one chance to capture, for sure you make sure is at the top. Oh, here it is. A few weeks ago, I responded to a tweet with a brief outline of how a wealthy attacker could not only break Terra money, but profit heavily doing it with a Soros-style Black Wednesday attack. Below, I provide a detailed breakdown. Approximately $1 billion of capital needed.
That hurts. That hurts so fucking bad. Dude, all the brain work that went behind that from the community, not even the developers, to something like that. That was just, it's daunting. Like, if all these smart motherfuckers can leave their pants undone to that extent, what chance do I have?
Well, not so much pants undone. It's a unwillingness to engage with your black hat hacker community. Right?
There.
This is November 25th,
You
2021.
remember Morpheus?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That was what you're talking about now. That's what he was talking all about. Was we were too arrogant. We would not listen to anybody pointing out weaknesses. That was a no-no.
But at
And
the same time, it's like if things went the other way, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, right? We'd all be high fiving, blah blah blah. Canada would finally be allowed to use the platform, even though it's created in Canada. What a Canadian thing that something created in Canada is not available to Canadians.
Right, I always wondered about that.
Yeah.
Like that's
we don't care until the U.S. cares. The U.S. tells us what to care about.
Yeah. Oh man, I need to form some like comebacks to the Canadian. I don't want to, not you, but like in some of the spaces, the Canadian look down their noses type of attitude. I want to say the A word, but
yeah, I think that's a global thing too, where people are like, you know what I mean? And it's like, you're using fucking DARPA technology, you idiot. If I took away American technology, need I say more? You know? Now I'm sorry about what happened with the British East India Tea Company. That wasn't us.
Wink, wink.
We have to fight those motherfuckers too. We understand. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And I say that from Canada, which still recognizes the Queen. So what do I know? All right.
I mean, I don't know. You got the Trudeau statues going up everywhere, right? Aren't you like a big Trudeau supporter?
Dude, I'm a huge Trudeau supporter. When I saw him wear like the Indian outfit, I felt like he was really connecting with me and my culture.
Do you write him letters of fondness?
I know he doesn't. I know he responds, but it's hard to tell if it's really his signature. Seems more like a form letter to me, but I can't. But it seems genuine. I read it in his voice in my head, which makes it seem personal.
I didn't know if you're gonna go that direction or like. I know that when he's
I
giving
didn't
those
know
news
either.
conferences.
Look, I don't know where the plane's gonna land once I start. I just fly the plane and then figure, okay, it's been 15 seconds. Let me wrap it up.
See, I'm over here just throwing airplanes and fuel at you.
Yeah.
That's
No, it's
all.
fun.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, good times.
Good times.
Better than listening to two people just scream at each other. Anyways.
Well, I mean, I think I enjoy the screaming. It's just law of diminishing returns. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's funny is like once everyone started arguing, I got a call, right? So it's like a lot of times people think I'm here, and a lot of times I am, but sometimes I'm not. You know what I mean? And when I hear where the conversation's going, it's like, oh, okay, let me just turn this down, take a call. Hey, what's going on? No way, we got a new video editor in Ghana, and he's going to do the music videos. You think he could do the e-learning? Wicked. All right, so let me get his number so I can have him do the videos, and I can move on. All right, good. Come back to the conversation.
Fair, totally fair. It makes me think about something else. Do you remember the other day I was what if you had like Wombo but for singing?
Go on.
So like I record my song a cappella and then I upload the file to the AI and it puts beats and maybe a background sound with trumpets and whatever it thinks would go good with that song.
Dan showed me this AI music thing called AIV8.ai. I tagged you in it, and I'm going to put it to the top.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. But the other thing, though, is if you wanted music, because we have the Ghanaian music label, we could also, share you some beats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd like to take one of my little songs and like have somebody make it sound good.
Oh, you know who could do that? Fucking Jeff.
Who, really?
Of course, Jeff the guitarist. Let me see if he's correct. One sec. Have you heard Jeff's music?
I have. Oh, I've heard his guitar playing.
Here, let me send you something.
Oh wait, it's still a fighting for no reason room. So,
right. I hate you.
Yeah, you're stupid. Yeah.
You're stupid too.
Yeah. We got like end every sentence on like
Hey, yeah. Here, let me
but
send you
like
something, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably
You
won't even
fucking
understand
smelly
it.
bastard. Yeah, you dumbass.
Smelly. So, all right, I'm gonna DM this to you. All right, do me a favor. Check this out. This is Jeff.
You
on
keep
one of the
dropping
tracks.
my name. I was on a call and I hear this thing in the background. And I heard it again. I was like, oh, fuck. What the hell's that about?
It's I like
I'm
the
dropping out.
idea. Oh yeah, no worries. I like the idea of like recording messages to people who aren't in the room, right? And then you just clip it, and then you can tag them. It's like talking to them.
I got to get the clipping down. I haven't really figured out the clipping enough.
So the clipping, all it does is when you press the scissors, the previous 30 seconds is the clip.
Okay, good. All right.
So all I'm doing in the background is literally fucking snapping my fingers, dude.
That's awesome.
To try to time it perfectly.
Well,
I should have a little
it seemed like it was exciting here earlier. I can't take that blue collar guy, man. I want
to. It's that line between like the optimal amount of friction and entertainment, right? To be honest with you, when it happens, like I was like on another call, right? So so a lot of the times it's like, oh, they're fighting. Let me turn this down all the way. And I'll literally come back like 25 minutes later, people still arguing.
Hey,
And I'll come back like, it's so nice to see everyone getting along.
when are we
And then
gonna
I'll
do
take over.
another? We should do another bait space sometime, but we should be ready for it.
Oh my god! Like what?
I don't know. I guess let's start off with like Seda Realty, and then not yet. Don't do it yet. We got to be ready for it. But start off with
Okay.
like Seda Realty, and then switch it to 365 24/7.
I want to talk to the Avalanche people and see what they think.
Sure.
About this.
Yeah.
So what do they use as their
main social
hashtag?
media? Oh, what's their hashtag?
Yeah.
It is.
It's Avalanche with the
little red flag, right?
triangle.
Yeah.
With the little red flag.
Dude, I saw somebody post that up the other day. They're like, it's literally a red flag.
A red flag. It's a funny joke in crypto.
Right? It's like the project that was called Totally a Rug Pull. I thought that was rather amazing. What happened to Dan? We weren't letting him talk, so we dropped back down to listener. Dan.
Dan looked up from the typewriter. That's my favorite.
especially with his PFP. Like
oh man. Oh my god.
His PFP when you say that is perfect.
Biting. Whoa. Wow. When you start reading a message out loud and you're like, oh, I can't say the rest of that. I wonder if he's free.
Oh, we're gonna.
Hold on. Let me ask him. It's funny because I told he heard about the voice acting class, and he thought about it as well.
Yeah.
Ken Graham. Yeah. Because I was like, hey, you can be your own PR agent. Why not?
Oh my god. So, hold on. I'm just going to read out loud Lagatha's DM to me. Since when being white means you have no foreskin? It's just weird Americans that still circumcise. The whole of Europe is white and not circumcised.
I think that's a valid point.
I mean,
I don't see what it has to do with Avalanche.
No, but it was just you said DMs. I'm like, I should check my DMs, and then I'm like, I'm gonna read this one out loud. Yeah.
It's so funny when you check your DMs sometimes, and it's like, oh shit, you know what I mean? There's all this business going on in the background. Yeah. Yeah. So I have
non-stop calls today. I said, can't get anything done. Can't get on Spaces and talk.
Oh, that's right, Casey.
What's up?
Whenever you're, we should plan some time to knock out some calls.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. Watch me die on the phone.
All I want to do is get my handle on the product, so I understand the selling points, and then
the selling points you're going to figure out when they say they're not interested because of a reason that you thought they would be interested.
Yeah. Well,
that make sense?
Oh yeah.
That's when it starts. That's when it starts. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all like at the same time, I got a message back from Richard saying 3 more agencies had signed up for the service. So I know it's selling. Right? We just have to make those calls.
Yep.
Right? And I know that the other demo I set up for him was good. But they just have to figure out, sometimes the two founders have to marinate on a way that they can, because some people don't want to participate just from a transactional perspective.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
Some people
for
say,
a full
what?
service. They want a relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe to capture more revenue than just as a quick transaction.
Right.
Right. So sometimes people step back and say, you know what? Yes, but not right now, which is fine with me. Right. Because, I don't mind sowing a lot of seeds, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with the slow pipeline.
Yeah. Right. So, like, I know for a fact that it's selling, which is the reason I want to sell it, and because the sales cycles are very short.
That's always a bonus.
It's the only bonus when you're eating what you kill.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to eat what you kill 18 months down the road?
Dan entered into the sales call with all the data from his AI companion.
And he said the following. Error, can't compute. It's already fucking 5 and I started the day, I swear, an hour ago. Fuck. Can't get a break today. Previously on Can't Get a Break, we meet people who definitely didn't get a break today. First up, Dan Rockwell from Columbus, Ohio. How you doing there, sir? Frustrated and pissed off. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Can you tell us a little bit about how your day went sideways? I don't know. It was like an hour ago, and then now everything's fucked. Yeah, well, you just can't get a break. That sure is. Can't get a fucking break. See, that'd be a great show. You just do that.
Do you guys have PayPal? Is that a thing in the States?
My wife does the PayPal. I'm PayPal agnostic. I don't do PayPal.
The reason I asked is because I was talking to Christian about how to accept, because he would take the payment in two deposits, like half in the beginning and half when I guess before, in the third and fourth week. So I was like, okay, so how to do the money? But sometimes transferring money from Canada to U.S. banks gets a little, So they were wondering if people had PayPal, but it's up to you.
PayPal would work, and then at the same time, I could do whatever transfer he wants.
No worries. He I talked to him today for a while, and so he has like all of these ideas. The thing is, like, for him to be able to work with you guys and to say that you guys blew up after this would be the biggest win for him in the studio. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be really cool. We gotta figure out the animation part. If he could come up with characters and animation, then he would have a half production. He would just work. You know what I'm saying?
He knows, like, the people that he knows are like the head of the Toronto Animation Film Festival.
We should what we should do is we should get scraps of animation cuts that didn't make
Here's
it.
how we could do it. Sheridan College. Sheridan College is where Pixar finds their talent. And so we could just, through Christian, because he does the voiceovers for the students. Like, he donates his voice so that they can get a professional voice actor to do like the grunts and stuff like that. And so if you see these second year and third year students, it's scary, dude. Oh man, you think we're doing something with this AI? Imagine what a second year actual art student is doing with all of the supercomputers and the motion capture. Oh my god.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, I could definitely see. I see what you're saying. Definitely possibilities, but I guess regardless of whatever we do, I definitely want to keep it going. I could see doing more, at least whatever. Like for me, it's kind of an imperative for me just to do the voice acting. I have all this talent. I shouldn't be sitting on it. I have these voices, so I should just I should just close the gate on that. You know what I mean? It's just
Share
I'm
them
out of
with the
storage
world,
space.
Dan. Share them with the world.
Share them with the world, like your seed.
Well, look, there's nobody that's going to tell me that people don't derive pleasure from it. Does that make sense? There's actually nobody on the planet that can tell me that. Because if they told me that, I would put together a whole highlight reel of people enjoying it. And I have the recordings to prove it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like, I think this might happen in the future if... No. People are already enjoying this. The question is, to me, the question is, how do we reproduce it in ultra super high quality such that we can, Actually, what I could do, I forgot. I should send you Allie's reel. Allie.
Yeah. Doesn't she have like a whole character reel that she's done?
Yeah. Oh shit. How do I send it to you? I don't have you on WhatsApp. How do I upload this? Can I go share and go?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a big hit. Everyone, take two and take a big hit.
Alley video. Oh yeah. Drive.
What would the Queen of Sensibility say? What would the Queen of Sensibility say? She would say something really direct, blunt. Get over it. Move on. That's what she would say. And you remember that. Queen of Sensibility.
Okay. So, man, it's cool because you knew Allie. You know Allie. So now.
Yeah, I totally recognize her as an anime cosplay guy.
Yeah. So do me a favor. Check out this Google Drive link I sent you and let me know what you think.
All right. Well, can you hear me? Am I making noise?
I can hear you.
All right, there we go. That was awesome, man. Dude, her reel is amazing. Although you got to tell her that you should just tell her as a joke. Tell her that ASMR at the end was really direct. No, no, man, she's got a great. It's funny when I heard her voice, I was like, God, she should be doing voices. So it's great to know that she is doing that with you, man. Or when did she start doing those voices and stuff? Did you get her into that because of what the stuff you done?
She was the first part of the guinea pig process.
Oh
right?
man, that's awesome.
Yeah, because she knew Christian. She was like, "Hold on, you mean I get a chance to study under Christian, who I already watched all of his cartoons? Giddy up, you know."
Yeah, that's
so
awesome.
just like it was that for her. But yeah, that's her.
God, man, that's awesome, man. That's really
yeah.
cool.
So the guy. So there's Christian and there's Steph we're gonna meet, but Dave is the guy I met first, and Dave is the guy who mixes all of that audio together. That's the secret sauce, right? There's only one Dave that I know of. You know.
Well, that's the ADR mixer kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
The
cool,
guy
man.
that
That's
has like fucking. You ever see this guy edit and he has like 15 apps open at the same time? You're like, what the fuck is this for? Oh, well, this recapitulates the AR7256. I'm like, what the?
Yeah. It does make me think if we could do a Syndicate cartoon, that would be a good test vehicle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it would have to be. You know what the thing it would have to be is well, we have to talk to Christian and figure out like what kind of range. Like he would want to do a show, most likely like a 30-minute piece, or 20-minute, or 15, whatever. But he would probably want us to capture our full range of inflection. You know what I mean? So we'd have to figure out Like, and the problem with animation is that it requires a lot of steps. But maybe there might be a way to do it through AI, and we'll
Well,
have to figure that out.
the cool thing is, like, Peter's down to do whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so immediately, because he's down to do whatever, we have the artists around us. If we ever want to do the Sheridan students, we could do that, right? But we have the artists around us to create something that's never been created before, right? But to me, I just want to make sure that we all got our audio quality to the level that if it was time to present to Netflix, we could actually send them a Google Drive link. I mean, like,
Yeah, absolutely.
it's in the quality that you demand, in the format that you demand. You know what I mean? Like, to be able to sell all that stuff, right? Because that's what SiriusXM wants. That's all right. So show me what's listening in Sound Exchange and send me the Google Drive link. And if those audio clips are high quality, then it doesn't matter how good the jokes are.
Mm-hmm.
And the challenge is, I know that Twitter Spaces steps down the audio quality.
Yeah. I think it's I got to try this experiment in Midjourney. I saw someone using the Stable Diffusion, and they were able to do a sprite maps. A sprite map would be, basically it makes a sprite animation sheet. And if AI can do animation sheets, we could figure out how to actually do really bizarre. It might not actually be things that are completely coherent, but they would be interesting. I don't know. Get another thing to fuck with. But yeah, I'm there with you, man.
Yeah, he would. As someone who voiced Total Drama, the it's interesting because you talk to a lot of people about sales, right? And then you talk to Christian about sales, who's been voicing commercials for a long time, and it's like you realize there's another level of thinking,
Yeah, no, totally, man. I mean, yeah, I haven't got the count from folks. I guess we got to figure that out. We might have to send out a big tweet or something in terms of like how many people are signing up, so we can get it solidified and such.
I figured we'd go like one at a time in my mind, where it's like, all right, and I told Christian this, which is like, all right, so I know that selfishly, of all the people, I think that could take the most benefit from it to be you. To be honest
Yeah,
with
totally.
you,
I'm
you know
like
what I mean?
in and ready to go
And
whenever.
that was for me, and that was my opinion from day one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right?
guys, just had a great conversation with some Bitcoiners. No, I'm just kidding. That could never happen.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Well, I definitely think, yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, there's a part of me that wants to take the class just with him too, just because I want to almost like work out my range a little bit, um, but I'm open for whatever. I mean, I just definitely want to do that piece. I really enjoy this program.
Did he say that it could be available for the group or like in group setting?
Oh no, I think it definitely can be. I was just thinking about, there's a whole range of bizarreness that I probably want to explore that I don't want to take out of the normal class time. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'd like to either figure that out with him direct. Plus, I want to talk to him separately and think about the animation piece. Like now that it's just like everything is Syndicate. Like now that you have a connection, like we don't make connections into people. We kind of like we meet everybody with like one of those tridents. You know what I mean? And when we meet people, we're like, "Oh, we like you," and then we stab them. And now we're like, "Sweet, all right." And now, if I need you, I'm just gonna pull this thing. You know what I mean? Like we make real connections. So now I kind of want to talk to Christian about the animation stuff and some other aspects, just so that Michael and I can kind of drill down on sort of instincts and tactics going forward, and like what would be really great for not only enablement of okay, yeah, did that help us? That's cool, but how does it help the group? And then how can it help, in a good, focused kind of way going forward for folks? Because that's
Why do
part
you
of the
think that
challenge.
it is your responsibility to try and educate like a larger portion of the environment?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Why do you think it is your responsibility to try and educate the uneducated?
It's not my responsibility. It's something that I do. I just do it.
Right. So you're
You
like
know what
a
I'm saying?
goody two shoes.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. So you're like a goody two shoes.
I want to know
Um,
where that saying came
I
from.
don't know if that's it. I mean, that's kind of like a good
Goody
person as a
tissues.
teacher.
Like, how do you even
You know,
spell
my father
tissues?
was a
Like,
teacher, so I
what
want to be
word
a
is that?
teacher. Is that a goody two shoes? I guess. Possibly. Maybe that's what I am.
Let's see what the captions. Goody tissues.
I
Goody.
don't have to work for any of it. That's the amazing thing. All comes to me. So why not share it? Could have hoarded it.
Yeah,
You get
it's
bored after a
interesting.
while.
Yeah, I think prematurely capturing value is the enemy of eating steak.
But isn't veal expensive?
Veal?
Veal is expensive, apparently. I don't know if I've ever really enjoyed veal though. It's not. I can't say how many times I've actually ordered it. You know. I think
Yeah.
I've never ordered it. But like,
Yeah. There's
there
in regards to veal, there's very few specific prime restaurants that can serve it properly.
you go. Hence why you don't see it in the Midwest.
Like in New
Get
York,
good
or
value.
where would you say is the best cafe?
Truthfully, like the one chain that I've found that operates like on a prime like seafood, like like meat buffet sort of period is Eddie V's, and the best place that I've ever had like veal cooked properly is was in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Yeah, I don't. I think I probably had it once or twice, but my sister likes it. She likes it. And there's a place in Miami she likes to go to. It's
Yeah, the food
Palm
down here is
Beach, I
trash.
think.
I will say that.
Yeah. Do you ever go north, like Palm Beach or West Palm?
Yeah, I go up to Delray pretty frequently. Um, which Delray is north of Palm Beach, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
but just on like more of like a locale kind of demeanor. The food's significantly better than it is in the city itself.
It's better than the city, is that what you just said?
It's complete trash here. Like the food sucks.
Do you eat? What do you mostly eat? What do you like going to eat?
So really like my specific taste since I've lived here has been like Argentinian like cuisine. Um
Uh,
they're just I don't know, maybe I got a bit spoiled when I lived in New York. Um just having the diversity of like cuisine itself.
I mean, yeah, anything south of Orlando is pretty, or south of Broward is pretty Latin based.
I hate that you're using like Fort Lauderdale as like a measure of
I think I said Broward.
right, that's Fort Lauderdale.
Well, yeah, but isn't that the marker? Like, isn't it more Latin based south of it?
Yeah, Fort Lauderdale is like majority based Cuban.
Oh, really? Okay. I haven't lived in Miami. I haven't lived down there. I left in 2005 in 2005.
Yeah, it's long before I got here.
Yeah. When I left, I think there was like in like a 5 mile radius, there was like 29 buildings being erected. So all that's what is Midtown now.
Right, like Brickell.
No, Midtown. So like where that big mall is and like
Yeah, Brickell.
no, Brickell's not Midtown, Puppy. Midtown is north. It's like on between 29th and
Yeah,
36th.
up near Wynwood. Yeah.
Where Wynwood is exactly. When I left, that didn't exist. That Midtown area, that was all just land.
Right, like the art district entirely.
Yeah. Do you like it though?
Yeah, it's nice. I don't know. It's like I grew up in West Virginia. Um
The
and I moved
green,
to New York.
lush.
I moved to New York like during the like early days of my career, but I don't know, like I've kind of always enjoyed the chaos and like there is not much chaos like accruing here in southern Florida. Like everything's pretty chill. And it's like almost bothersome, right? Because I'm used to like on site like complete character development given like the current circumstance. And it is just weird like not having to do anything or react to any specific like motion that accrues like in a public setting.
Where
So like
where are you
I,
speaking of? What part of like where in New York did you live?
um so when I was living in New York, I guess essentially like, I lived in like Fide because I lived on the corner of Pearl and Wall Street.
Oh, so you were in Manhattan? Like
Yeah, I
it
was
was
in
just like
Manhattan for sure.
okay, so you're saying there. Yeah, there's a lot more going on there for sure.
Well, it
Even
was
though
actually
Miami's a
really
big
nice.
city, it's Miami's a big city, but it's just that's different. It is different.
Yeah, it's for sure different.
Unique. I think Miami is I don't know. Are there other cities like it? You know what annoys me is when people say that Austin is like the new San Francisco. I'm like, no, you idiot.
Yeah, I fucking hate
It's
that. Like
just it's just
you might as well tell me that San Jose is Los Angeles.
yeah, no, it's so stupid. What it is like, no, there's just a bunch of Californians that moved there. It doesn't mean that the place is a new San Francisco. Like this is like
Right, but it has
this
become
is
I will say like the one thing about Austin, Texas is that essentially it has become like a tech hub, right?
yeah,
Because
that's
no one wants to live in fucking capital, you know, fascist California itself for the simple fact that they get taxed out of their goddamn minds.
ay,
California is beautiful. Like that's such a shame. Like how far down that city is truthfully run. Like it's such a beautiful state. Like Northern California is like the Oregon coast. Like if you get up like in the northern part of California, like it's you will never see anything more beautiful unless you go to like Montana.
yeah, it's I like it. I love it here.
It's fucking it's so sad. It really is.
Yeah, it is. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más? Yeah, that's the problem. That's quemas. The burning here. The burns.
Were you just speaking Spanish?
Yeah.
Yeah, my Spanish is very limited, and I'm sure you caught a whiff of that earlier when I was like directly insulting someone in Spanish.
I can hear over the 10 people that were talking, or 3 guys that were yelling at each other.
Yeah, I can. I don't know. You leaving?
What's up? Okay, we're gonna have a whispering room.
All
We'll
right,
have a
I'm in for that.
whispering.
How's
Oh,
that
but
work?
not right now. I'm
Oh,
I'm
well,
I'm
shit.
driving. Yeah, I'll come back for that.
Tease.
Back to the scheduled programming. And the sponsor says what?
I said tease. Tease as in
Oh, it is a tease.
Tease.
It is a tease, man.
God,
Shizzle.
what you working with?
Well, it can start like this. doing? I'm waiting for my friend that just bought an accordion. We came to Petaluma, which is north of San Francisco. And I just passed. Oh, my friend's here.
Oh my goodness. I love it up in Petaluma. I used to live on a lake, Clear Lake up there. I had a badass lake house. Fucking awesome up there. What's the casino right there in Petaluma?
So the assigned, what's going on, man? What's the word today? You had the jacuzzi last night. I was it was a good time.
I am currently pissed off. My fucking pigs got out and tore apart a garden.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, that super sucks. It's smoky.
You got a blunt roll in there? What do you got? You got anything good in the pipe? What do you have over there?
Was I still had some of that Shirblato. Made me
Nice.
ready for the morning. A little cup of coffee and some Shirblato. But the lunch doobie is yet to be pursued or twisted. So
really,
procrastinate.
I keep forgetting. You're a couple hours behind me. Never mind.
Yeah. Well, it's 2, so I was supposed to have had it, but trying to focus on putting the pieces back together what these assholes did to me right now. So, nerves.
Yeah.
But yeah. Other than that, I noticed that music creator, that was pretty dope, dude. Like I said, every day. I mean, there's something awesome.
Yeah, a lot of cool tools out there.
Has anybody made anything with it, like a cool track or anything?
Mike and I experimented with we experimented like a month ago. I have to go back and look at. I haven't pulled the trigger on the platform just yet, just because you can only make like 3 tracks and then you gotta wait or something. Until I have a whole lot of resources lined up for it, I kind of probably will hold off on that. But that'll be the plan later. I found this other one on Hugging Face. I'll send that. I'll put it up in the nest. That's another cool one I found yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I saw
recovery from
there's
last
2
night.
casinos. Wait, did you get drunk in your jacuzzi?
No, that only lasted about 5-10 minutes. But yeah, I managed to put one on and hurt myself.
I went to the jacuzzi. I was in there for 4 hours.
Jesus, you must have been really pruny.
No, not pruny. I went in the cold water and then the hot water and then the cold water.
Oh, you did a treatment. Yeah. I was just getting it off,
Hey, Kate.
It's like it gets too hot, right?
Well, yeah, you gotta bring the body temperature down. Give the body a shock. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Come say hi. Come say hello.
So,
I'll play this game later. There needs to be more people in the room. And I need to not be driving or have a friend running errands with a friend. But yeah. Here we are. Here we are.
Does anybody know how to make Swiss chard taste good?
Yeah, why don't you olive oil, garlic, chop up fresh garlic, olive oil, salt, pepper, and throw it in the oven. Like tear it, clean it, dry it, do all the seasoning. Or tear it rather. You can use a scissor, you can use your hands. I like using my hands. And make chips out of them. And then you can throw it in rice, or you can eat it with a dip. That's how I eat my Swiss chard. It's a little bitter, but that's okay. I like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because every time I do, it's so bitter and I make it taste like shit. I don't know. But it's so green and looks so good, you know. It's like you want it, you need it, but nope, tastes like shit.
You want it, you need it, and sometimes it tastes like shit. Oh, I'm totally in. Where is that? No, it's this one.
So there's gonna be a Syndicate cartoon, huh?
It looks like that's a plan.
Thanks for sticking me in there. I appreciate it. I partially paid for the voice course, which I'm really looking forward to.
Oh, you were able to use the link?
Yeah, it worked fine.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
Like it was the only administrative task of my day that actually went. It's like, oh, good. I don't know. I can't. I just sometimes just things are ridiculous, and you just have to try to tell yourself that you're just gonna get. It's the whole Joe Pesci, fuck you at the drive-through scene, like over and over again, except your life, I mean, bureaucracy is bureaucracy. How is everybody's day?
Smoky.
Oh, you still got your fires going on out there, right?
So bad. I fucking hate it.
What part of the state are you in again?
In Southern Oregon.
You near Sun
Border.
River or south
What's
or?
that? Right by the Illinois Valley River, actually. And the
Oh, God.
Smith. Yeah, near the Smith, right by the Redwoods. It's
Is
like the
it hot?
border. Yeah, it's blazing.
Wow.
I live like from my main highway, approximately like 17 miles from the California border.
Yeah, the weather's been crazy. I mean, Miami's actually not been so bad this summer, in my opinion. I
When
mean,
is their hurricane season?
oh, that's coming, I think.
So it's like when my shit season stops and I want to get out there, it's their shit season starts, so I would be losing.
Yeah, the landlord was so calm about telling me about it. Yeah, the electric might go off for several days, and just it's wet and windy, and I'm like, well, yeah, it's a hurricane. So it should be fun. They're all laughs. Nothing like not knowing a soul, and then there's a hurricane, and you have to evacuate the city probably, and just have no fucking clue, you know? Oh well, I got my cat.
That's a quick evac. You get out of there. You don't got the baggage. Fuck everybody.
Yeah. If I see a family or two that needs help, of course I'm gonna do my best. I mean, there's no point in being a human being if you're just gonna like, I mean, of course I'm gonna help someone who needs help. I'll probably set up camp and then go down to the Waffle House and help out.
That's pretty much what happens when we get evacuated around here. Nobody really leaves. They just linger around the area and drive back and forth to their properties and make sure they're not being looted, because it happens like immediately.
Yeah, well, there's nothing here to loot as far as, at least I don't in my apartment, but I mean, I'm not too far from Miami Beach, so I would think everybody would, it would be a mandatory thing. And I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Maybe we won't get anything this year. Who knows?
How many hurricanes did you guys have this year?
Oh, I don't even know. I just moved down here from New Jersey, so it's like hurricanes.
Yeah, what month did you move?
Like around March.
Yeah, so you would have experienced them. So I guess you just had tropical storms or something. There was a lot of tropical storms.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I guess we did have like some storminess down here, but yes, it's from June to November, so
Uh-huh.
we're kind of on the hump of it, I guess.
Yeah, August is over though.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's
3
like
more months.
technically, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So,
I
but
don't.
it's probably not that bad.
No.
Oh, good. Well, that's
No, it
good.
didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Yay.
Did you experience flooding?
Actually, yeah. I'm sorry. Now that you mention it, it's coming back to me now. Yeah, there was it's down the road.
Coming back to me now.
That's right. Yeah, the down in the design district area, like it flooded, but not. I guess I'm on higher ground up here in Little Haiti. It wasn't
Yeah.
that bad.
Yeah.
I was worried because I didn't, I need my car, so I was really worried that there was going to be a problem. But a tree fell down about maybe 10 yards away, like fell on the neighbor's property and kind of affected their car. So I'm grateful that I wasn't parked near anything that could fall on my car. But
Right.
yeah, other people were affected. But I didn't find out about that till like a few days later. But yeah, I mean we were pretty lucky, I think. And as long as the rest of the season is almost over, I guess we've gotten by it. It's been surreal. Like I moved down here and like time just like turned into something else. Like
slowed down or sped up or what do you
all
feel?
of it. Like
Oh.
both. I mean, I'm serious. Like I mean, sense of time is just completely screwed up.
Do you go into the salt water? Do you ever go and just take a dip in the ocean?
No, I need to get down there.
You should do that because you need to.
I know what you mean.
You need to. Your organism has to get used to the new environment.
Yeah, no, I know you're right. It's just hard. I'm not
and
really.
The salt water will just be amazing and make you feel better. Oh, the thing that you were talking about, your fingers, things like that.
I like that. Since we changed the title to Whispering Room, everyone is kind of softened. Did you find that?
Well, you.
Yeah, I feel lightheaded a bit.
Melody always has ideas. I like hanging out with her.
Oh, thank you.
It's true.
I mean,
but she's great with men. You know what I mean? When they get too uppity, it's really fun.
well, with men that that maybe have some logic, because there's some rooms that some people. I don't know if it's their age. I don't know what the. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway,
But it's like the thing is like when a dude, or let's say a male, however you want to call them, I don't know what the correct term is anymore for anything. When someone of that proclivity, like for guys, it's difficult because when two guys are arguing, it's like there's never any end to it. Does that make sense? Like it can last forever. Like they'll be like we'll go through the universal heat death before two guys start arguing.
Yeah, at that point they need to punch. At that point they need to punch.
Yeah, right. And because
punch something, punch the ground, punch your leg.
I mean, the
punch
thing
each
is, if
other.
they punched anything, their knuckles would crumble on the weight of their frailty, right? So it's like it helps to have the complementary energy, right? Because all the guy hears from another guy is me big, you small, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of arguing. There's a lot of arguing around here. Somebody I met in person I met this person in Spaces, and then there was like a meetup, and I invited them, and we met up. I picked them up, I took them, I drove, and we've been chatting and been friends, quote unquote. And then we were in a space, and there was like a boxing glove at the top of the title. So people just go crazy in there, right? And
yeah, that's fantastic. Sandra, I love you.
Yes, darling. You're sober or no? Quiet. Poor man. I'm just teasing you. Just stop.
what are you currently doing, Caffrey?
Rewatching Game of Thrones.
Rewatching. Is that the new one starting? That prequel?
Yeah, the second episode came out last night. I did watch that. The first episode was incredibly fucking boring. But the second episode set up the third episode to be absolutely fantastic. So I'm feeling much more invested in the series now than I previously was last week.
Got it.
I could talk about literally Game of Thrones all day long. Like nothing aside, like I could talk about Game of Thrones with anyone that was willing to engage, nonstop for probably a genuine day basis.
I blotted season 8 and almost entirely out of my mind.
Yeah, I almost died, right? Like when I was watching Game of Thrones initially, because that was one of the only shows that I had like watched on traditional television, and it was absolutely horrible, but fantastic at the same time because every single episode ended with the most gigantic cliffhanger that you could possibly think of, right? And I watched that show for 8 years, and the only thing that truthfully pissed me off about that show was after 8 years of watching it on Sunday at 9 p.m. After 8 years, when the Mountain and the Hound fought, I got a 15-minute cameo of complete dog shit where they both died.
Yeah.
And I was so fucking mad about that. I genuinely didn't even care when Jon stabbed fucking Daenerys because I was so mad about the Hound and the Mountain fight.
Well, what would have made it better?
I don't know. And So that's where it gets super speculative, right? Because the original series, he didn't finish those books. So they were just kind of guessing as to what he might do. And he'll probably never finish those books. Like George R. R. Martin will probably die before he finishes those books.
But
But
wait,
the only thing that like gives me
let
some
me
sort of hope for
let,
the spinoff, like the House of the Dragon, is that book is finished. Like that book has already been written.
but who directed that last episode or the last season? The same
I
person?
I don't know. Like the one
Or
cool thing that they did do with the spinoff is they actually got the same guy that did like the music and like the symphonies. Like they got the same composer from the original show to do the spinoff as well, which is a really cool thing, right? Because I'm sure everyone that watched the series could admit that the music and the timing of the music like within that specific series was fucking brilliant. Like it was the perfect music at the perfect time every time.
yeah, the music definitely is part of the show. Like it sets up every scene. So yeah, it's good that they did that. Who do you know the name of the guy?
Uh oh fuck. I I did. I can't say his last name.
It's
Um
not Zimmerman, is it?
no, I can't. I genuinely don't know how to say his last name. So
I'll look it up. It's
um
okay. I'll look it
it's
up later.
so the guy's name is like I don't know if it's like Raymond, but like his last name is like D I don't know how to say it, so like I refuse to
Yeah.
try.
Mm-hmm.
But his first name is Raymond, and it's like DJ like ARWDI.
I'll look it up later. Ouch. Mm. Oh, well, no.
It's like I I want to try to say it so bad, but like I don't want to butcher it to the point that I get bullied on the internet.
Bullies are so ridiculous. I
Yeah,
don't
Sandra's been over here
understand
bullying me
bullying.
essentially since like my inception of my
Really?
Twitter account.
She's not bullying you.
Oh,
She's
no.
giving you piropos.
I just don't understand. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling the love.
She called you her husband, man. That's the
Yeah,
privilege.
it's not how,
That's a privilege.
I don't know. I feel like that's not necessarily a compliment, right? Because
I am calling him my drunk Twitter husband. No, a Twitter husband is like just someone you like hang out with a lot. It doesn't really mean, don't read too much into it. It's like not like that, It's like
right, yeah, see there she is, once
I'm,
again insulting me.
I'm not insulting you. I just don't know who you are, and you're
Right. Well, and that's the
you
problem,
might be
right?
headed
Like
for
you're
your
drawing like pre-conclusions of who I am as a human and a
yeah,
person based
okay.
off of one central interaction that we had previously had in the past.
Can someone just pass me like a 50-ounce canister of absinthe, and I'll just
Oh
finish my
my
off,
goodness.
please? Yeah.
I literally just saw how to prepare absinthe. The bottle that has the two drips
Yo, honestly,
on
Yes.
the
it's crazy.
side.
Like,
With
yo,
wormwood.
we're really having like the internet duel for who best serves Capri's purposes.
Capri, do you look anything like your profile picture?
Yeah, I actually do look very similar. My hairline is perfect and my teeth are great. I went to the dentist earlier today. That's the entire reason I
Mm.
didn't work.
Cool.
Is someone peeing?
See, look at $85 guy down there. Now that's the level of absinthe I'm talking about. Like
Please stop doing that. Dave is one of the longtime homies. He's a crane operator who could probably afford to buy your entire lifestyle with a single paycheck.
Well, I'm just looking at his picture. I'm not like stalking him and being like, "Oh, look, I see cranes." I'm looking at what I see, and that's why I'm saying that.
Yeah, well, I get it, right? Like it's easy to judge the guy, but in all reality, his dick is much longer than his crane reach.
Probably longer than
I
yours,
think that's
too.
so weird when I hear the word a dick longer. Like long. I got a long dick. That doesn't sound appealing.
Men
It
are
makes me think of an elephant trunk. That's a long thing. Like
What
long.
words would you describe
A
that sounds more
giraffe.
appealing?
Yeah, please talk about. Yeah, please describe what words would have to be used to essentially compensate for
Long. Yeah.
an attractive penis.
Is it veiny?
Can I get a yeah?
There was 160 million shots, you guys. Imagine if they were taken and they're all on.
How do you know they're all different people, though?
Right. I just kept
We're
thinking
talking
about it
about
being
Yeah,
the
well, that's
80s.
non-fungible.
what I'm saying. Like different strokes for different folks.
What if they were in Polaroids? This is like, oh,
What if they were in a wheelchair?
hey, don't discriminate, bro.
We'll be
Imagine,
riding,
imagine
rolling,
they see me
rolling down
rolling, they
heaven.
hating,
Yep.
patrolling, and kind of trying to catch me riding dirty.
Get them wheels.
I'm so
Oh,
glad that the teeth are so perfect, Caffrey.
Yeah, what's up, Dave?
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm fantastic. If you ever see John in the near future, can you let him know that he owes me $3,000?
He does. From the basketball game that I was supposed to referee?
No, it wasn't even that. I'm pretty sure I paid for that guy's master's degree over a sports bet that he refused to acknowledge ever existed.
Oh. I have not seen or heard from him. So I cannot help you in that. But if I do, he turns up. I haven't even seen him on here.
Yeah, he's a pretty fucking horrible person. I'm sure that you probably established that like upon initial meeting at the bar.
No, actually, we had a ball. I had a great time with it. I didn't get that vibe at all.
Yeah, I remember you guys were like publicly like both on Twitter Spaces just being fucking like degenerate drunks at a bar. And that was fantastic, right? Like I had no issue with that. But and I really don't even though John does owe me money, like I don't it's not gonna make or break me, right? You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. It's like, come on, bro, like you really did that?
I don't know anything about it. But like I said, if I hear from him or if I see him,
You probably won't because from my understanding of things, he is and I think the timeline's a little fucked up here, because he was going back to school for his MBA, and like after about 6 months, like somehow he managed to open his own private equity fund. I don't know, like the guy, he's a smart guy, right? Like, but why are you fucking lying? Like you're lying about something, and I want to know what it is, and I don't know what it is, and it's bothering me.
I couldn't tell you. I don't have any information on any of that. I think I do remember him saying something about opening his own place. I know he had a job somewhere else for a little bit.
Yeah, he was a fucking RIA consultant.
Yeah, he was doing that, and then I vaguely remember him talking about moving on to his own thing. But
Yeah,
I guess
so like one of the like main reasons that I became friends with John in the first place was the simple fact that he was really one of the few people that I'd ever spoken with on like Twitter Spaces that actually worked in the finance community that was able to give me like good advice on what my next pair of shoes should be. And he was a And, like, he was spot on, and right, and like I ended up like purchasing a couple pair of shoes from like Edwards, right? And I I genuinely appreciate him for giving me like that general insight. But I still think he is an absolutely horrible person, as which I guess most of us probably are. Sandra would naturally agree that I am the worst person to ever walk the face of the planet. But at the same time, she would still
Second
kiss
word.
me mouth to mouth.
I would with tongue too.
I don't think you're the worst person that walk the face of the earth. You're just highly controversial.
Yeah, well, it used to be like that. I've rebranded myself.
I see
So,
that. I see that.
yeah. Well, and truthfully, Dave, so one of the real things that like brought me to like fruition of what truly matters was taking like a 6-month hiatus from social media in general, because initially, right, like these Twitter spaces upon
That felt
inception,
better.
they provided a great opportunity to interact with smarter people within a specific industry that during your normal day-to-day life you would have never had the chance to do so.
That's
But
true.
but on the alternative of that is you could just find yourself in a complete cesspool of humanity that would just drag you down and make you a part of their community, regardless of whether or not you liked it.
Yeah. Well, I've been drunk plenty of times on the spaces, but you know, it's all right.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, right? So, I think it was Thursday. I didn't have to work Friday, and I got kind of drunk, and like I was hosting a Twitter space, and like the next day I woke up and I was like, wow, I made myself look like a fucking moron, right? Because I was just like free speaking and unfiltered in that regard. But it's kind of crazy because if you look at me before I took like that hiatus from social media itself, like I was on here saying the most fucking outlandish and ridiculous things that could possibly be said.
I know. I know, it was funny as shit. But I did the same thing. I took a hiatus, and now I'm not drunk on spaces no more or anywhere else. So it's a beautiful
Right,
thing.
that's a good thing, bro. Like, and that's kind of what I did, right? So, like, when I was an associate, which is when you and I like first interacted and
Yeah.
met each other on Twitter Spaces, um, like I was just kind of like miserable, right? Like I was working like 14 hours a day. I had no free time, didn't have the opportunity to enjoy any aspect of life in general. And I was very fortunate, and I think a lot of it was due to COVID and people in higher positions that had left in more of an untimely manner, that I got promoted to like a VP role. And what was really cool about that was the simple fact that I was able to develop some form of work-life balance in between the two. And I stopped drinking. I started going back to the gym religiously, and everything significantly, like everything that mattered, like in my normal day-to-day life, like improved. My
You also
relationship with other improved, like everything just got better.
did you really get that intern to send you a picture of his teeth?
Yeah, yeah, I really did. Yeah, do you follow Dr. EJ? Because I will send you that. Like, I actually sent him that, and yeah, so he made it like his profile picture.
Oh shit, that's fucking hysterical.
Yeah,
That was one of
it's
the
really
greatest moments
embarrassing. It's really
I've
embarrassing for that
seen.
guy. Like, feels bad for him. But
That was the funniest fucking thing.
hold up, I feel like I have to send that to you.
That whole night was hysterical.
Yeah, it's bad, bro. Like, it's a simple fact that like he took me seriously in regards to thinking that I actually might hire him as like a junior analyst. And I do have like authority in regards to like hiring and firing power. But like this guy was just super unqualified. It just was willing to just get down on his knees and suck a penis whenever it was required. And I took full advantage of that. And I wouldn't do that now, right? Because like that's kind of fucked up. But the fact that I did it then, it's kind of funny.
It's harmless hazing.
Yeah, it's Hold on, let me fucking find this, bro.
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh, I have it. Hold on, I found it. Yeah, so
You're
I'm gonna
just
send
joining
this to
us.
you.
Welcome to the Syndicate.
I'm
Grow,
gonna send you.
perform,
I'm
and
gonna send
sell.
you two pictures, right? So the initial like picture is like, send me your face, and then it was like, show me your teeth, and then I'm gonna send you like what happened like the 2 weeks afterwards, where he sent me like fucking like 20 like please email me messages.
That's entirely too funny.
Yeah, I sent it to you like.
Today on the Syndicate features Bro Performance Art. How do we one up each other every day of our lives? Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, I
How might we do that?
apologize, bro. Like I didn't mean to
no,
like hijack, but
no, it's
um
okay. Dude,
I didn't
I
mean to
enjoy,
hijack. That is your style, dude. That's
I
all you
enjoy
want to do.
I call it like it's like a dinosaur, like the alpha male entrepreneur. It's kind of like Jordan Belfort with like a different suit. I enjoy it.
that's
I
really
really enjoy
not
it.
like where I was trying to go though, right? But like Dave,
No, but
that
it's
was like
not.
an unprecedented
It's
appearance.
more like it's not the words. It's like the emotional resonance. You know what I mean? Like
Right, kind of like the constitution of the topic of conversation in regard to like how much does this truly matter.
there used to be a guy Dom Pereira, a comedian, and there was a Toronto stand-up comedian forum, and invariably people would get lost in like arguing about minutia, and eventually, when it was like 1,000 comments deep, he would say, "None of this matters," and he was right. None of this matters. You know what I mean? When you think about it.
Right. Well, it's like fucking Anthony Jeselnik, right? He's like, when I was growing up, I never once saw my father hit my mother or sister. He was fast.
Yeah, Justin X twisted.
Bro, I fucking love that guy. Like, he never changes tone. Like, that guy's hilarious. Like, it's like that dark humor that, like, he should probably be canceled for saying those jokes. But at the same time, like, I genuinely appreciate him for saying those jokes.
Yeah. Somebody's got to do it. That's some fun.
Everyone's so sensitive these days. Like, it's embarrassing. Like, truthfully, like if you put half a modern day society into a Modern Warfare 2 lobby on Xbox Live, like they would have killed themselves by the age of 14.
90% of the people I run into couldn't make it to coffee break on the job site. No way.
I 100% agree with that. Yeah, they would not be a contributor to water cooler talk. That's bad. That's sad though, right? Like, when did we become so soft?
I don't know. We're starting giving trophies out for showing up.
Yeah, participation trophies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, congratulations, you exist.
It's not that the U.S. got soft. It's that the rest of the world got better. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't even think that's true, right? Like, I genuinely
yeah,
think,
when it comes to software, it's absolutely true. We've been outsourcing the hardest part of our work life to India for 40 years and calling it Waterloo University.
yeah. So I actually have a pretty interesting take in regards to outsourcing of labor and general institution workplace outflows. With China, I think that that is going to come to an end, and I think that that is essentially going to be one of the front runners in regards to the new recession that we are going to currently face. Because we essentially had 40 years of cheap labor, cheap money, and essentially value to invest within the economic markets globally. And that is going to come to an end right fucking quick, as it should, right? Because there needs to be some form of capitulation that occurs to get things back to reality.
Yeah, one of the things I noticed in the past maybe 3 years is that when Indians abroad, like technology, practitioners would come here, oftentimes they would take a job that was like 3 levels below them. And now what I'm seeing is that they keep the exact same title that they had overseas, which is something that seemed completely foreign 20 years ago.
Right, but at the same time, you also have to consider the fact that, like, in countries like India, they're so overflooded with engineers and doctors because it's something that is expected of them, right? So they come to the U.S. and they accept an engineering or, doctorate program, and it's not really an accomplishment in their family's eye, which, these guys are super family bound in regards to, essentially like producing or creating some form of like future transfer of wealth or status.
Yeah, and a lot. Well, in a lot of ways, it used to be the case that the way you became a Brahmin is you went to England or the U.S., right?
Right,
What was
and
it?
another thing that I find
Religion?
very interesting. Another thing that I find very interesting, right? Um, I often see people living within the U.S. that are supposedly super upset with like our democratic republic and the way that this country operates on a day-to-day basis. But what the one question that they always fail to answer is, if the U.S. is so bad, right? Why do you see these countries that you essentially like equate as being equals? Why are they sending their top tier talent to be educated and employed within this country itself?
Sorry, just to go back. Yeah, you're talking about let's say philosophers or Brahmins or anything. Krishnamurti, his adopted parents were English, and they created somewhat, I'm gonna say air quotes, cult or group, and he just renounced everything afterwards. He's a
Right.
highly intelligent Indian, let's say,
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
representation.
he essentially like renounced like his title and like claim to um any of the fortune that his family had previously created. But
What turned
Yep.
yogi?
yeah, so like on another note, I just want to throw this out because it is really, really annoying me, although it should not. Um, bro, you gotta delete the shit out of the nest. Like this is horrible.
What
There's
don't
like
you like
a
about it?
hundred things out there. Like you just gotta delete all of it. Like get
No,
it
I love
gone,
it. I love it. What don't you like
bro.
about it?
It is annoying me to no extent.
You just have to scroll up on your screen, then you don't see it.
I literally I tried that and I'm still seeing it. It's just bothering me so badly.
You gotta let the little things go, bro.
I can't. I can't.
What bothers you about it exactly?
It's not gonna
It's
affect.
just there's like 100 of them up there. If it was like
So,
3, I
so
wouldn't
it's the
care.
count.
You
It's the
must
count.
you must take one shot for everything in the nest. Good luck.
I think that's part of the game.
All right, guys. Talk to you in 3 months. When I come back, I guarantee that Sandra and I will be married, like officially.
Good luck, buddy.
You think so?
Yo,
Oh,
on God, Sandra,
I'd rather not take
genuinely
sides.
might be
You
my
guys,
soulmate.
I'll tell you what, you all figure out what I'm doing. I'm not taking any sides. Just figure it out.
Sandra is honestly, she might be my soulmate. I might be refusing to admit that at this current point in time, but it's a possibility. Like she's always there.
I've
Are
been
you are
Why are
you
you leaving her
Sandra's?
for 3 months?
drinking Twitter husband. Sorry, you guys. I'm doing the best. It's like the Gloucester City bar thing. Like
Yo,
everybody.
I
I'm
thought
gonna
So,
honestly, like Sandra, I'm gonna need you to stop saying that I'm drinking because I am not.
Sandra, I thought
I
you had
meant
him in
me.
rehab.
I
You had
meant
him in group, right?
yeah, yeah. But I meant me. I'm the one drinking a lot. And
Wait a minute, you were the one bringing him to group and now you're the one drinking?
yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's real bad.
Oh, how the
Never
It's
turntables!
a trigger.
Yes.
How's it turned? I mean, the tables have turned, you frickin' stupid.
No, he's right. That's what I mean. Anyway, calm down, everyone. Jeez, I'm just
Just
now.
be quiet and take a shot. It'll be fine.
Thanks.
Yeah, sorry guys. Like I didn't mean to like interject and completely hijack the conversation and allude to the fact that you guys are sitting here as single men on Twitter Spaces with the incapability of attracting a woman.
Nah, that's not true.
Ad
Wait a
hominem.
minute. Wait a minute.
So good luck with
I'm
your
sorry.
I never.
Oh
digital
no,
wife
I
in the
gotta stop.
future,
I
my
gotta
friend.
stop. I just threw shade on like 3 different levels, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like
You
I have
poked the
nothing
bear.
against any of you guys.
How's your digital wife? Is she doing well?
I would not fuck with some of these guys on here, man. See, and you say that I'm wrong about you drinking when you clearly are drunk.
Am I?
Yeah, turntables, man. Turntables.
Yeah.
Right.
Anyway,
Yeah. So Sandra.
behave yourself, Mister. You don't want
Interesting.
the Jersey skank's gonna come out and rough you up.
Yeah, I kind of like that though.
I'm not
Getting roughed
fucking around.
up by people?
Good boy.
Yeah, this is interesting to me. This is like uncharted territory. Danny, I don't know if you've ever experienced a period where a woman from the Jersey Shore beat you into submission and sexual privilege, but
That sounds like you found your spirit animal.
Oh,
A
it's
Jersey woman that beats the living crap
yo,
out of
you
you.
know what?
I wouldn't
Honestly,
mind having
bro,
that
like
totem.
I can see her. She is right there.
holy cow.
She's awesome, bro. You can't mess. You can't
This
mess
is
with
why
these
the
ladies, man. Because it can just destroy you mentally and physically at the same time.
I love that.
Do you have any kind of domineering, or I mean, dominatrix on file or something on your
No,
list?
this likes a good pegging.
Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna interject in this regard. I'm going to just completely dismiss that question and assume that it was directed at Sandra as opposed to me.
please do, Caffrey.
he's so funny.
Hey, Caffrey, it was good catching up with you. I gotta take my hound dog for a walk. He's
Oh,
about to freak out.
Dave, I hope you have the best of nights.
Thanks, buddy. Talk to you later.
Yeah, I was trying to go in there.
All right, bye, everybody.
Have a good one, buddy.
Bye.
So, Caffrey, how long, like, have you been like a connoisseur of pegging for a long time, or is this like a
All right.
recent, a
First off,
new
I would like to say
development?
that this is not something that I am into. Um,
Well, you're not into something that's a lifestyle. I get it. I didn't mean to offend.
oh
I
my gosh.
understand.
Wow.
He's
This is
sensitive
yeah.
phobic. I know.
Yep. Here I go.
Um,
Here I go. Developing yet another stereotype that I have to live down.
Are you like this
Poor
far,
Caffrey.
like one of those far right, my kinfolk and that sort of crowd, sort of
I
person,
don't. I
Catherine?
genuinely don't understand what you're saying right now.
Are you a Nazi?
I'm white.
So you
Whoa,
are.
what the fuck does that mean, dude? I'm somewhat white, but I'm Portuguese. I'm not German, or I don't focus on those type of ideals. What?
All right. Congratulations, Danny. Here is your new wife,
No
Sandra.
need for congratulations. Thank you.
so wait, Sandra, were you tying in like the origin of pegging to Nazism? Is that the
No,
link
no,
that you were going
I don't even
for,
understand
or
like where that topic of conversation came from, right? Like that was
I'm just
incredibly fucked up. Like the only thing that you guys know about me and Sandra is the fact that we make brilliant love on a regular basis.
She was asking you if you were a Nazi, and now you're telling me that she's doing brilliant love right now?
Yo,
Holy.
honestly, Danny, like it's not my fault that you are completely unlovable as a human being.
You don't, my friend, you don't know me,
Bro, you are
so
incredibly
it's
ugly, I
just,
can tell.
how can you fucking tell? Are you a
No,
psychologist?
you're
Are you a
ugly. I
fucking,
can tell.
are you an
you're
empath?
hacking to your
It's
No,
quite
man, he's
obvious.
a
like
troll.
you. You better be
Yeah,
careful.
you're just looking very bad.
Caffrey or whatever the guy's capital. This he's part of this. There's a new theater that I have down there, the Short Dick Club. I don't know. Anyways, he's new, and we're just here and entertaining him just this week only. It's gonna be exciting.
Wait, isn't it micro?
Hey, Danny, have you ever considered making money as a career path?
Well, does everybody does?
Well, yeah, seemingly everybody does,
Well, if
aside
you're
from
talking about a
themselves.
stable cash flow, yes.
Oh
And
God.
I'm actually doing it by investing in housing, but
Yep. Horrible timing.
Dude, Caffrey, don't try to sucker another person into your Ponzi pegonomics.
oh,
It's
fuck your
just
Ponzi,
not.
man.
It's.
Sorry,
I
KC, man.
mean, you don't fall for it. It's like
Yeah, sorry.
Whoa, dude, the
Yeah,
real
sorry.
money is in
You're right.
corn.
You're right.
Buy the
I've kind
corn.
of spoiled myself by roping Sandra into this regard.
Yeah, Caffrey, my man, don't be a dick. Because karma's a bitch, and if it doesn't fuck you up right now, it's gonna
Yeah,
fuck you up later.
karma's not real. And I will die on this hill.
You might.
Okay, please explain. Please explain why karma is not real. Exactly.
Have you seen the size of the peg that he calls
Karma's
karma?
not real.
Like, oof.
So,
Caffrey,
but
look, Caffrey
it's
is
easy to say.
he's a very nice man. His life experience is a little more limited than other people's. Just keep that in mind. Be kind and understanding. He's
What are
actually a
you
good
talking?
guy.
What are you talking about? My
Uh,
life experience is probably much more
you're young.
substantial than the
Look,
majority of what these people have experienced.
you're younger
I.
than most of the room.
Hmm.
I'm starting to get worried about what might happen to you. So I'm trying to protect you. So, you know,
She's
be
mama
careful.
Right,
berry.
thank you. Like, you think I'm going to get assaulted or offended by
No, no,
No,
nothing
I
like that.
I
some
think
But
dude
the
with a bad
it's
satellite.
hairline like Danny?
assumptions.
But the
Assumptions.
satellite.
Asses.
Never mind.
No likey. No likey asses. Actually,
Yo,
I do like
chupame la
certain
pala, por
asses, but that's
favor.
a different story.
¿Qué pasa? Like, el foque.
De quoi tu parles? It means, what the fuck are you talking about? But minus the fuck.
Yeah, congratulations, like, on your broken Spanish.
What a dumbass. I apologize. That was an ad hominem. But no, actually, no, that was real. Because that wasn't Spanish. You fucking. You stooped. And
Fucking
that's not
gringo.
Spanish neither. Fucking. Okay, I'm so sorry. Let's talk about something else. My apology, because I
Yeah,
don't
no,
want
you're
to have
fine,
this
man. It's not
troll
Yeah,
you
let's
fest.
talk
changing.
about your big fucking forehead.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a 5 head. But
You can't take
so
this out of foreheads, right? Man? I've got a fucking helmet for a fucking forehead.
Lord B for the action. All right, I'll be right back. There's a pizza in the oven.
Stop talking about fucking foreheads, you bastards.
I think when you talk about certain things to other people, it affects your kind of psyche. So it's probably reverting it back to you. So are you bald, bro?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, not you, Lord B. Lord B.
Sorry,
Sir,
sorry,
Duke, Lord B.
sorry,
No, not you.
sorry.
Are you asking me if I'm bald?
I'm bald. Proud of it.
Yes.
No, I'm not bald. I would be happy to prove that I am not bald.
Yeah, but I'm proud that I'm bald. But I have to put a helmet on my head every time I go out. I put a helmet when I go to the shops.
Right. Well, and the only reason you have to put a helmet on is because it would obviously be a mad loss to the general society if you banged your head and lost your, general experience or thought process.
I go to the shops with a helmet on. No, I don't really.
I'm just like
I
imagining
don't.
you right now on like Britain's Got Talent, like just banging around with the fucking helmet.
Yeah, fucking headbutting fucking every little fucking American
Can I get a
comes
hot
into a
headbang?
space. Mainly Canadians because they're wankers. I'm joking. I am joking. No, they are. They are wankers.
No, it's okay. I don't think there are really any rules here. aside from the fact that you have to respect the idea that Sandra is my wife.
Oh, she's not another one.
How'd this happen? I keep getting. I think I'm a bigamist by
You
now.
brought this upon yourself.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fuck's sake! Look, you two, just get a fucking room.
You know, honestly,
oh, help me out, Dan.
Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about.
I have no idea. They keep telling me I'm married.
Anyways, let's go look at some news here. What happened today?
yeah, Sandra's just trying to have sex with me, and honestly, like, I'm finding it a bit uncomfortable.
What?
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
We need like the elevator on hold, or you know what? We need like the trailer park.
All right, so Sandra, we're going to just settle this real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna DM you a picture of me.
Okay, but nothing below the waist, my dear.
Oh, okay. Let me.
You may have
Yeah,
sent me something else, and I'm not really sure.
I definitely didn't. Wait, I need you to go first. Like, I have mine queued up.
I think you should put it up in a nest, whatever it is.
Well, I have an emoji covering my face, so I'm not sure
Oh,
that.
okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, just I'm
All
very
right, there you go.
shy. I'm very shy.
There
Okay,
you go.
something I'm afraid to look. All right, let's see what
Yep,
happens.
I'm fantastic.
Oh lordy. Oh no. Huh. Good for you.
Thank you.
You're in very good shape for your age. Good for you. No, I'm kidding. No, you're in good shape. But it's
And
easy.
you?
It's easy to do when you're in your 20s. You know, I mean, I'm not kidding. It's like when you get like in your 40s, it becomes like, you know, your physicality actually starts working against you in the worst way.
Right. So show proof.
Me? I already. Oh man. All right, we're. Dan, you're not helping me here.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
No, never mind, Dan. It's me and you.
Yeah, in the whole room. I'll put it up in a nest. All right.
They don't matter. They don't matter. No, don't put it in the nest. Like, it's none of their business. It's me and you, Sandra. None of them matter.
Well, I know, but you're. Oh, geez. What do you want? What do you want exactly?
What do you want to send?
Well, I was gonna put it in the nest, so it's obviously.
No, don't put it in the nest. Like, no, it's none of their business what you're doing. So send whatever you're comfortable with.
Ay, caramba. All right. Look, I'm going to put it in the nest so everybody can see. That way you
I
can.
swear to God, if you fucking reshare like that picture that I just sent you,
No,
I
I'm not
will
doing that. No, I mean
I
you.
will delete my Twitter account so quick.
No, I would never do that. I just meant that I would. All right, never mind. I think I'm misunderstanding everything going
Wait,
on.
would this space break because of your beautiful features or something if we put on a nest?
You know what? Truthfully, that's probably true. Sandra
No, I wasn't
is
talking about you. I was talking about
yeah.
on
Well, Sandra is one of the most beautiful people that has ever existed on Twitter Spaces. And the fact that she is shy or hesitant to produce like a real life photo, I think that's for the simple fact that the majority of you guys are assholes.
Caffrey, we saw her in real life, so sad for you, buddy.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I fucked her.
Well, I mean, not real life, but the Zoom call.
Whoa! Wait a second.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Like, that was
That
just like
happened.
I just said that.
Are you
I
serious? Like maybe you imagined it. I mean, that never. I mean, you're too. Look, you're too. I keep telling you this, and you don't listen. And I don't mean it rude. We've had this conversation a few times now. You're too fucking young, and it would be like I would be a pedophile if I fucked you, and I'm not.
Interesting.
I'm not going to do that. I mean, you've told me you're 24, then 23, then
I don't know what, like, I don't know where you're getting this
I'm,
24 like idea from. I'm
because
27.
okay. Well, that still doesn't matter though, because you know you're too young, and I don't think that would be wrong for me to do to you. I would never do that to you because that would be wrong.
Right, but what does that say about me doing it to you?
That is that is semantics, and it's irrelevant because that would never happen. and I'm worried about you because
Right. Well, yeah.
you think
Okay.
that
That's fantastic
but listen to me.
commentary
I
for
know I
someone
want
that
I
has
would
obviously
take my
never watched a Nicholas
medium for a
Sparks movie.
second. I want to explain something to you, okay? I
Yeah,
understand
please.
I understand what you've told me in the past, okay? But I'm 50 years old,
Stop it.
okay?
Stop
And
it. Just stop right now.
you're too young.
Right. Yeah,
It would
that's
not
fair.
be
Just stop.
fair.
Just stop right now. You
It's
don't
not
need to
fair
say
to you.
anything else.
Okay, good. Because as you know, I keep telling you, it would not be fair to you. And
On God, Sandra, I swear, if you say anything else, I will kiss you on the lips.
Jeez.
Bro, no means no.
Dude, you honestly don't even understand, Danny. I've never wanted anything more than a girl from the Jersey Shore.
So wait. Go to fucking Jersey.
Yeah, honestly, imagine being a guy like
So she's
Danny
not even
and
your soulmate. You're
not
just
having
focusing
any
on one
not having any
specific.
game for women. You're
That's
honestly, you're down bad. Like I genuinely
okay.
feel
Use
bad
more
for
ad
people like you.
hominems, man. Look, you don't fucking know me.
Can I get a
But just to
yeah?
tell
Can I get
you,
a
can I get a fucking dumbass? Yes, Caffrey. Okay.
Bro, you're a
So,
loser. Like honestly, you should probably just
Caffrey,
X
man,
yourself
just go to Jersey. Go
off
find your
of the
soulmate at Jersey
economic
because it looks
list.
like your soulmate is from Jersey or something else like that, man. Just,
Bro, you're literally
you're so
just
young,
talking
man.
shit and you don't even know what you're saying.
Bro, I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm kind of
You're just
pardon my
yeah,
French.
you're
What's up?
reiterating every point that I made.
Guys, I'm
I had to
sorry.
get rid of
Okay.
that guy after a
I'm
while,
gonna
Danny. Sorry about that. He gets
welcome to the micro universe with Caffrey.
like, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why he jumps in this room so much. I think he likes to get into rooms where he can sort of, I don't know, get up on the soapbox and sort of.
But seriously, was he belligerent?
Burn it all down. He's definitely. I think, like, if you had the awards at the end of the year and and the award for Burn It All Down on Twitter Spaces goes to Gary Capital. That's right, everyone. That's right. Money when you need it, but not when you want it. Right? I mean, it's something like that, right? But
I think he's just trying to piss you off, quite frankly.
I know. Well, again, I'm a goody two shoe. Why? Because I help people. That's the kind of funny thing. It's like that's the thing that people hate in this world, right? The fact that why did you find another person that gives a shit, right? Like, what is it about that that's so intoxicating? You know,
Like
but
to have fun.
I don't know.
Dan, voice acting. So you're taking it?
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Are you doing it?
Nah,
I am. I paid my payment. I'm very excited about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not really in the field that I'm going to focus on, but please do
All
it,
right,
man.
we're doing it, man. We're doing it. Are you doing? What are you doing these days, man? I know you're always doing a hustle, but are you still doing anything with Zen and you doing anything on the XR front?
Actually, pass the XR for now and focus a little bit more on AI. But
cool.
I try to talk with. Well, I'm having a guy that's trying to implement a data bank. Well, you guys know, Web3, but I haven't talked with him since. He was
I haven't seen him
implementing
on
that data
lately.
bank for languages.
Yeah.
But then I had Ether. I think you know Ether. He's trying to implement a Web3 tutorial, so Web3 8 for people that doesn't know. So I'll be his guinea pig at that point. And it seems pretty interesting kind of concept. And I'm trying to add my type of concept, but I just don't want to talk about it right now because it's just a concept. I want to see if it's feasible later on. Work and going back to school again. So I'm going to be filled up to the brim.
Well, it's cool, man. It's good you got stuff going on. That's important.
How about you, Dan, bro? Are you writing your
Dude,
novels,
man? I
man?
feel like I got
Your
too many
novellas?
things going on, man. Too many fucking things happening. That's what's happening with me. So I'm trying to finish up this book. I'm shooting for the end of the year to try to have at least one book, if not more, sort of passed off to like one might be a self-publishing experiment. I want to do that, but then I filled out this form, like I swear, like literally like a year ago, I filled out this form online of like, what kind of book would you write about, and what's your background, and blah blah blah. So I filled this form out, and at the time I thought I don't know what that was, and I just hit send, right? And next thing I know, I just started getting pinged by all these publishers. They're like, "Hey, well, where you got a manuscript?" And then, then I started reading about the industry a bit more and about how a lot of these folks it's an expense, right? It's for as much as it's a publish, they'll charge you for it, right? So just like figuring that out. And whereas a lot of my friends are kind of like, dude, you just publish it yourself. Like you can already write, you can work with somebody who can, do the grammar shit for you because you are a run-on sentence, right? But
Exactly.
but yeah,
You
so
can do it all yourself, man.
I know. And then so what's
Well,
funny
with
is
maybe
is
some.
that doing that piece, there's a bunch of short stories I wrote a long time ago. So I kind of been unearthing that. And what's wild is that reading those short stories, they read a lot like the spoken word stuff I do in here. So it's almost like the same. And so that's a good feeling because when I've been here and I, do my thing or whatever, it's nice when people, reach out and they appreciate it, Like you, Danny, you've been like super supportive of me, like I think from day one, dude. And again, I to you, dude. I mean, right up there, I had to get used to the name Danny though, because you were the drifter forever, so I had to get used to you as Danny. But anyways, so yeah, so doing that, and then of course running two companies, that's fun. So Big Kitty Labs, I don't really run the company as much as sort of I told the team knows me. I'm the loudspeaker, and my partner is the lean. So I'm the one that gets on the stage. I'm the one that people are like trying to get me to come to an event. I had this motherfucker come to town who he wanted me to pay $3,000 to get on a stage with him and like validate him in this town. And needless to say, I took that rather offensively. I said, dude, you're going to offer me $25,000 to get on the stage with you. I'm still going to tell you to fuck up. You know what I mean? So, uh, and so then it was sort of like, it was funny. He was like, whatever, I don't know why you're a big deal. And then he went off, and then next thing I know, he had sending his whole other team after me. So now there's like 4 other people on his team trying to do it. And he knows why, right? Everyone he talks to, he goes like, oh, are you talking to Dan Rockwell? And he's like, fuck. No, I told that guy to fuck off. Oh, because he's the guy that knows the numbers. You know what I mean? So, but whatever.
But then, seriously, you had me at Spotify. So
yeah. But anyways, I mean, there's so then the media company that's coming together. Getcha Rock. That's sort of my collaboration with Michelle Getchell, who's a radio gal that sort of helped me get my voice going on the radio and sort of like helping me, do podcasts and at the same time, I've got to, help her. I got, the whole company right now is kind of built around getting a certain amount of money in the door to sustain, her salary. Although, we're all in our 50s here, so it's not like we're trying to do, the very, we're not trying to like get back in the corporate ladder necessarily. It's it's about, it's really about just leveraging what's actually already in motion, It's like every day I wake up and there's another 10 startups in my yard, I go out there and get the paper and I'm like, hey, I'll be with you in just a minute, and I turn the sign at the front that says open, and I sit in the chair and the
Get
first
out of
kid
here, you young whippersnappers with projects and everything else.
right, exactly. People come in, they order a bagel, and then I'll be like, okay, you want help with funding with that? No. All right, design help? No. Okay, just CEO problem. Okay, you want other? Yeah. So I want a bagel with other. What's the other? I'm thinking about hurting myself. Oh yeah, all right. We'll put you in special conditions. No, actually, it's management. All right, put you in management. All right, follow me down here. I take them down to stair step case. Take them down to the bottom level, and then I make them sign an NDA. All right, here, please sign your NDA. And they sign that, and then I toast the bagel for them. I go ahead. I serve them tea. If they ask for coffee, they can't have it. They can have tea. So they get tea, and then they start to tell me their problems.
And
How many answers do you have? I mean, no wonder I've never pitched a startup to you. My God, you
I
beat
know
me
it's really
there.
it's a red carpet service. It's basically give them some tea, and then they basically tell me about what they're trying to do, and then point them to the resources available. Go from there. I like it. It's fun. But yeah, man, Danny, that's what's going on there. And then what else is happening? Trying to do some events. Thinking about doing this like online event thing with actual like some of the syndicate folks. So almost like a half day, or actually run. Definitely, we want to do a 24-hour space run where basically you have multiple people come in. You have someone that does like 6 to 4 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like 6 to 9, and then you have like the 9 to noon, and then you have like an hour show, and each person does something, and you try to do, you try not to make all the rooms sound the same or something.
I'm
But we
sorry,
also
Dan. You
talked
just
about
made me thought
sorry,
about something right now. I talked about Michael that I spoke with. I don't think anybody knows Soul Rich and SW3. I don't know if it's sketchy or not, but add them in spaces and then write down the syndicate also, so it makes a meshing or something.
yeah,
They
absolutely.
don't know that. They don't know
Well,
that.
it'd be cool to even with like Lauren's group, the Lauren Lights, so the art group and
Yes,
stuff like that.
correct.
But these are goody two shoe things. I mean, these are not things that are necessarily favorable by the norms of society. Norms of society would say, eye for an eye, tit for a tit. I don't know if they would say that. Seems like they would, though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like saying whisker for a whisker or something. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. What if
Yeah.
I describe you whisker for whisker? Or yeah. And it's funny. I was looking at my cat the other day, and something I don't usually see unless you really stare at your cat is you don't really see their whiskers unless you like put them in focus. And then once you put them in focus, I'm like, holy shit, this cat's got whiskers, the width of the face, because that's how they can get through spaces. I guess they use that as the measurement of how they can crawl
Yeah.
through a space.
Yeah. Oh God, my cat's so lazy. I just took a picture of my cat. He's like zinging. It's like this cat sleeps like 5 times as much as I do. I don't even know if that's
Yeah, they all do. All they do is sit around and sleep. Hold on,
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, close to 16 hours, I think they sleep.
that
Like
is
my dog
normal,
can sleep
isn't
probably
it? Like
12.
this cat is always asleep. He's either asleep or, like I said, I'm dragging him across the room and he's holding onto my a leg or something and biting. It's like, stop it. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, so I heard like let's say you cut cats' whiskers and they get all disoriented. Like they fall off and stuff because they're not balanced.
Yeah, I get mad if I see people try to do that. They'll intentionally try to cut the whiskers off the cat or something. I'm just like, I'm gonna hurt you.
If it would be for medical purposes, I would say yes. But if it's just some random aesthetic kind of thing, okay, no, that's
Right.
too much. Like
My
my
sister was
dog
doing.
knows. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, a long time ago when we were kids, and it resulted in me getting like, literally hauled to the barn for like an hour and a half, getting like crap. Well, anyway, I got beat up for beating up my sister. It wasn't pretty, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, Danny.
No, that's okay. Um, like I'll give you an example. My dog's nose on one side is kind of blocked in a way, and it's like a small triangle. And we went to go see the vet, and we have insurance and everything else like that. He goes, it's only aesthetics because it's not affecting his breathing. So we have to wait until it affects his breathing to add it in our insurance because it's not an aesthetic as soon as it affects his breathing.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What kind of is it? Dog? You said what breed is it?
Oh, it's a Frenchie. It's a French bulldog.
Oh,
They are
okay.
prone to breathing problems and stuff too.
Oh,
But he's good. He's good. He breathes well. He doesn't have any problems for now, and we got lucky. We seriously got lucky because one of my sister's bosses had one, and she's been paying and paying and paying for certain operations and stuff for the dog.
Oh, that's rough. And I had a cat that I mean, at the time, it was like in the 90s, I spent a fortune because my cat Placid, she ate, there's like this like string that goes around a ham, like in the States anyway. It's like stretchy. And she got out, and sure enough, she ate like this string. And sure enough, the reason I know that is because it required a 6-hour surgery, and it got pulled out of my.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. And the vet came out. He's like, "There's your problem," and it was like a mile of string. I was like, "Oh my god!" But yeah, it was, and that cat lived for years after that. It's amazing how far veterinary surgery has come over the years.
Oh yeah, the poor thing. Holy crap.
Yeah, she stopped eating and just was looking like really depressed. And I'm like, I wonder what's going on. And the vet took X-rays and was like, yeah, this is going to require surgery. This is not going to come out otherwise. So, and he had to resection some of her intestine, and it was just like, what? But yeah, that was like the most money I ever spent on an animal. And my
It's a
my
pretty
father was
penny.
telling me, yeah, my father was still alive at the time. He's like, why are you doing this? Don't spend another dime. I'm like, well, no, I'm going to do this. And yeah, the cat lived for like another decade after that. Thank God. Cat was like my best friend
Nice.
for years.
It becomes part of the family in a way too. So it's so hard to just leave it in a way suffer. And that's the thing. It's the fear of, let's say, your animal's not eating normally and everything else like that. And it's been like a certain amount of time that he hasn't eaten. Oh, it affects you.
Oh, definitely. I was just so happy. It was just such a gift to get, another decade plus after that, because it was bad. It was like, what the hell happened? How could this happen to this darn cat? But yeah, it was a fun time.
Oh, and hey, if you guys are trying to join in, I think Michael and Dan's not here right now. So please leave a message on their DMs, and they'll probably call you right back.
I'm telling you, my superpower is boring the hell out of people. I scare them away.
I don't know. They just let me in, so.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, they heard, they heard me.
They heard me.
Yeah, honestly, who don't feel special about that because we have essentially been claimed as bottom of the barrel speakers.
That would be me. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I provide no value to anything that I ever say.
Humility is character building, though. So there you go.
Yeah, well, they also
Agree.
say that you are the average of the 5 people whom you spend the most time with. So I don't judge him for being selective in this
Yeah.
regard.
It is this world of remote working. That's going to be we're all going to be terribly sad.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay.
We were doing so well.
Yeah.
But for being listeners?
Yeah, Danny, it's absolutely crazy. Like imagining that your opinion is truthfully valued.
In your life, probably not, and I'm happy for that. But it's okay. Because to
I'm
each its
sorry, like
own,
I shouldn't have said
and
that. Like I'm not trying to be an asshole. Like maybe I
no,
just
no,
am
Caffrey, no
naturally
worries,
an
man.
asshole. Like I'm not trying to be though. Like so I apologize. I shouldn't have said that.
No worries, Caffrey, man. Like, there's not a problem with that. Like, there's no hate. I just participate.
No, well, some people I think with like Caffrey think he's an asshole when actually what he is somebody who likes witty banter, snarky banter, which I like as well. So I get called an asshole a lot too. Although I'm not nearly as snarky as I used to be. I used to be really snarky, but
I could tolerate that. But to each its own at the end. If you can't dish it out, if you can't take
oh,
it,
you
don't
have
dish
to
it out.
Yeah,
take.
yeah. So like I completely agree with that, right? Like if you're gonna dish it out, like you should be able to take it. And if you can't take it, or if you completely like shell up, right? Like when someone gives it back to you, like you had no business dishing it out in the first place, and you should just find a new environment to host upon.
Yeah, I agree.
So
Agreed.
is this kind of like the study we were talking about Hegel yesterday, using your negativity to find out your true spirit's direction by pushing the energy around, I guess.
Yeah, sounds like, yeah. I don't know. Everything goes back to Hegel all the time because it seems to be like a trend around here. But yeah, there's something to be said for that. I mean, I don't know. Like when my sister looks at my tweets, she thinks I'm being angry, and it's like I'm not angry. I'm just having a fun time, just snarking around, you know.
Right, you're just like venting.
Or I'm enjoying myself, just kind of like having a little bit of a snark, you know. Doesn't mean I'm angry at the world. I'm just like, yeah, I just laugh at my own folly and the folly of the world. What's wrong with that?
Right. So like one of like the main issues that like I have run into in recent regards is, you know, like I typically operate like in an environment that is completely different to the general retail investor, right? Um, so I like unintentionally like tend to like shit on like their ideas or like investment philosophies or things of that nature, and I don't necessarily mean to do it, but it's just their way of thinking doesn't necessarily align with mine, and therefore I unintentionally label it as being, you know, irrelevant, unnecessary, or unintentional.
I mean, I think what you have to do, people like you, I don't know you very well, so I'm just part of my assumptions here, but you know, you probably have to find your own client. You know, I mean, this is true with me as well. You need to find a bunch of clients who get you, because but realize the average client is not going to get you. Doesn't mean they don't exist.
Right, but like the average client, like you have to admit that the average client is much more knowledgeable than, you know, the average person that you will speak with on a Twitter space.
Yeah, well, yeah. But you know, personality matters for a lot, though.
But in what sense exactly? That's the thing. What topics are you talking about in that kind of
Well, it's
domain?
not even like it doesn't even have to be that deep. Like just like general understanding of like basic investment principles.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, but still, personality still matters. You know, you have to like each other to do business together.
Right, and that's the cool thing about Twitter Spaces, right? Like essentially, like if you're trying to sell a product, an idea, or a thought, um, yeah, I would agree. Like investment or like a general like understanding of like the
But
clientele,
would it be
the
better to
clientele
do it in
matters.
the back channels instead? So
No, I think
networking in the Twitter space, but don't fully divulge, let's say, concepts or ideas and everything else like that, but focus on people that you can talk in the back channels.
well, I think what's happening is that I remember guys saying this. The only reason you look into my eyes is to see your own reflection. And so a lot of people use a lot of the most intelligent people on Twitter Spaces. They don't know how to listen to other people because they think that other people don't have anything to offer. And it's what keeps them stuck at their level of understanding.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I actually love that you said that because I recently brought upon a point um, in one of the Twitter spaces that I was hosting in regards to I think that people that work in the corporate world are too quick to dismiss people who are willing to acknowledge the fact that they simply don't understand or don't have the answer to a specific question itself. Um, and really what that does is it demeans you know, their essential like use case scenario going forward.
Yeah, I mean, you'll find that most people think that their knowledge represents the entirety of the world. And
Right.
right?
Well,
And
you can't really blame them for that though, right?
oh no, I don't blame
Like
it at all because they have very senior positions in very large companies on the Fortune 50, right? So who can possibly tell them that the world is different than it actually is? I work at this big company, and because I work at this big company and I've seen a lot of things and I've seen a lot of money, I must have an accurate view of society. Nothing could be farther from the truth, but that doesn't mean they're not successful. And the success leads them to have this false sense of accurate perception.
I have a line that, you know, I said it before to you. I say, you know, everybody's living in their own private Potemkin village, you know.
Well, we're all the protagonists of our own lives.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah. Essentially, like everyone is surviving their own truth.
Yeah, but human beings don't change very much, so they're just who they are. And as you get older, and wiser, your wisdom increases, and you're more at peace with that. You know,
Right.
that's what,
And that's the one thing, like, as you grow older and, like, tend to adapt, especially, like, in a corporate environment or, like, just like a general establishment, like, the older you get, the more you realize that you truthfully know nothing.
here's a little heuristic here. You know those motivational posters, the anti ones, the one to make you
Oh,
make
yeah.
the one to make you despair, despair.inc, the ones
Yeah.
that, I
Yeah,
I
they used
saw
to have the ones on Success
Who
with
let
like a
Neocab
shore.
free in here? Who? God damn it!
Sandra did.
God
Yeah.
damn it!
Well,
What?
anyways, I'm not talking about the positive one. I'm talking about the negative ones. The
Yep.
ones that
Yep.
say suicide. It could be for you. It turns out I talked to the owner of that company who made the despair posters, and the people who buy the biggest customers aren't the like snarky little 19-year-old. It's the 45 plus who are the biggest customers. The guys who are just riding it out till they hit retirement or till they get fired. And they're like, okay, I'm never going to be CEO. I'm never going to be promoted ever again. I'm just going to just try to stay in this cube for the next 5 years and get my pension. They're the ones who get they're the ones who are mostly most likely to kind of, shall we say, publicly express cynicism to the bullshit of the world. Whereas when you're 22 years old, you want to be seen as keen and go for it. And I'm the new Gary Vaynerchuk platitude guy. You want to be like that. You want to be seen to be keen. Whereas by the time you're my age, you don't give a fuck. And so
Right. Like, truthfully, if anyone wants to look at that, there's a very detailed documentary regarding David Solomon, who is the current CEO and CFO of Goldman Sachs. And really, what he talks about, like in general, is the simple fact that when he was in his early 20s, he was hot shit because he was like highly, essentially scouted in regards to like these institutions themselves. But he came to realize very quickly that he really knew nothing.
that would be me when I was 25. 30 years later, that would still be me. But yeah.
That's a really cool thing about actually working in finance, right? Like, so when I was in college, I was scouted and I worked internships with UBS,
So,
Lazard,
Capper, did you go
and
to an Ivy League school?
yeah, I went to Yale. Is where
No
I've been.
way.
I got 2 PhDs from an Ivy League school, Neil. So ha.
Yeah, so the one thing that was like that really drove me through like my professional career was the simple fact that I had this experience and I had this like background experience with these firms during my tenure in post-secondary school itself. But the one institution that did not send me an offer was the one that I applied to and ultimately ended up working for the simple fact that I came in with like a chip on my shoulder. I was like, oh, you guys don't want to hire me because you don't think I'm qualified. Like, I'm gonna fucking blow your brains out of the water. So I think everything is very situational in that regard, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Brad.
All
So
right.
what's the Bitcoin price prediction? You were
Exactly
correct
what I said it
on
would
it
be
going
last week.
down. So can you update people on who didn't hear what you had to say?
I'm sorry. What?
Can you update people on what you had to say last week, where we are today, and where we're going into the future?
Where were we at last week on the price? Like 23,000, 24,000. And I
Mhm.
predicted somewhere between 18 and 20, but 20 more likely than 18. And the low was 19,500 yesterday. And today I checked and we're at 20 something, 20,100 or something. Yeah.
Caffrey, you
So
can probably ask the Bitcoin question you had from the last Space Genesis. This motherfucker was a shit.
No, You know what? Honestly, I'm not even gonna ask that for the simple fact that I heard what you said during that last space where um, essentially like the resolution is not worth the outcome itself.
I can understand that, man. But you know what? It was a bit too much one-sided, and it was kind of crappy for for you at that time.
Right, like yeah, the way that I proposed it, it was super shitty.
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
We're talking about the fact that Sandra and I are soon to get married.
Oh, good, good, good.
What's your connection with Carolina barbecue, by the way? I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina, right now.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting. So my general connection with Carolina barbecue came from Asheville when I was working from UBS on an M&A venture.
Okay.
Um, yeah, it's yeah, so like general comparison between like Texas barbecue and Carolina barbecue is much sweeter. Um,
Well, Texas
in like
barbecue, like
specific regards, meaning well, it's I don't know, like I guess it depends on your palate. Like so it's basically a diminishing appeal of pepper and salt itself.
well, Texas barbecue is like eating a whole barbecue. Texas barbecue is like smoking a pack of cigarettes. It's just very, very carcinogenic. Whereas Carolina barbecue is a bit more milder.
Well, it's sweeter.
Yeah, but it's not quite as smoky. It's not quite as burnt. It just depends what you like. I lived in Texas for many years. I love Texas barbecue. But it's very heavy. Whereas like a pulled pork
Which one?
sandwich is
I'm so
much.
sorry. Which one's the one with vinegar base? They use as
That's
vinegar based liquid.
That's Carolina barbecue.
Yeah,
Well,
that's Carolina.
Oh, okay, so one's sweeter, one is more vinegary, and okay.
yeah, but that's just the sauce. I mean, Carolina barbecue is basically pulled pork, whereas Texas barbecue is brisket, and it's very, very smoky.
Right.
And so you'll have pulled pork and either like on a sandwich or you'll have it with a bit of cornbread. Whereas Texas barbecue is a big fuck you plate of like just like this just this big fuck you plate with lots of trimmings like coleslaw and cornbread and all the trimmings. It's like a big fuck you plate. Whereas
Yeah,
Carolina
so
barbecue,
like that's like the
Gotta
one
love
thing
those
that like
big fuck you plates.
that's the one thing that like I never like agreed with as having grown up in like the Northeast, right? Because like I grew up essentially very close to where Primanti Brothers was founded, where they were a big fan of coleslaw. And I'll never forget like I went to like the initial like inception point of Primanti Brothers in like their pulled pork sandwich, and I asked for the sandwich without coleslaw itself, and they looked at me like I had just fucking like murdered a child.
well, some people are just very picky about the way it is. All like you never put like
Highly
you never
peculiar,
like you never
yeah.
put ketchup like you never put ketchup on a Chicago dog, for example. They'll look at you funny there too. You know, I mean that's just like they're really into they have
Right, it's just one of those fucking things, right? Like
yeah,
you don't do that. It's like an unspoken rule.
right. Or you never ask for mayonnaise on your sandwich at Katz's Deli. I mean, it's just one of those rules. You never put ice in
Did
your
you just say cats?
Katz's Deli. Yeah.
Yeah, I have so many stories about cats. Like truthfully, I really like cats, but Sarge's is become like my main staple within the city
Well,
itself.
I used to go to the Carnegie Deli, but for my, it's fine. Yeah, Carnegie
Over in
Deli.
SI.
It closed down though.
Yeah, so I remember they used to have a like essentially like an alternative base over in Staten Island, base in Tottenville.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I lived in New York for a couple of years back in the '90s, and did the whole New York thing, and it's fine. I'd do it again if I was
Yo,
young.
honestly, like I hate when people say like I understand like yeah, fucking like liberal government has ruined the city. But it's a fucking
I
fan.
didn't say
It's
that.
a
I
fan.
didn't say that.
I'm not even gonna say that. Like, but it's a fucking fantastic place to live in your early 20s.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the only trouble is And I lived in the village. So I was living like really high on the hog,
Like
and
west or east?
west.
Oh, okay. You were over there just shooting a fucking episode of Friends.
Basically, yeah. But it's kind of funny there because I noticed all these people, right, who were like in their 40s and they still were living like they were 25 because they had nowhere to grow into because they couldn't. You live there once you get your apartment. That's you get a really good apartment in the West Village. That is as good as it's going to get for you ever, unless you move out. So,
Right. Well, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Like, if you go to like the Upper East Side, that's where the real money is.
oh, okay, okay. No, I understand that, but it's like these guys, like my best friend was gay, for example, and he's like, once he got his job and he got his apartment, he was set for life. You know what I mean? As long as he kept his job and didn't lose his apartment, you know. But you can't just like, oh well, I just got married and have a kid. I'll just like move across the street. No, you won't. You'll move to fucking Greenwich, Connecticut, or whatever.
Yeah, dude. Have fun in Brooklyn,
Have fun in yeah, or even have fun in
Jamaica, Queens.
yeah, or North Orange or whatever it's called, West Orange. So so
Yes. See
so
you
you
in
had
Dumbo, brother.
a lot of people didn't want to do that, so they can like, hang on to what they had, stay single forever. Next thing you know, they're like 45 and still going to the same fucking bars. It was rather sad, actually.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. So I was actually talking the other day. Like, it's kind of embarrassing to admit that the majority of people that I know, or especially like females that grew up in like Hoboken, they have divulged into essentially nothing more than typical bottle waitresses at a Saturday night club.
Okay, yeah, and that's great if the only trouble with that situation is that's great when you're 25. But what do you do when you're my age? You're fucked.
Right, you fuck off, like, and yeah, you just, yeah.
Or I had a friend. It's kind of weird. He was a bartender, and next thing you know, he made a movie. He wrote a movie, directed a movie. It got Keanu Reeves to star in it for some reason, and so he was kind of set for life, but he couldn't deal with it. And so I don't know what the hell happened to him. But he was always talking about how he spent a lot before he did that. He spent about 10 years bartending and working all these different restaurants. And he was talking about how disappointed he was with all his loser friends in the restaurant business, because they're all doing the same stuff, just not
Right.
quite.
Well, and truthfully, like, I can't really blame the guy for doing that, right? Because, like, a job in New York City, like a restaurant job or
Mhm.
like a waiter, like, position in New York City is like, it's not even comparable, um, to like a restaurant job in like Dallas, Texas. It's a completely different ballpark, right?
Hey, Mike,
Because
look at your DMs.
Oh, did I say so? I hope I didn't say something to offend somebody.
No, 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 no.
yo,
You're good.
Genesis, you want to do me a favor?
I'm already done with your mom, but what's your other favor? What's
Yeah,
up, man? What's up?
that wasn't that funny, but uh, can you go ahead and ask Sandra who she's down for?
Uh, Neil, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. You marrying Sandra is all you. I am nothing but a third party observer.
I have no idea what's going on here, but I don't think you can like
Neil makes
force
too much
someone.
money at his job, so girls won't talk to him.
Oh, you have to be nicer.
That is first world problems right there.
He has the opposite problem of like other people with like so there's three I guess phases of being a successful man. The first phase is, oh my god, he has a job. I can give him vagina. That's, basic bitch shit, right? The second phase is you have, you know, you describe your money in terms of net worth, right? Then you can have all the girls you want, right? Because it's basically a smorgasbord everywhere you go. But once you start making that kind of money, like per paycheck, nobody talks to you anymore. Your life becomes really, really fucking isolated.
Well, how does anyone know that though? I mean, unless you're like nouveau riche and you're just
Oh,
like
because Neil
there.
likes to tell everybody.
Bro, I
He's like
talked about it one time.
he's like a vegan. I'm just
Well,
fucking with
I'm
you,
a
man. I'm
vegan
just fucking with
too.
you,
I
bro.
mean, I don't know if being a vegan it has anything to do with wealth, but
No, it doesn't. But if somebody's a vegan, you don't have to ask them because they'll tell you.
Yeah, they will tell you.
Yeah.
I'll tell
Oh,
anyone. Well, I
or
guess
if you do CrossFit as well, man, you know CrossFit and vegan,
CrossFit, yeah,
you're gonna be
CrossFit.
told half as fast. You do CrossFit, you
Except the
know.
way they tell you is like a thinly veiled like lie where they're trying to help you get fit, but they just want to show off the fact that they went to the gym.
No, it's a big trifecta: it's veganism, CrossFit, and Burning Man. That's the
I would
trifecta.
rather
Yo,
die
honestly,
than
like
go to
every
Burning
time you
Man.
say Burning Man, I think of nothing aside from Dirk Bentley.
Bro, I would rather die than go to Burning Man. For real.
Yeah, I went to Burning Man one time, and it was literally the worst experience of my life.
Dude, it looks like the
It's
longest.
disgusting. It's like you might as
Yeah.
well go to Lollapalooza and just cover yourself in feces.
Yeah, man. I just, man, I don't even like to go to the mall. I have to shower after I go to the mall.
You know,
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. Like it's
I always see,
disgusting.
I always see. I see Burning Man as like people who like drink wine. It gives people nothing to say, something to talk about.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
no.
If
Honestly,
people
like the only
behave,
reason to go to Burning Man is if you like Dirk Bentley.
I don't know what that means, but all right.
I don't know what that means either.
I had some friends who went to Burning Man, and they come back and talk about it, and the very fact that my friends were talking about it a certain way made me not want to go, kind of thing. It's
I
one of those
broke up
things.
with a girl one time because she told me she went to Burning Man.
All right.
And I was just like,
Oh
oh no, it's
wow,
only a matter of
was this
time
Paris
before you
Hilton?
try to make me go.
But no, but is Burning Man really that horrendous, or is it just? I mean,
I've never been. It just looks like it's dirty, disgusting. It looks like it's hard to get food and water. It looks like
It's gross.
everyone
It's
there
fucking
doesn't
gross.
shower.
It's so gross.
Yeah.
But when you get there, do you meet interesting people who just happen to be gross, or is it just like everyone's kind of tedious and boring and gross?
That. Yep.
Oh, here we go. Burning
Yep.
Man.
Tedious, boring, and gross. Yeah, that's an
I
excellent
accidentally played
description.
this.
And then you're supposed to be on drugs, and I don't know about you guys. I like drugs, right? Like, but like, I cannot take like psychedelic drugs if I'm even a little bit dirty. Like, I have to shower
Right.
before I eat the mushrooms. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, I just remember like when I was a kid in college, like the Grateful Dead were such a big fucking deal, and then you went to a Dead show, you kind of wondered who are all these assholes everywhere? What's so great about the music? I don't get it.
Bro, I heard that the Grateful Dead tours were an excuse for a drug distribution ring.
Yo, that honestly has no rings on the early Rise Against tours.
Well, when I was in college, the only people who were like into the Dead were like these hippie rich kids, you know, and they were fine, hippie rich kids, you know. Every college has them, but I just didn't. I just didn't. I didn't understand the cult. I guess I wasn't raised. I just wasn't raised around it. So.
Right, yeah, we understand you weren't attractive.
Oh well, never mind. Never mind. Poor me.
I don't like the Grateful Dead, and I don't like the band Fish.
Yeah, it's complete trash. I mean, honestly, if you like Fish, you might as well like Rush.
First of all, I don't. I like 3 Rush songs, but god damn, the drummer from Rush is amazing.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. What was his name? Neil Peart?
Neil
Is that right?
Peart.
Yeah.
Neil Peart. He died, poor thing.
And also, I don't know if you guys play guitar, but if you've ever tried to learn a Rush song, you can go fuck yourself because it's hard.
Mm.
They know how to play their instruments.
Yeah, well, luckily I'm very fortunate in that regard, and I don't have to fuck myself because Sandra fucks me.
Oh.
You got. I think you scared her off.
We all wish we were you, Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm fantastic.
Why did you change the name of your profile, by the way?
Yeah, I got doxxed by the AMC crowd.
Oh, okay.
They asked me like a general question regarding cash flow of the company itself and like their obligations to pay off debts, and I answered it truthfully. And next thing I know, I'm like getting messages. They were like, "I will fucking kill your stepbrother."
What the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ.
But aren't you
Yeah,
paid to
that's
be
what.
honest?
That's
Aren't you paid?
yeah. I
Aren't you?
was like, all right,
Isn't being honest part of your job, or being smart
fucking
and honest?
weirdos.
You're
What's
now.
up?
Well, in finances, you have to be smart and you have to be honest. I mean, the last thing you want to be in is finance is a liar. Jeez.
Yeah. You would get ousted real fucking quick.
It's literally illegal. I mean, not that we don't break laws in finance every day, but like it's pretty specifically said like you're not allowed to say anything that's not true in reference to capital.
But I'm just saying, if you want to cultivate, you're supposed to be honest. You're supposed to cultivate a reputation for honesty. You're supposed to be straight people. I mean, it's one of those businesses that you're not a straight shooter. But in a world of so much uncertainty, if you're not a straight shooter, last
Yeah.
people need are more uncertainty in their life, especially coming from your sorry ass. You
Right.
know, it's already fractal enough. You know, I don't know.
Right. I don't know if I'll ever work for anyone else's firm ever again, which is weird.
Are you balls deep in Bitcoin? Is that kind of what you're up to?
Well, the thing that I do, I've always done as a hobby. I think I've talked to Neil about this. Is I was on ramping and taking the test to go work for a investment bank, but and I'm still taking the test and stuff. Like they're still sponsoring me for the test. I just I won't work there. Anyway, the thing that I do though as a hobby, I've done it for years now, is I trade Bitcoin on leverage. I trade it 100x, and for a while, I lost a lot of money, and then I stopped losing money. So year to date, like my win rate is 73%, and my P&L is green for 2022. So my firm takes in private money, and I do what I do with large sums of money.
Wait, so like just based off of what you said, I understand that you and I have had some previous conversations, but are you working for like a VC firm within the crypto space itself?
No, I'm starting my own thing. So I'm just doing my own thing.
Yeah, you said my firm though. That's
Yeah.
what
That's
caught me
just
up.
like my company, my firm, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what the end result of the entity will be. It'll be something that gets determined with lawyers, obviously.
Okay.
Like, because on one hand, you could be a micro hedge fund, for example.
Are
right?
you a solopreneur?
My client would like you to refer his questions to me at this point.
Yeah, please do not ask any questions. He refers to the Fifth Amendment.
The Fifth Amendment.
No, I'm just curious, but I'm not a big fan.
No questions. No questions accepted at this time.
Okay. All right.
So ultimately, like the legal entity, the shape of the structure of the company would be,
What are you doing?
What am I
Bro,
doing?
this
I'm
guy
saying
here's
words.
legal, and like the first thing, like this is absolutely absurd. Like he hears like legal obligations, and the first thing he thinks to do is blurt out loud.
What?
Okay.
So
Hughes, please control
anyway,
yourself.
what are you guys up to?
I was trying to make conversation, but apparently I made a faux pas. So
No, there's no faux pas, man. I just don't think he
Fitz
needs
is
to
very
divulge.
concerned that I'm going to be indicted or audited.
No, it's just not worth it.
Has there ever been
You know what? Truthfully, like I don't have
restaurant?
anything against you, but like I am genuinely concerned that that is something that could possibly
Has there
happen.
ever been a restaurant called Faux Pas?
Oh, faux pasta?
No, the
Faux
only thing
pas?
I get is fupa, and that's the thing that your girlfriend let lagging.
Yeah.
I like it. Faux pas.
Faux pasta, just a
See, the
bad
thing is,
Faux pas.
you guys don't think something productive can come out of these conversations, but we were able to come up with a new restaurant name, and I think that's a win.
Boom. Hey man.
Can I get a hoya?
Do you guys remember Craypaw? Like those, like there was some kind. It was almost like a chalk, but it was like a different sort of. It was between like a chalk and a crayon. Craypaw. They were like for drawing.
Oh, I thought. Never mind. Sorry.
What?
Does anybody remember this?
No.
No, honestly, Honestly, I feel like you're making things up.
No, so it was between like chalk and crayons, kind of, and it was like Craypaw. And I'll have to look it up, but I remember when I was a kid using these things.
Yeah, it was like Crayola with Asperger's.
Yeah, pastels.
Did you just say like Crayola with Asperger's?
Yeah, I did say that.
That was pretty good. Maybe, yeah, kind of.
Oh God.
They're just like really vibrant, but it was almost like working with charcoal. So it was like an intro to charcoal for kids.
Or retards.
Nice.
So, Matthias, how do you feel about access databases?
Sorry, say again?
How do you feel about access databases now?
Oh man, it's a spiritual experience, dude. The fact that I don't know what to call them, 3 views or whatever. You're doing shit in forms, or you're doing them as a wire diagram, or you're writing it in however. But it's all 3 aspects of the same underlying mechanism, and each design makes obvious some aspect of the underlying structure. I fucking love that shit, man.
Bro, they really give blue check marks to anyone these days, huh?
Who even has a blue check mark? Neil Caffrey from the USA channel?
I do.
Oh,
I do.
like he's
I
offended.
do, but I got it like 10 years ago. So back when I
No, perfect.
back when I was interesting.
I don't know
were
the
you
hell Neil's talking
interesting
about.
for?
Why were we interested in
you?
That was a minor bestseller, I guess.
What was the book?
Oh.
Yeah, he was probably like a Game of Thrones blogger.
Yeah,
that would be
dope,
right?
As transition to that, yep.
Yeah, well, I guess like that's how Jack Posobiec started, right?
No,
he was like angry Game of Thrones fan.
I wrote a
Hugh's
Never heard
got
of
to
that
be
guy.
the only person in the fucking world who has ever published a goddamn book. When I say, what was your book? He doesn't give me an actual answer.
Yeah, he actually one of his most recent live chats, like he completely like banned me from it immediately because like I like started to view the chat because I was interested in what he had to say, and then I was like, damn, Jack, you really got a pencil neck.
Why would someone ban you from a
I didn't ban
chat?
anybody. No, the name of the book's called Ignore
No. I'm Caffrey.
The name of the
Why would someone ban you from a chat?
Well, I told it. I essentially like I made a comment regarding
That blows my mind that someone
around the
would
fact
want to ban you
that he
from
had
a
a pencil neck. I was
Isn't
like, damn,
that
Jack, I love you,
Why
but you got a pencil neck.
Why would anyone want to ban you from a chat when you provide such great input?
Yeah, Neil, have you wrote a
Blowing my
fucking
mind.
book you can
I
tell me
feel like
about,
I'm being
Neil?
insulted on so many levels
Crazy.
right now. It's not even funny.
Someone
How is
banned
that
you from a
insulting?
chat? Are you saying that they didn't like you speaking for 3 hours straight? Is that what you're trying to convince us?
What?
That nobody was interested in listening to you just talk and
No
talk
way.
and talk for 5 hours straight? Well, hey guys, guess what? I went to an Ivy League school. Hey guys, guess what? I went to an Ivy League school. Look at me.
Yep,
And I
deleted my account.
have a middle management position in late stage capitalism. It's interesting.
Nice.
I'm not saying it's not interesting. I think it's quite fascinating.
Anyways, Matthew, the name of my book is Ignore Everybody.
Are you trying to hurt his feelings or
No,
make him laugh?
Hugh, are you joking or are you serious?
Did I just get insulted by a guy that makes $60,000 a year?
I've never seen Michael like that before. That was impressive.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Who's
having a
Yo,
good time.
Hugh, honestly, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Who's Michael?
Hey, hold on, Neil.
Yeah, let's
Neil,
talk. Let's talk about your
Neil,
$65,000 a
do you
year
have a
management
book?
position at some sub-tier fucking
Hold on,
voluntary
Hugh's
insurance
book
firm.
was called Ignore Everybody, and as far as I can tell, Neil doesn't have any book out, and he still gets banned from chats. Neil, if you have a book, please tell me about it right now. Otherwise, just shut the fuck up and let Hugh talk. I beg you.
First off, I don't even know who you are, and
You don't
honestly,
have to,
your
bro.
opinion. Yeah, I really don't care who you are.
I want to know what book you have, because right before you started talking, we were talking
Can you
about
imagine how
books released.
fragile you have to be to try to measure dicks with money with people who you don't know? You realize how sad that is? I was gonna say, You like, want no, no, like, you want to measure yourself against other people in a Twitter space, and it's called faux pas. This is your life.
I measure my dick
genuinely
against
do not
burritos.
understand why some random guy that I do not know is trying to compare his life to mine.
I just got it, by the way. I see faux. Now it's the noodles. Yeah, you get it, right, Fitz? Okay, I was thinking pasta.
I
missed so much.
Okay,
It's
I like it.
Pho.
Fuck.
pasta.
Fucking stupid.
You can't
white
leave it in the
people.
water.
Neil, it's fine, man. You don't have
Genesis.
to like no attacks. These people are fine. You're fine. It's all good, dude.
So Hugh, the name of your book is seriously called "Ignore Everybody"?
Yes.
Oh my, that's just great. I was trying to hear for 3 minutes, and I literally couldn't. That's fucking excellent.
It was animated. It was animated. So.
Oh man.
Your book was animated, or the conversation?
The
Or both?
conversation was animated.
Yeah.
We should animate your book.
My egregore.
Oh
Ooh.
God! Don't get me started.
Let's go.
Well, dude, I've been trying to finish writing a book for like 15 years, and obviously I still have not. So allow me, being a person who has been paid to write, just never finished a book, to tip my hat to you, because it is the hardest thing that a human can do, I think, to write an entire book.
I think it's really hard. I mean, I wouldn't say I was particularly talented at it. I think I was just there for a little while. I was in the zone, so I did it.
Well, that's dope as fuck, bro.
Yeah, and then actually the book did quite well for a while, so that was quite nice too. But it's like, I gotta tell you, the Greeks, ancient Greeks, right? When you won the Olympics, they didn't give you a medal, didn't give you a contract with a TV show. They gave you a little laurel wreath, a little twig to put on your head. It cost about 30 cents, and it lasted.
Yeah, but that twig got you mad, bitches, bro.
Well, it did.
That was for peace. Those were for peace.
That was basically
like,
a Lambert.
Yes. The theory was that you were given a very fleeting award because the idea was the victory was very fleeting. That has been my experience with success. I've been successful many times, off and on. And
what was your favorite thing to be successful at?
Being a really good artist. I'm a really good artist. I thought I got good one day. That was quite a nice feeling.
Cool.
But
guys, where did Caffrey go? Did Caffrey just leave? Was that too mean?
Yeah, that's okay, dude. I
Bro,
was talking now.
that was
where
the
did Caffrey
meanest
go?
I have ever seen you be.
Was that mean?
That was mean.
Dude, I heard this guy talk about his Princeton degree 5 times. Like, I get it. I get it. Nobody cares. I mean, this is not 1987. Nobody gives a shit no more.
Oh shit, he had a Princeton degree. Damn it, man.
But think about it,
that.
dude. The strip mall with faux pas and faux pasta and then dough pas. So you have a bakery, a pasta place, and a freaking faux place. Holy shit. Yeah, Michael, that was definitely the most aggressive I've ever seen you, by the way.
Yo.
The guy was here for like 8 hours, literally.
Hey, the unicorn's an asshole, honestly.
Dude, look, if I was an asshole, I would have stopped it after hour. If I was an asshole, I would have stopped it after hour 1. But now we're in hour 6, and just one of those things. Well, the thing is, I trolled him before, right? The whole conversation I had with him before about, when people get into a Fortune 50 position, they take their experience of the world to be everything in the world. And he didn't see it at all. Like, it completely went over his head. And so I was like, all right, so I've tried that method. Let's try the other one, which is tell me for the 7th time when you went to school. Tell me for the 8th time that you have a lower to middle. It sounds fancy, VP, but they just give them that title because they're raising money. But, nobody respects you.
How many times
what I mean?
How many times have you guys heard me mention the fact that my education was Ivy League?
And that is the point.
I didn't want to.
That's
see him
even
cry.
more fire, Genesis.
Yeah.
I didn't
not
want
that
to see him
cry.
Go ahead, Lagerbeck. Hey, what's going on?
I think it's a really good time right now just to bring up Hegel. Just saying.
Well, just saying I got 0 university education. I'm not sure if I have to leave the room at this point.
Yep,
but
get the fuck out.
Yeah,
you can't. You're a lesser form of human. Oh my God! How dare you?
I know.
How dare you?
Sorry.
What have you done with your life if not go to a place for no reason for several years?
She lays down reason. Like she really
become
does.
in debt to a varying amount based on what geographical location you were born in.
Yeah, also I think there's something in the water today on the American continent because something is wild. I don't know what's going on. But if even Michael freaks out at some point today, that something must be in the water in America and Canada. So I'm glad
You know,
I'm done here again.
North Americans are an angry people. It's often misunderstood how deeply fucking angry we are.
During the summer, we're nice, and then like in the winter, like in the Northeast, anyway.
The murder rate increases dramatically in every major city
that
in the country
that
during
part,
the summer.
Oh no,
that
you
part
guys!
AF.
I was
Yes.
just saying thank you, Marios, for getting rid of Jeffrey or whatever his fucking name
Oh,
is.
Yeah,
well,
that's
No,
fuck.
I didn't
fantastic.
want him
I
to
had
leave.
Back here.
So
I
Right
didn't
button
want
so
him to
said
leave,
enough
that,
of
by
this
the way.
honestly.
guy.
Look, I was asking Hugh a
Can we get
question.
rid
I
of
couldn't
him?
hear. No. I let him up. Please don't. I
Oh
was
He's
my
asking Hugh a
fine.
god!
question.
See,
He's
it's
fine.
Catherine's a
ours,
good guy.
I
He's
was
great.
asking Hugh
Marios.
a question. I couldn't hear the answer, and then we started
Oh.
shitting on Hugh, and I was like, "Look, man, if you're gonna do, But thank you for coming back, because I love
Laggers,
you. So
I
that's
was
from Vikings, right?
that is correct.
yes, I've heard her ask this question of so many, and people be like,
Yeah,
"Amazing,
I actually
amazing."
I just joined I joined another space to like completely troll, and I was speaking Cuban. And
Hey, ya
no
no
one seemed
vamos
to
a la
get it.
playa.
Although everyone lived in Cuba, they didn't speak like the national.
Hijo de la verga.
Es que cuando
Chupame la
estábamos
pala,
en
por
Cuba.
favor.
Oh, damn it, man! I believed in you. That's your Cuban accent.
No, that's just my shit speaking.
You listen to me, you fucking cockroach. You come into my
There you go.
fucking neighborhood. You come into my fucking
Damn it.
neighborhood and
Oh,
you
fucking
disrespect me.
yeah,
You talk about
yep.
my
There it is.
fucking sister like that, man.
Welcome.
I fucking cut you from your fucking guts to your fucking chin, you fucking bitch. Fucking cockroach piece of shit.
Yeah,
What
I was
you
waiting
are,
for
man.
cockroach.
Yep,
I guess.
yep. Straight up favorite movie ever.
Everyone from Cuba
I fucking
is
got you.
forever is just the fucking Al Pacino to me.
I fucking
Hmm.
got you.
Oh
I'll
shit!
I
fucking
only know
cut you.
the one word. I
Oh
think it's
Couple
shit!
more flavors of
cabron.
shit on me and
Like that
Cabron.
is the most perfect
That's
response to
it.
any situation. I fucking got you, bitch.
Cabron.
Oh, hold on,
Oh
Matthew.
shit, I had
What's
a
going
mouthful
on
of
with
water.
Like
Cerrotes.
how do you
the
fucking not
access
say
Cerrotes.
that?
database? And we were talking about the access databases. So what revelation of the universe did you learn with access with Chase?
I
I
can't.
saw.
I don't
I
know,
saw.
man. Like I
I
joined
saw
this space and I heard
firsthand. I saw firsthand how any model
I fucking got you,
cannot
bitch.
capture all the other aspects of any other model.
How did
So
you
it's
see that?
like, because the wireframe or whatever the hell you're dealing with is different from the view that you're using to create the columns in your table, which is different
Okay.
than the actual table view. So there's just necessarily too many. You cannot keep track of all the relations. You just can't. It's crazy. So what we do is we apply a reduction, saying these two whatever the fucks are essentially close enough that we could just collapse it into whatever. But it's just, that's not the reality. Like, that is what abstraction is in these models, where you're just moving slowly away from however you're encoding shit to another way, and then you got to translate it into machine language through your compiler, all this other shit. So but it was all right there, right? Because I never considered database shit in terms of programming languages, or I would never say to myself, yo, I want to learn how to program. I'm about to go make tables like some Oracle cell.
That's funny. That's funny, Matios, because from the perspective of data security, I always thought of database scripting as a programming language. I always went at it as to the perspective of I can use this structure to manipulate that thing. Does
Damn.
that make
Okay.
sense? I always thought of it like Python.
Absolutely it does. No, and for transparency, I have no skin in this game. I'm worthless. I've never written a line of code. I've never got paid for shit, I was just some dad on Twitter on the sideline talking shit about these nerds who were talking shit to each other because I kind of followed what they were saying. But then it was like,
that part.
Then you get into it, and then I was like, oh, I am so sorry, you guys. You're actual fucking... you're people who build things, and I'm over here fucking jacking off on you on Twitter to fit in with my friends. And
Yeah,
I'm still
this one time
hilarious.
at band camp.
So
I played saxophone, so when I shoved that shit in... Anyway, my bad.
I always thought of it like this, man. For example, when I was like
No
in
one cares.
college and shit, which was 20 years ago, everyone was using SQL and Oracle or Sun Microsystems, which is the same
Excellent.
thing, right?
Java all the way down. Let's go.
So like, you could just learn basically a scripting language, right? Which I used to use Bash script for fucking
Whoa.
everything, bro. Dude,
Whoa.
so back in the day, you couldn't decrypt DVDs on Linux. You had to use an app that only ran on Windows. So I wrote a Bash script that incorporated Wine, which is the Windows emulator in Linux, and
Oh
the
wow.
the only thing you had to do is at one point it would spit the disk out, and you had to take the disk, put the blank disk in, and press enter. That was the only interaction you had to have. And it would rip the DVD, decrypt the DVD, copy the DVD to a blank disk, and I had the thing at Blockbuster where you could rent as many movies as you wanted because they were trying not to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I built up like a giant binder of DVDs that I stole from Blockbuster by copying them with a Bash script.
Dude, okay, so was the Bash script, like when you were connecting it to Lime, was it functioning like an API then? Or an API interface ish?
So kind of, because you can execute commands from Bash scripts. So you can run a program. Most programs in Unix environments have a non GUI counterpart that you can run from the command
Oh
line.
wow.
Yeah. For
Amazing.
example, there's MP3 players, there's movie players, there's like everything that you can run from a command line, you can run from a Bash script, and you can set
Oh
modifiers,
man.
right? For example, if you delete files, you set a modifier to delete all the files, right? RM dash whatever it is. I don't remember the
Like
command.
what do you mean? Like to not have it on, wherever they store shit, the vestiges of some shit you deleted?
No, I'm just saying, like, I was just using the remove
I'm
command as an
sorry.
example.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
like you could run any command with any modifiers from a Bash script in any order, and you can
Oh shit.
basically the way that it comes out is it's set up linear, like it's sort of temporal. This always happens. This always happens before that. So
Beautiful.
as long as you think of
Oh
a
my
process that you're
gosh.
doing right as
Mm-hmm.
a this then that
Mm-hmm.
language sort of like structure, you could do anything you wanted to with a fucking Bash script, dude. My friend
Genesis.
Max works at Nvidia, and I swear to fucking God, dude, he has Bash scripted his entire fucking job. Like he goes to
Whoa.
work and just sits and chills, bro. He monitors everything, obviously, because like Nvidia does important shit. But like, yeah, he didn't type anything.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, Bash script is a very powerful thing to learn if you want to just be lazy as fuck when it comes to running commands or doing tasks that require a lot of subsequent commands. Oh, dude, another really good example of something fucking cool that I did with a Bash
Did he
script.
leave again?
Huh?
Sorry.
What?
Carry on.
Neil left again. But yeah, go ahead, please.
Is I used to run Gen 2 Linux. So the thing that differentiates Gen 2 as a distro is everything is built from source. So when you go to install Gen 2, it's literally download the Linux kernel, and so on and so forth. Like you boot from a disk, you run the compiler. It's a thing. It's hard. So I basically wrote a script that did everything to make my computer. It was kind of like having an image of the way I want my perfectly clean operating system to be on a disk,
Whoa.
except all I had to do was install Gen 2 up until the point where I had Bash, and then run that script, and it would use the internet to pull a perfect image of the way that I want my computer to be. Does that make sense?
Yes. My gosh. So yeah, to your point, that I don't want to say that's what I came in contact with, but I was like going through all that shit, and in my mind, from my dumbass point of view, going through all that database shit like gave me more understanding in 2 hours than problems I've been banging my head against for fucking 5 years. Nah, I shouldn't say that. 3 years. But it was still dope. You know what I mean? Like it was absolutely it was a trip. And I was already a fan of XL. And I was fucking around with VBA like a week or two ago, so I was just like, oh, okay. Like I see what XL is, which is it's weird own thing. When I open up the VBA shit, I felt okay, this makes way like I follow now. But then leveraging both of them together, like just writing a script to do a loop over some shit here on my sheet, it was like, man, this is cool, bro. Then I seen Access and I was like, oh fuck, I regret all this shit I've been talking for the last 7 years on Twitter, man. I wish I could go back to everybody and apologize personally. Like, I'm sorry for making light of what you dedicated your life to understand. Because my bad.
Marios, can I ask you a question, Marios?
Please.
Can you describe your gosh?
The thing about the gosh is that the moment it's defined, it has a whole set of things which it negates, which it has to. It can't be both. It necessarily is itself and it is not these other things. But then in the unity of it all, there's still just two different moments through time. So whenever you can't. I should have started with that. My bad. I can't.
Okay. I knew you were going to come up with something good for that, so I just wanted to ask. All right, carry on. It's acceptable.
I was just paraphrasing something Hegel said, Hugh. But anyway,
the essence of the thing is the thing without its essence.
Bruv. Exactly, fam. You trying to make me cry right now, dog? You guys know that this is my language, bro. I could stay here, but I don't want our audience to shrink. Just tell me what we're talking about next. But yeah.
Yeah, because it could be good or it could be bad. Like there's like a whole lot going on with gosh.
Yeah, man. It's not us to judge what is or is not good or bad, for we are not the gosh.
I don't understand the gosh. Is that like a God thing?
I walk in faith in Gosh's name.
I think so.
Amen, Mike.
That euphemism for God?
That's a good question, Mike. Or Hugh. Whoever
he could be
that.
like the God for the agnostics. You know, who knows?
Oh, okay.
Ooh, nice.
It's a little self-centered though when you say my gosh, because we all have one gosh.
Ooh, fire. That was my bad. Our gosh. I should have just said
Our
gosh.
gosh is an awesome gosh, he reigns.
I'm standing and clapping. I got to go at least 8 beats. You know, you can't just. Yeah. It's not one of those things you can cut off.
That's the national hood anthem.
Dude, I want to change my name to Gosh. This is amazing.
I thought it was the national anthem. Hold on, what? Anyway, sorry.
No, the national anthem is actually New York State of Mind by Jay-Z.
Bring.
How is that different from the Billy Joel version? Is it the same song, just a cover, or is it a completely different song?
It's a sample. They took a sample from the piano.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
You didn't know what New York State of Mind 1 and 2 was a Billy Joel interpolation? Yeah, man.
No.
Yeah, man.
Way.
Dude, Soundpaint is raffling a Mini Moog signed by Billy Joel, like a vintage Mini Moog signed by Billy Joel.
And it's functional? Is it a
vintage
one?
Yeah, it's a functional vintage mini mode autographed by Billy
Oh
Joel.
my
But the
gosh.
fucking raffle tickets are $25
You
each,
know,
bro.
Billy Joel's doing is really clever. Is he got too old? He didn't want to turn anymore because he's old and stuff. And so he just does a once a month residency at Madison Square Garden, makes a bloody fortune.
Oh my gosh,
So
dude.
He's a piano
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, he just like flies in on his helicopter onto the roof of Madison Square Garden once a month and plays Piano Man, then leaves and goes away with $2 million or whatever.
This house in Long Island was designed to look like a piano.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Excellent.
the damn shame. Like, if anyone has ever truthfully visited Long Island, what a horrible place.
Okay.
Terrible.
The only good thing about
love for
the
Long
only
Island.
good
Is
thing
the
about Long
Islanders.
Island is the Hamptons and Montauk.
It's because the Rangers suck. That's why.
But I mean,
Yeah, it's basically like a driving range for Staten Island.
yeah, but the thing is, it's just genius the way he makes a fortune, but doesn't have to tour anymore. I think that's genius. He just managed to make that happen. So it's like the real New York thing to do. Go see Billy Joel play Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like, yeah, if you
He's
want to have very
centralized
average
touring.
kids, you raise them on Long Island.
Oh, great! You can raise him in Great Neck. That's nice. How about a Great Neck? Great Neck's nice.
No, let's be realistic here. The only great
Excellent.
neck comes from women that grew up in Hoboken.
Ooh. Also, I used to take the train from Manhattan to Flushing for the Chinese food. That was nice. I like that.
Interesting. Yeah, it's always nice to be able to tell the woman that you went out with that specific night to just flush himself down the Holland Tunnel and go home.
Is she from Hoboken?
Hoboken?
Or is she from Hocus?
No, they're all hosts. Like, stop trying to sugarcoat it.
Oh, Jersey
Oh, God.
City.
You
I got
can't say that.
hoes, and they from Boken.
They're
Not allowed. You can't say that. We love
Morristown?
these hoes. We
Oh,
love
weird,
these
I just said
hoes.
that. I've never met a woman from Hoboken that has aspired to be anything more than a bottle waitress.
I've never met a woman from Hoboken. I'm going to be
That's
totally
sad
honest.
because I know like lawyers, doctors, Jersey City too.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
actually
lawyers,
interesting.
doctors.
As much shit
So
that I
Matthew,
talk about,
what's
like the
next
Police
on the
suburbs of
access
officers,
New York
they'll
City
probably
itself,
arrest you.
my
Drew.
girlfriend
Those women,
grew
the
up
police
in
officers are gonna arrest you
she grew up
when
on
you
Staten
drive around
Island,
So
like in
drunk in
Matthew,
your
what's
Tottenville,
next with the
and
access
Mercedes.
database?
Oh Lord, won't you
yeah,
buy me a
right. I
My
talk a lot of
Mercedes
shit like
And
in this
Benz?
moving
My
on
department,
to the
but
friends
next
all drive
aspect of
Porsches.
the access
I'm
the
database,
working
hoes
Matthew.
Caymans. We're
call
tired all our
young in the
lifetime.
phone.
No help from our friends. So, oh Lord,
Thank you.
won't you buy
So
me
Matthew,
a
what's the next step with the access database?
No, so my girlfriend
I'm
works
trying
for
to
McKinsey and Company,
Yeah,
and I
it'll be
implement
good.
genuinely believe that
Genesis.
the only
Matthew,
reason she
What
got this
what
what's the
career.
what
next
Genesis
step
brought
in
up
the access? Yeah, go on.
with the scripting actually gave me pause because then I was like, all right, I think I got to turn back at VBA because I thought I was free, but
Oh,
there's like I need that intuition, and obviously I can't. Obviously I can't. Like my mind isn't wired, or I guess no one's. You know what I mean? But I'm not looking for that kind of shit, man. And I'm like, hold up, scripting is like a liminal space between two systems. If you want, what?
Yeah, dude, it's a way that you can make
What,
yourself a virtual robot. Just
bruh?
imagine how can I if there's a thing you were gonna type into the keyboard with your fingers, you can fucking automate that shit with a script. Or a mouse click
Bruh.
or anything like that. Any kind of input.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fingered your girlfriend last night.
Dude, I got rugged because I
poor
was
guy.
watching Rush, Tom
Oh.
Sawyer, and Neil
Oh
Peart
yeah.
is fucking out of his goddamn mind, dude.
Strong.
There's no way that you can't say that Rush is amazing. Like the dude's insane.
Who is? And I'm not even shit posting when I ask this question, so I'm gonna preface this with that because I know I'm a fucking dumbass. But who is Rush? Just a question. Not trying to be a fucking prick. I just
Dumbass
cannot
today,
recall
so
the music.
someone please
That's
explain.
honestly offensive because Rush has singularly the best bass guitarist that has ever existed, in the past 30 years.
But what song has he based on?
Rush is a band from Canada. They did Tom Sawyer.
Dude, watch Tom Sawyer. He goes absolutely fucking ballistic, and his drum kit is like the biggest goddamn drum kit you've ever seen. And he's just like, he's going. It's. I can send you. I'll send you a link if you want. It's awesome.
Please, excellent.
It's sick, bro. Like, they recently toured in Pittsburgh with Def Leppard, and holy fuck, it was some country artist, Brett Eldridge, in Pittsburgh, and my
Nice.
parents went to see it, and they were like, "This was the fucking best concert that I've ever been to in my lifetime." Strictly based off of Thrush like drum solo.
Man, you guys are selling it, and I'm trying to not be brainwashed.
No, it's like I don't know. It's
Also,
like an
they're
80s. It's like
Canadian.
an 80s band, right? Like, so every band that ever
So
existed in the 80s was worth listening to, but everyone had their fan favorite.
What the
I don't
fuck
know.
do you know about the
Rush
80s?
during like that period was like they were kind of shit. You know, everyone would prefer to listen to like Def Leppard or like Poison, right? But
Rod
like,
Stewart.
But they're the only ones that are still
some
alive,
fucking
motherfucker.
Rod Stewart.
Rod
Yeah,
Stewart's my
Nice.
favorite. Yeah,
Look,
I love
Rod
him.
Stewart is a force
yeah,
of nature.
I love Rod
some
Stewart.
fucking
Downtown Train,
hero
what are you
like
talking
Jack
about?
I'm such a
Kroger like
fucking rod
mashup.
head.
Can I get a hero?
Like, I went and saw Tesla like 3 weeks ago, and these guys are probably now in their like 60s, and they literally had like the fans, like these huge freaking fans set up, and this is like an old late 80s, early 90s band with like their wicked long hair and just like shredding on the guitar and just doing all that old school like
Excellent.
yeah, man. So that is a missed art.
Bro, that's
We
like
don't.
no comparison. Like the original drummer from Def Leppard fucking lost an arm to like cancer, and he was just out here banging with a left fucking
Don't
arm.
spread false information. He was in a car accident. Okay.
Whatever the fuck it was, no one cares. He's missing an arm.
I care.
oh fuck! How did I get unmuted? What the fuck is going on?
It's because we need you, bro.
No, that shit was crazy. Like the first, so my stepmother, right? She grew up like going to concerts like consistently. She would go to like Scorpions, like Def Leppard, like all those things. And like the first concert I ever went to was the Def Leppard concert. It was directly outside of Pittsburgh, and it was fucking cool as shit. And I was just like, dude, this guy is drumming his ass off with one goddamn arm. Fantastic, like absolutely fantastic. Like I will
He
never
uses his.
rock rock music
Here's a
holds
little
like a
known
solid place
fact.
in my heart for that.
He uses his gigantic penis as a third leg. It's an advantage.
Yeah, I get that.
Plus, he has
The
double speed pedal,
same way that
right?
Tommy
With that
Lee
double
fucking
speed pedal, you
essentially
can
used
really
his
take over.
penis as a way to fuck Pamela Anderson.
All right, Catherine, we're going to try an experiment where we let other people talk for 10 minutes. Let's see how long this lasts. Go ahead, Ruben.
I would just like to contribute that our friend Genesis has a
Jeez, I'm leaving. I can't do
more
this. I'm not
diseases than a week old
playing this.
moldy fetus, and his penis has got its own deli section for foreign cheeses, and he's so hygieneless that he got quarantined to Venus and is beaming this by hologram like Captain Kirk or Jesus.
Yo, I apologize for jumping the gun on that, Senor Ruben. That was damn.
Ruben's a virgin.
It's difficult, I know. I think we lasted 45 seconds, which is
Oh
probably
my
how long we
God.
last.
That's excellent.
Let's try it again. Let's start from zero.
By sheer word count, though, Ruben won the exchange.
That's good. Yeah, this
Hey,
is
that's
called
fair. Word count to word count ratio that was like 4 minutes.
He's also got you in the sandwich. The sandwich, he definitely trumped you on the sandwiches too.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. Ruben, can you tell me about that one time that you privileged time as a meaningful measure of reference due to time and expenditure and time?
Nah.
Time isn't even real, dude.
I would like an opportunity to
That lasted
respond.
about 20 seconds, actually, if you think about it. Let's try
I
again.
would like
Keep
an
track.
opportunity to respond to Ruben.
Oh
Yes,
shit!
please.
My bad, Jonathan.
Ruben and I actually like one another.
That
So like,
lasted about 10 seconds. All right, let's try this again. It's so difficult, right? It's so difficult being an adult. Keep going, Brett.
I want to tie it all together because we're all talking heads in here. So I just connected the talking heads with Rush up top, connected it for you guys. Carry on.
Oh my God, I love
it's
you
actually
guys.
annoying because Ruben's DMing me.
I think that was longer. That was about 30 seconds. Let's just try that again. It's so hard to be an adult, to hold on. Like, self-restraint is yet theoretical, even after a 4-year
Bro,
degree
we
at a
can't even have
private college.
conversation. Like Ruben is
It's
trying
so
to ask me a
difficult.
question, and
It's
I
so
can't even answer
difficult.
it because we keep.
I know, little guy. It's so difficult. Let's try it again. Let's start from zero. Go ahead, Brad.
Bro, honestly, like I'm not even
Yeah,
here to talk
that
about
was
your
2 seconds. Let's try again, Brad.
tiny penis.
That was 1 second. It's very difficult. I know. I don't think they teach this. Maybe they don't teach that at what was it? Two
Yale.
Bit University or whatever
Yeah.
it was.
It
Yeah.
was Yale.
Okay, that's
God,
right.
you said it like 20 million times, but
Yeah.
and shut
Yeah.
his fucking mouth.
Wait. You know what you do?
It's the
This
only
is what,
thing he has going for him. Go ahead, Brad.
this is what you do. You say,
Tiny
"Hang on,
penis.
Caffrey, do you want to finish first, and then Brad can go?" So you had something to say. So go
No,
ahead,
I can't
Caffrey,
even say
and
it.
then we'll let
Like
Brad go.
he keeps fucking muting me. Like Ruben's like DMing me, like trying to ask me a serious question, and fucking.
DM back.
Okay.
Nobody
Do you guys
cares.
want to do that in DM so that the rest of us can have a
Yes.
conversation?
Correct.
It's
Just
so
be
difficult.
Yeah,
Come on,
Fitz,
Caffrey, be
have you ever
happy. It's so
considered actually
crappy. It's
making
not
money off of
happy.
your
You put
real
it
estate
slappy. They
investments?
want to slap.
It's so difficult. I know,
Okay, I think
Catherine.
he's all set. Okay, Brad, I think you're ready to go.
What?
I just threw my lighter across the garage. I can't do this, guys. I'm leaving.
Dan looked up from the typewriter.
I completely forgot what we were
Shit.
doing, boys. I'm sorry.
Yo, I heard the new cat voice. Dan's cat, what are you doing in my garage?
Bro, we're getting kittens on Thursday.
Oh, hold on. Let me stop my narration. Please say again, Genesis.
Oh, wow.
Kittens
Dude,
on Thursday.
are you thinking about names already for the kittens? You gotta have like a cool duo name for him, I would
Artemis and Apollo.
Oh, love it.
Yo.
Oh, the
I
cats.
buy in.
That's right. So now it's my turn. You've
I
thrown down the
also
ball.
am considering Maverick
it.
and Goose.
No, you guys want to make a bet? Over
That's
under.
dope.
Sorry, go ahead, Neil.
Over or under 160 Lagertha.
He let you speak for that, bro? Fuck,
No.
Neil.
No, I just constantly keep muting him. Whenever he says something, I just keep muting him. He doesn't get it.
I'm sorry, you're fat.
It's really hard for him to just be quiet.
Muted myself.
All my
What's
friends from
interesting?
Brown University sound the
What's
same.
interesting
Honestly,
is that we're like the only space that will take him in, because he tried to go into other spaces and it hasn't worked out. And so there's part of him that wants to come back because he knows that there are people here that have an interesting conversation. But there's also part of him that's insecure about how far he's gotten in life because he doesn't have enough Ferraris as his friends. And it's tough, right? Because his friends actually didn't go to an Ivy League school to get the money that they had. So he's like, wait a minute, did I just waste the best of my youth on an Ivy League school? You're telling me I spent 18 to 23 in a box? Is that what I did with my youth? It's tough. So
Well, in my
I love how
defense
you're
of
projecting.
doing that, I was on house arrest.
Right, I think house arrest is oddly more productive than sometimes going to Ivy League University. You know what I mean?
Playing lacrosse.
Yeah, it's cute.
Yo, can
But,
you guys tell this fat bitch to stop?
welcome to reality.
Fat bitch.
Welcome to reality. Is the
Welcome
top.
to reality.
Here's the thing.
G.
I think this is how men like
Tell me,
Caffrey
bruv.
become Andrew Tate fans, right? They're not able to speak in a public space, and
Tell
then
me, bruv.
they're so annoying that they start blaming the space and don't realize how to communicate with other human beings.
Here's
It's a
the
fat
thing.
bitch.
Yeah,
Here's the thing, bruv.
I don't
Here's the thing. The last 400. Anyway, sorry.
I don't understand like the insults. You know, like that's not.
You know what? There were people who were talking shit to him, and in natural fashion, he didn't say
Yeah,
shit to
right.
them, and
It's
it's
expected.
wild. It is wild.
But the thing is, we have a responsibility to let any node join the network, right?
No, I
At the
agree with
same time, if they're publishing transactions that are
That is
clearly false,
not. I will fucking slap you.
Wait,
That is not
not
how a consensus model works.
how does the consent model work,
It's
Brad?
proof of
not
work,
a
bro. It's
corrupted
proof
one.
of
Come on.
work, bro. He proves his work, bro. Anyway, sorry.
Bro,
I'm
No,
just
Brad,
saying
you don't even know
keywords.
who Satoshi
I don't
Nakamoto.
understand.
Well, no, we figured it out. Satoshi Nakamoto is a consortium of people, including Craig Wright, right? That's what we realized last time.
No, Satoshi Nakamoto is a time traveling AI. That is far more likely. That is far more likely
Speaking
than
about the
Craig Wright.
AI, did you see the
Nice.
thing with the lawyer for Avalanche?
Here comes the
Yes, I
brand
did.
new flavor.
What are your thoughts on that?
Oh fuck, that guy's fucked.
How, like I had Sandra read it over today, and she was reading it because I wanted to see what a lawyer thought, and she was like, "No way!" So
He's fucked, right?
Well, I don't know enough about it. Like you tell me.
Yeah, he's fucked. So like he violated professional ethics, so he definitely won't be allowed to practice law anymore.
Nice.
So he also is violating several SEC guidelines, not technically laws, though they are guidelines. And what that means is he will never be allowed to do business with a firm that is licensed by the SEC.
So he was an attorney, so he's disbarred.
Yeah.
And he was an attorney for a financial institution.
Yeah. So he's banned.
Who are we talking about?
The lawyer for AVAX, Lagatha.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
He got like secret cammed.
I never went to yet. I'm not that quick. Sorry.
Yeah, he got somebody like put
And
a
he got
secret
Project
camera.
Veritas, essentially.
Yeah. He got caught saying some fucking really illegal shit.
Did he go to an Ivy League school?
Triggered.
Oh my god.
Man.
Yo, have you ever heard anyone say that shit directly into a camera before? Anything like that?
No.
Have you ever heard
No.
anyone say
No.
anything of that magnitude into a camera before?
No.
What?
Wait,
Lawfare
so
is a useful tool.
He knew that they were recording him when he said this?
No.
Okay, sorry.
No.
I was like,
but
that's
still,
kind of tight.
like the way he worded it was like, I don't give a fuck. I'm a super finance gangster. Like for real, dude. It was blatant as shit. The guy was like, so the dude asked him the question. He was like, so you're basically like a fixer for them or whatever. And he was like, yeah. Pretty much I make sure that other entities are magnets for people like the SEC and the CFT, whatever it is. Yeah.
That shit is real though. Like,
whoa.
Like that happens probably very, very fucking often, to be fair. Not that you should say it.
Oh yeah. It happens all the time, right? But it never happens with a camera.
But don't say it into the camera.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. Shut your mouth sometimes.
Yeah, why even talk out loud?
I don't know, man.
Lack of experience.
And here's the thing, like if you're a lawyer, there's two ways to make a statement, and you should know that. One of them is defensible and the other one is not. And here's the difference. I'd think in a world where it were true that I could cause the FBI and the SEC to focus on another entity, here's a way in which I think that I would do that. Right? Yes. That's legal. Nice. You've done nothing wrong. The other way, the way that he did it, is, yeah, man, I pretty much make sure that this shit happens 100% of the time. And there's no way that he can defend that in any professional way.
So for future reference, don't do the second one, is what you're saying. Excellent.
No. I think it's called subjonctif in French, eh, Danny?
What?
Subjective? Yes.
Oh my.
Subjonctif.
All right, I'm gone. Goodbye. Hold on. Can I kick the unicorn?
Subjonctif.
I report. And then block.
Oh, also, if somebody ever asks you a direct question, which to answer it would require you to admit in the first person to a criminal act, that person is a snitch. Never answer that fucking question.
DJ Vlad. sorry.
Hey, leave him alone. Those are great interviews.
Those are great interviews, though, dude.
No, guys.
Dude, have you seen the T-Pain Vlad interviews? Those are works of art.
Dude,
that part.
I just watched the one where the guy was talking about being in the clone Illuminati.
It was amazing.
You watched
He
the
was that
Daylight?
child actor.
It was like Lil Boo or something with like it was BUU, I think. Like Lil, I don't know, man. I smoke a lot of weed.
Was that a Dragon Ball Z reference? I gotta find out. Damn it!
When these guys are all like little something or other, is there like how can like you should just come on out and just be like big, the other version of that name, you know?
Yeah, but then you'll probably
that's
get
dangerous.
shot, right?
Yeah, there's a
You'd be like
guy.
Big
There's a
Wayne.
guy.
Yeah,
Wayne.
2 Chainz took a lot of chances with those first 2 syllables, right? Or the first syllable.
Touche. Hence the number, though. That's kind of fire.
Right?
What you think is a space for a medium rapper? Like
Medium?
big,
Medium Wayne.
Yeah,
Dude, that's so dope. That's gonna be my fucking like music name. I'm not a rapper, but I'll
Yo,
go by
I don't
that.
even rap. I have a seance, Medium Wayne, Edgar Casey, you know?
Shit.
Jumbo Wayne.
I buy in, honestly.
I'm 100% on board.
I'll tell you, man. I had this this is kind of a joke, and we were trying to get this girl to like make us a piece of art, and we're like, you know what, you can select any, just we want a piece of art, and you can select any medium you want. We prefer jumbo, but any medium is fine.
Excellent.
That is like, that's a beautiful thing, man. Any medium you want, as long as it's jumbo. Like you can do clay, but it needs to be a lot of clay.
I need all the wet earth.
Right. This needs to be some real Michelangelo shit. You know what I'm saying?
The medium's up to you, but jumbo preferred.
Speaking of which, cowabunganism is still going really well for me.
Nah, please explain before I just yell it.
Fitz, did you never explain cowabunganism to Mattios?
Yeah, Jesus. That's how it all started, man.
Yes. Tell me.
So cowabunganism is a religion where there are 4 apostles and they are Ninja Turtles.
Oh shit!
And then there is a. Jesus.
Well, there are. Yeah, we have.
Sorry, I just got like a ton of notifications from eBay.
Aren't there two? There are two rules, I think.
Yes. Yeah. The first rule is the most important rule. Fuck books. Am I right? Just in general.
Go ahead, continue, please.
All right.
Before I cry.
And the second is be cowabunga all the time.
No, the second one was full. The second one was the full send, I believe.
No, the second one was full send. You're right, Fitz. Yeah, you're right.
So fuck books, and then it was full send. I think that
so
was.
I committed a heresy.
Whoa,
that was it, man.
Yeah. Oh,
where do audiobooks?
And our Bible is in. What was it, Fitz?
So it's a picture of a jetpack. It's actually an NFT of a jetpack.
Nice.
And it's not for. It's we'll never sell it. But it's $14,000.
Excellent.
There you go.
That's it. That's the whole thing.
That's the whole thing.
Hey man, this sounds like this could work. And not that you guys are asking for about it. Like I just fucks with it. Wow.
Also, we have communion with roofies.
Oh my God! Yes, I forgot about that.
So
Yo.
so sometimes when you're out in the world being cowabunga, working really hard to be cowabunga all the time, you don't have time for naps. So once a week we meet up and we all have a roofie communion. So there's comfy pillows all over the place. And you just have your communion, and you just find a comfy pillow and lay down, and everybody had them, so nobody's doing anything untowards. And you just have a nap, provided to you by cowabunganism and pharmaceuticals. And when you wake up, there's free pizza and Kool-Aid.
This is literally how Genesis and I met in one of the first spaces I got into that wasn't full of shitheads talking about Bitcoin. He said something about Cowabunga, and I was like, "Oh, the religion, Cowabunganism," and then we just started riffing on it.
Yeah,
that's how we met, man.
Excellent.
People have challenged me on the roofie communion many times, but I won't back down. Everybody needs a nap.
What does Bart Simpson play in this religion?
Bart Simpson is a minor deity.
I would like to talk about another real religion that may or may not have been created. It's called Pastafarianism. And,
Ali Selassie, Lord of Lords, King of Kings, the conquering lion, Jah Rastafari.
It was or may not have been made by a lawyer friend of mine out here so that he could dupe the DMV into letting him wear his fucking hat of choice, which was a colander. So he is one of the first few of the crew of him and his lawyer buddies who created Pastafarianism out of Oregon. And you can Google them.
Oregon is.
Do you know that guy?
Yeah, that's
Because
some
this
real
is
shit. It's a real one.
that's
Mr.
amazing.
Pappas. It's funny shit.
Yeah, dude, he lives in Southern Oregon, bro.
Yeah.
We're gonna hang out soon. As soon as I, feel like sitting in a car for 4
5
hours.
hours, right? Yeah. Well, when I got a flight out of
5,
Portland,
yeah, 5.
it's on. Or no, I go up
do
there
you?
to Sandy during the salmon run, so I'll be up there.
Oh, dude, yeah. Let me know when you come.
What is that? Is that in the rivers or in the ocean?
Oh God,
it's in the river.
Oh, it's amazing.
Are you saying it's Pond River, Pond the Bank?
Pondy Bank.
Oh my
Actually,
God.
hey, I apologize
But
for being
is
a little
it-
bitch about that. That was fire. My bad.
Is
bro.
it Pond the left-hand side?
Oh shit.
Absolutely. But it's the shit. You go in there and you nail fucking 30-inch salmon.
Dude, the salmon run is cool as fuck, dude.
What? With a spear? How do you take them out?
Hey,
dude, they're just everywhere. You can't miss them.
You just reach your hand and you grab it by the throat like an American, you know?
Well,
hey,
don't
this
do
is
that.
Portlandia,
Don't do
fam. I
that.
buy
that
in.
I know that do that.
That's
I'm not going to
catfishing.
do that.
That's catfishing.
No.
I don't want to touch a fish. They're gross.
What?
It's noodling.
I'm kidding.
No.
Sorry, I don't even know why I yelled at you. My bad, bro.
Noodling, no, that's a whole nother conversation.
They'll herd these fucking salmon up into the inlets, and because they don't have any laws on how they can catch, they'll fucking do what they do. They use quarter sticks.
So you can just snatch them.
Shotguns. They get wasted.
What?
Yeah, because they're Indian. You can hunt any way you want if you're an Indian, Native
American,
should I say?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just like, we don't even need it. But yeah, I follow. Like, nobody would be mad at that. But anyway. No, I didn't know. Damn, that's crazy.
Genesis.
Shotgunning salmon.
Religion and connecting all of this too, but I don't know why this just came to me. We should talk about Cowabunganism and affiliating that into the business plan as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah, well, we don't get taxed. It's brilliant.
Mission statements, values. Let's go.
Well, I'll have our buddy in Southern Oregon put us in touch with his lawyer friends. Because I'm 100% confident that his lawyer friends are the best lawyer friends to have, considering the business that they are most likely in and have been in for
nice.
Yeah. Trust me, if we want to do that, they're the guys to do it. They're like one of two
Nice.
people in the country who have done it. There's a guy in Indiana who started it's like the Church of Weed or something. I don't remember. And he literally started a religion, and he did it like I think mostly on his own. Like he just like read a bunch of books and shit. I'm not sure.
Dang.
And then the homies buddies who did it in Oregon, but they did it because they understood the law.
Like fuck all of this. Like I'm gonna start a religion about like buying coffee. Buying lunch, like the coffee religion, the buying lunch religion, and just never get taxed for fucking anything ever again.
And just fuck it up for everybody, huh, Fitz?
Well, it's hey,
nice.
I can believe what I want to believe, Genesis, and fuck you for.
Apparently, you can't. So I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, this is why religion costs wars.
If we're legally allowed to or not. So,
I mean, if you are
separation of money and state.
Oh shit! It all makes sense now.
Money and state is church and state.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
No, but that's why they won't let you make your own because it's like, hold on, you're gonna. Oh no, you can't.
Can't tell me what I believe.
Hear me out. Hear me out. We don't have to have a bunch of little religions.
I've been saying Catholicism. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. sorry. Hold on.
Well, they have the market cornered on having a city-state. So we started a church of money where we worship capitalism as a religion.
Yo.
So anytime we exchange money for anything, for any reason, it can be taxed because it's a religious activity. Because the church is a church to capitalism.
This is complex.
I suppose they could start taxing us on charitable donations, which would be weird, but we just won't make any. It's sort of antithetical to the church anyway.
Of like faith tokens, and you just believe that they're worth something.
Church.
Too many gas fees.
Church.
Yeah.
You can smoke
What's a
pot
faith
and
token
call it a
worth to you?
sacrament too. Marijuana can be called a sacrament under our current federal 501c3 tax determination. So I say do it.
Yeah, so if you're
Praise
not
be.
high
Amen.
when you're practicing capitalism, it's a sin punishable by 3 Hail Reagans.
Following.
Oh my gosh. Hail Reagan, matter of fact, Hail Jane.
I like the faith. The faith
our
tokens
Reagan,
are based in
who
faith.
are in Washington, hallowed be his name. Thy tax cuts come, our profits much. And I don't know. I'm working it out, but it's freestyle.
That was a forefather's speech, if I ever heard one.
Yeah.
Yo.
We have 5 fathers.
It's sort of like the Nicene Creed.
Yo.
Is that like Five Guys Burger?
Yeah. Five Guys burgers and fries.
The Confederate Papers are just 5 Guys. Like, oh fuck, it makes sense now.
Yeah.
We gotta have some weird like Illuminati stuff, so maybe people could try to think we're connected to 5 Guys Burgers.
Oh, like a website
just keep it a little weird.
Called invisiblecommunity.org.
You're like a Rothschild to hop in here or something.
Hey, man.
I'm just saying, man.
Hey, man.
If you could talk to a Rothschild right now, what would you say to him?
Hey, man.
Mattios, yeah, you go.
Nah, that's it. Like, hey,
hey, man. That's it.
Hey,
what's up, Rocky?
Hey, you want to get a beer?
Hey,
you buy, I'll fly. Oh,
yeah. When have you guys ever heard me shut the fuck up? I'm like, no.
Yeah. You know what I would say to a Rothschild?
Last night, Matthias. Last night.
I just fell asleep during a Spaces. That's different.
You and Michael were pretty shutting the fuck up for hours.
Oh, cold. It was just the two of them. I checked back in.
Basically, we slept together. What can I say? We literally did.
Together?
It went on for hours, and we all were witnessing it.
I was napping, yeah. And then I had the headphones in, and I knocked out, and then I woke up, ended the space, and then I saw I had a text from Mike like, "Yo, you're still in the space." Like, oh man, perfect. Thank you, bro.
Do you talk in your sleep?
I don't know. I might have been muted though, but I don't
Yes,
know.
you were.
I want to record myself now.
You are muted.
Ah, damn it. Next time I won't. But yeah, the Rothschilds, I think that they
I would ask him how the Jews control everything. And if I can join.
Yes, you can still join. I'm sure there's an application.
Yeah, what's his name? What's his name that did Exhibit C? What was that rapper's name?
Bro, do I have to be ethnically Jewish to get the benefits?
But you're not pure, so there's that.
Right. Is converting as good? Like, do they count that?
Only if you marry in.
If you marry in, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. All right.
J-Rock?
J-Rock?
Yeah, Nah, it wasn't J-Rock. I'm sorry. Who did that song Exhibit C?
I have no idea.
Fuck, man. Anyway, I'll Google it in a second.
Lil Dicky's Jewish.
No way.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
He raps about it. It's pretty funny.
I remember they were playing his song at schools. I think that's how he got his 14 trillion views. Teaching financial literacy with Little Dicky.
There was a comedian who was like, "You're a Jew or you're Jewish." I forget who that was. It was fucking hysterical.
Liza Lampanelli?
Was that
Louis C.K.?
I might have been. I know.
Ben Shapiro? He's my favorite comedian. Anyway, sorry.
Ben Shapiro.
No, it was the writer for SNL. It was the dude who used to do the news, and he was like one of the more recent guys. And he did like a stand up on Netflix.
Seth.
Myers.
Seth Myers.
Seth Myers. That's him. Yeah. And he's like, because they thought he was a Jew, and his name is Myers. He's like the whole thing. But he wasn't, and so it was just the comparison between a Jew and Jewish. I thought that was like really smart. That was really funny.
Are there any like actually rich Rothschilds left though?
Yeah, the one that married Nikki Hilton.
Okay.
Just got her money.
Damn.
That's fair.
Nikki Hilton Rothschild, in case you didn't know.
All right.
Hey, I just jumped in because I heard we were talking about Jews.
No, well.
Welcome
I didn't like the way he put that. We need to delete that whole conversation. I fucked up. We took a wrong turn.
Oh, now is when we took a wrong turn. Now is when we took the wrong turn, right?
I'm laughing so hard right now, guys. I'm so sorry. It's so funny. Dude, that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
Wrong
Matt.
turn university.
Matt, where'd you go to college?
Wherever I wanted to go to college.
Oh, no, we're just asking. That's kind of a common theme around here. We're just kind of sharing our experience.
I graduated from the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and I got most of my
Thumbs
credits
up,
from William Jewell private college, and because I'm rich.
William
Jewell?
Did they teach you to vape?
Let's go.
Here we go.
Did everyone vape at William Jewell?
Was that the same family?
Vaping didn't even exist when I went to college, man. We were like doing like cool stuff, like actually eating pure ecstasy and not using that fucking 40% bullshit with a bunch of kid. What do you call it?
Don't eat the
I'm
yellow
gonna
stuff, only the
I'll
white.
shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm 40 years old. I don't know. What
you are an old motherfucker, bro.
Tell me more about the fun dip, please.
Back when I was at Woodstock, 97.
So back in
1930
when they got the new tires, man, I love those new tires. They came out like in the 30s.
shit.
Are you recording this,
Those
Syndicate?
white walls were
It
dope.
is recorded
Oh,
for the
good.
record.
Hey, host.
Now,
Oh man.
So you,
Yeah, so tell us how you feel about
This
the
is all
Syndicate.
humor. I just came out of
track
King
funding has to be the biggest douchebag in the world.
What?
Hey, nobody would disagree with you, fam.
I just
Fuck
knew that.
that
I just
guy,
found out
man.
that the room was recorded, so I want to be, straight about it.
I'm gonna be the same as I always am, high as fuck.
Fuck yeah,
It's actually pre-recorded, so anything you say,
I know, right? I know.
Yo.
I'm sitting here commenting on something that's like being rebroadcasted. It's some bullshit.
I mean, I
But
believe in
seriously,
determinism.
Nobody listens to us. Don't worry.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about
gives
the
a
I
shit.
like
I got
Mike's
a few
sunglasses.
wiener
Mike,
pics, but that's about it.
I like your sunglasses, Mike.
Where's Mike's sunglasses?
Thank you.
Nice.
I feel like we have a bond because we both have beards and we're white.
Yeah. We're gonna stick close to each other in this Twitter space.
I mean, I'm like
Mike's a little more gangster.
It's real hard out here for us middle-aged white guys.
Hey,
You know?
it's true though. It's true though, man. You know, it's hard.
White guys
don't
with
think
beards,
you're
man.
allowed
It's like
to
a
bond
fraternity.
over
It's like a
being white
fraternity,
anymore.
man. Straight up.
I can't.
Nah, Genesis, we can't let them take that away from us, bro.
No. Yeah, it's so
First
bad.
of all,
I gotta
shut the fuck
stop.
up, Brownie.
Actually, I gotta go eat.
Hey, Mike, you got some guns too?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Hey, I gotta go. I don't speak
We
no
accidentally
English.
started a militia, boys. Let's go.
Hey, man.
I
It's in
am the
the it's in
militia,
the
guys.
Constitution.
Oh,
This
you
is
guys,
Oregon.
I am the militia.
I
Dude,
am the machine.
I found a space the other day, and it was like it just popped up on the thing. It was drunk robots, and
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, I'm a
dude,
bot, totally.
it was all like these NFTs. They were pretty cool, but I have obviously like my avatar is like I have a beer in my hand and I'm dressed in a fucking robot costume. So I showed up and people just immediately like the emojis just started going, and I got up to share my affinity for drunk robot culture. It was fun. Trolled a little bit, but also like was of course like I asked questions and thought it was cool. So, but sometimes you gotta I guess you gotta talk to the other dude with a hat and sunglasses if you're a guy wearing a hat with sunglasses.
I shared it.
It's true.
What do other white guys think when they see my profile picture? Hey, white guy, tell me.
Finally.
I need a white guy to tell me what my profile picture says about me.
So you ever been to a Puerto Rican's house? Have you ever been to like New York uptown and you've been to a Puerto Rican homie's house and you know they got Jesus everywhere in the house?
Yeah.
That's what that looks like. You look like the white Jesus when
The
everybody's
candle.
that he's black. But they're like, wait a minute, there's such ambiance in this Jesus picture. The rain.
Wait, he's supposed to be on a candle right there, right?
Right. I don't know if he's on a candle. They either have him on some big chunky wood, like you know what I mean. But
hey,
it's
that was
very
also
big
colorful.
chunky wood. That's the biggest
It's
wood.
very colorful. It's very colorful. It's like a piece
I'm
of
gonna fucking print this
sandalwood.
Well,
photo on
yeah, he
candles
was
and put them on the
crucified,
website.
Matthew, in order to consecrate us in the blood that we may be receivers of his
Hell
eternal
yeah, he
grace.
did.
You feel me?
And
I'm
Bro,
with that.
just call me
stealing
Saint
his likeness
Genesis, the
and his
patron
image.
saint of Bitcoin.
He's
Oh
stealing his
my
likeness and his image, and you're
gosh,
putting rays of sun behind it. Genesis.
fam. Hey, and the
It's
name is Genesis.
and it's
In
a
the
nonprofit.
beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and it was with. Anyway, sorry. John 1 is fire.
Word.
Jeebus.
Oh,
So
my
yeah,
mic.
The
those
Come on.
candles will
logos,
I'm
be for
just
bro.
saying
sale on my
word.
It's
website
the
in the next 5
logos.
minutes.
Hey, I don't believe
My
Matthew.
PFP looks like exactly what I do all day long.
Excellent.
You have I'm gonna report you for having a jerk off picture.
What?
I feel like you're out of a card game somehow. I don't know why, but I get this like card game vibes.
I'm more of a dice guy. I don't like cards.
Not you, man.
Nice.
Like poker? Uno. I'm very good at Uno.
You motherfuckers are fully retarded.
No, I'm not. I'm only working on like 60% right now, man. You guys should see me when I'm full throttle.
Boom.
Fucking full send, boys.
I buy in. Where can I get a Matthew token?
It's on the dip right now. You buy in. I'm chilling.
I buy in.
Shilling and grilling.
Wow. Your name means gift from God. That's amazing.
I give two shits what you have to say.
That your name means gift from God.
That was
According to the Cherokees. The Cherokees, yeah, it was gift from God. Matthew is a gift from God.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. Like,
You know why?
You know why?
You know why they named it? Hey, you want to know why they named me that? Because I was adopted and they couldn't have kids, and they adopted me. I'm dead fucking serious. They adopted me and they named me Matthew because they were religious and it was the first book of the fucking New Testament. And second off, it means gift from God because they couldn't have kids.
Yeah, but isn't adoption basically just legalized purchase of a child?
Yeah, that's what it is.
So they should have thanked my religion, which is capitalism.
Oh, damn it, Genesis.
See, you have to ruin everything. I don't even know you, and I'm glad I don't follow you.
I mean,
technically, Genesis is the first book.
That boy, wow. That boy, wow.
Well, I'm not Jewish. Actually, I give two shits. I give zero.
Disagree.
I said two shits, and I was like, no. Let's be honest. I give zero.
So did your adoptive parents give you a good life, Matt? Did you have a good life?
Lottery.
Not bad.
That's right.
Not bad.
That's right.
Not
Amen.
bad. There you go.
I fucks with this.
Yeah.
No, I found my birth mother at 40 years old. I was 40, and that was 4 years ago. I'm 44.
Mm-hmm.
I found my birth mother when I was 40 because I accidentally I did the whole DNA thing, and then they were like, "Oh, you got a possible connection." And I was like, "Wait, whoa!" And then I contacted, and it was really weird because I did find her. I contacted her, and it's a really cool story. I'm gonna write a book. You guys buy the book.
Yeah, man.
I'll only buy it if you start giving a fuck about what I have to say, Matthew.
That's a fair point, Mattios.
I'm gonna sell books to other people.
Wait a minute. Is Mattios Matthew? Is that like
Yeah, that's his name.
Right. Both of y'all share the name.
Yeah,
throwing
we
you
do.
way under the bus, and you're
he just doesn't get it because the Greeks are just Mediterranean. The Greeks are just Mediterranean
Did you
Jews,
just
like the
say I don't
Lebanese.
get it?
Did you say the Greeks are Mediterranean Jews?
You don't
yeah,
think
the
I
Greeks
get
are
it?
for sure.
Wait,
The
hold
Greeks
on.
are for sure.
Super fucker. You don't think I get it?
The Greeks are for sure Mediterranean Jews.
He doesn't get it.
I don't know, man. But you know what? I can't give two shits if you thought that. Like I don't give a fuck, bro.
Having a good time today.
Ferengis are space Jews.
Hey, man, that was an excellent plot.
What did you want to say, Michael? And welcome, Casey.
Hey, Casey.
Yeah.
How's it going?
I'd like to sing you all a song.
I would like to interrupt that guy because I don't want to hear him sing.
Sing it.
Oh, you're the only one that doesn't want to hear him sing, so you shut up.
No one wants to hear that guy sing lethargic.
Yes.
I am intrigued.
Oh no, we'd rather like to talk about fishing and cryptos and Tesla. That's a
yeah,
better idea.
yeah,
Who the fuck wants to talk about that?
In that order,
Oh
bro.
man, what is it? 6 months ago? What is it? February 2022, at the height of the bull market. We're post crypto now. Postmodernism. We're post crypto. Back to
really?
fiat.
I'm up 7% today. What are you talking about?
Oh my god, 7%. Have fun.
Michael's Genesis candle has no more.
I promise.
wax
You can
left.
put your shit in a mutual fund, and it's
Oh
not
my
going to be up
God.
7% in one day.
7%.
You fuck off. You fuck yourself.
7%. That's so cute.
Yeah,
What are you gonna do
Do you have
tomorrow?
an exit strategy?
More percent?
You're that dumb.
Maybe you can have 5% next time. Good for you. Nobody cares. Hey, Casey.
Don't
What's the song?
Casey, you may proceed to sing, please.
I'm
going
Sing about the 7%.
Sing about I had
72
7%.
divided by 7 means my money doubles every 24 years. That's a long time.
7% me right
I'm
to
so
hell.
glad you are recording.
Oh, man. Good times.
Good times. Good times.
So glad you are recording.
Keep going. Let's hear it. Stretch the
let's hear it.
vocals. What you got?
Well,
Sing it.
I would, but so the host keeps turning my mic off like a
No,
little.
that's me. That's me. The host would never do that. He leaves the dirty work to people like me.
Exactly. The Germans know about the discipline.
Yep.
I remember the first time I made 7%.
Did you sell and reinvest when you did?
You guys, if you all bought VGX last week, you would be up like 150%.
See, there you go. What are you talking about? This 7% business. Talk about real money.
Oh, we're talking about short-term trading.
Space Voyagers, let's
Is that
go.
stuff?
Yeah, let's shill some shit. Hey, you guys want to buy some NFTs?
Yeah, no, honestly, no.
Oh, that's how you got the 7%?
No, if you want to sing, you can sing, but then I want to hear Casey sing.
Because
What
do you yeah.
Here.
Yeah, Matthew, no one gives two shits about your NFTs, buddy.
Yeah. You told me.
What do you invest in, Matthew? What do you invest in?
Oh, we're waiting for Lethargic to sing something.
Well, I was waiting for you to sing.
Exactly. Everybody was waiting for you, Matthew. If you want to sing, you may sing now. If not,
When you hear twin fills in a steel guitar, you listen to the sound of the American heart. Operating music on Saturday night brings a smile to your face and a tear to your eye. Sing a song about the heartland, the only place I feel at home. Ba-bum-bum. Sing about the way a good man works until the daylight's gone. Wow, 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 wow. Sing. Yeah, I'm done.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
That was a good job. That was a good sing.
Love it.
Good luck, Casey. You're next.
That was George Strait.
Yeah, Casey's next, and then Fitz.
Oh, and then Fitz is after me.
Yeah, Fitz is
Fitz,
after.
are you gonna go, Fitz?
Yeah, he has to go because I said so.
Oh. Fitz, do you want to go before me?
Yeah, I can go if you want me to go first.
Speaking of going, boys, I love you all. I'm
love you
gonna
too.
go and leave the house and
Genesis,
go touch some grass.
Don't leave.
Hang on,
If you don't sing, I'm gonna sing Wham.
Before you leave, Genesis, this one's for you, buddy.
Okay.
And also for you, Mattias, just so you know. Our gosh is an awesome gosh, he reigns from the earth and in our current plane and existence.
Is that Amy Grant?
Yeah. That's George Gay.
Wonderful, Fitz. Great performance.
Yeah,
Fitz.
I fucking hate that guy.
You okay there, Matthias?
Oh shit! I was trying not to choke. That was just excellent.
That's what she said.
Boom. Our God is an
awesome God. I know the song. Yeah, you fucking weird.
I got to that heaven line and I was like, I gotta do something here. Casey, you're up, bud.
Shit. Yeah, I'm broken. Head down to my toes. Yeah, I'm broken. wallet to my soul. Yeah, I'm broken. Bitcoin's in control. Yeah, I've spoken. Bears are on the roll, and I'm gray now. Markets take a toll. Yeah, I'm broken. Head down to my toes. Yeah, I'm broken. Wallet to my soul. Yeah, I'm broken. But tell me about your nodes. And I'm DJing. You know I'm getting in. Proof of stake. I'm break the stake and I'm in. I'm broken. Head down to my toes. Yeah, I'm broken. Wallet to my soul. Yeah, I'm broken. No NFTs to hold. Had a hot wallet that should have been cold. Hackers broken. Took everything I owned. I'm broken. Head down to my toes. Yeah, I'm broken. Wallet to my soul. Yeah, I'm broken.
Fuck yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
Fucking right. Chris
And
Stapleton
then
right here, right now.
and then the shill left in the middle of that. It's like
That was
how
very good.
And then
pathetic.
Robbie stepped
Thank
up to
you.
the stage.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bring her on
Welcome,
stage, Casey.
Robbie. And hi, AM. I don't know what's going on here, but everything's weird today. There must be something in the water in the North American continent. That's all how I can explain it.
It is fire season, Lagatha, so I'm positive everybody's at like 98% oxygen capacity when of whatever they are usually. You know, I don't know how that shit works.
Yeah, I don't know what it
Anyway,
is.
sorry.
I don't know. Did everyone see the Woodstock documentary? Is that what's going on? All the Gen Xers are like going back in time, going, fuck yeah, I remember that time.
Yes. You know what?
Yeah.
Someone did bring up Woodstock earlier.
Here we go.
There it
See?
is.
There it is.
Wow, thank you, man.
There you
Yeah.
go.
No.
No, I just
Is
watched
it like the moon
Yeah.
or the stars or something, or is it the water? I'm not sure.
It sounds like a late
It
night
is. No,
movie.
apparently to the
Woodstock
people in the
5.
know of those things, right? It is retrograde time.
All right.
Oh,
that's
nice.
what it is.
Is retrograde sounds like when you go to like from a B to a C.
I gotta go. Goodbye, everyone.
Casey, you want to
Don't
bring
leave
Robbie
me
on
here.
stage?
I can't
Oh,
wait.
what?
And
That
now,
comment
to
too,
break
Drew?
up our horrible, horrible routine, I'd like to welcome to the microphone Robbie. What's up, Robbie? How you doing? Oh, she might be away from
Casey
the mic
is like
for a
that
minute.
Ryan guy with the big smile on TV. What do they call him? What's the smiley guy on the singing shows?
Seacrest? Are you?
Yes, Casey Seacrest. Fantastic.
Oh shit! I almost dropped my beer. Fuck. What have you done, horned
Casey,
horse? This is all your
Casey,
fault.
by the way, you know you were talking about like guitar for your putting together music for your track.
Yeah.
Meet Jeff.
Thank God Jeff showed
Casey.
up.
Jeff. Jeff can add a guitar to that track. It sounds amazing.
Nice.
How you doing, Jeff?
Hey, doing all right. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. How's your let's see, how's your day is over? It's your night, right?
Yeah, evening, what is it, 6:30, 6:20. Yeah.
Congratulations. You made it again.
Yeah. Not too busy today. Had a long phone call and interesting opportunities, but yeah, now I'm just making pizza. Frozen pizza.
Ooh, what's on the pizza?
Looks like
Pineapple or no pineapple on the pizza?
no pineapple.
That's basically the question, yeah.
It's meat, pepperoni, stuff like that.
Yeah, so it needs pineapple on it with your pepperoni.
And a little bit of ranch.
And it needs also some garlic and maybe some spice to round it up.
Casey, you fuck around, put mayo on a pizza.
Oh, I would put mayo on a pizza.
Yeah.
You know what's really good?
Germans.
I just had one from Perry's Pizza. They're a New York chain. It's called the Uncle Sam, and it's
yes,
it's pepperoni, jalapeno slices, and dollops of cream cheese, and it's
nice.
amazing.
Doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, the West Coast people were making mad fun of me because I eat my fries with mayo, being European, you know.
Oh my gosh.
And then I
All
had
right,
my
I'm
tacos with
leaving.
mayo.
Yeah,
Oh,
disgusting. That
what
is
the
Haven't
horrendous.
you
fuck,
seen that
Lagatha?
movie?
What did she
Have you
just?
seen that movie, The Whole Nine Yards, Lagarta?
Sorry, what?
Just started.
Did
The
you
Nine
see the
Yards movie?
The Whole
I'm
Nine
afraid I have
Yards?
not. No.
Bruce Willis and Matthew Perry. They have this like scene where he's like, "No fucking mayonnaise," and he goes berserk because he's sick and tired of them putting mayonnaise on his shit.
Thank you.
It's such an American thing.
Excuse
I
me.
love mayonnaise.
I bet
Mayonnaise all
you.
day.
Exactly.
I bet you
Mayonnaise
that
You know,
all day.
1776.
every cultured person would know about mayonnaise being good, but
Yeah.
you
Man,
know,
this is what
top
our
How about mayonnaise?
revolution.
Lagarta, have you ever put mayonnaise with rooster sauce, like spicy sauce? Do you ever mix your
I'm not
mayonnaise?
really good with
Sriracha?
spice.
It's so funny how like I think mayonnaise is just like terrible. And I went to Europe and they had this thing called like
Exactly.
what was it called? Salad cream. And I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
And then
Salad cream is just mayo,
but the funny
like
thing is
Miracle Whip kind of
Miracle
mayo.
Whip is
but
gross
Oh
though.
in the
my
No,
US
no,
we would
that's
say
gosh.
gross.
like
That shit's gross. I need my
mayonnaise
mayonnaise.
on French fries disgusting. However,
No,
True.
Excuse
a
me.
crispy,
ranch
salty,
dressing,
peppery
completely
fries dipped
acceptable.
in mayo, delicioso.
Oh
Yeah,
my
you have no
gosh.
clue. You know, talking about
Mm-hmm.
Americans and taste, really.
Mm-hmm.
But
But this
um,
is what 1776 was about. We gave up taste for freedom, Lagatha, from the oppression of egg whites. Enough egg whites
oh
on
my
my meats. I'm done. No
I
more.
know, I don't
That's why we
know,
left. Yep.
That's why we
I
left.
don't know, you
And I'm
guys.
sorry. I'm sorry for raising my
Have you
voice. You know,
have you
I
ever
can
made a
brag.
steak with mayonnaise? It's amazing.
Hey,
Yeah.
Yeah,
bro,
yeah,
And the
don't
mayonnaise is
space.
great with everything,
you
nearly
think?
everything.
Mayonnaise and mustard.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
what
Dude,
the
it's the best
Oh,
steak you've
hell?
ever had
mayonnaise
in
and
your
all
life.
kinds of
It's not.
different
It's
ketchup.
not actually. Sorry.
It's great. So
Mayonnaise, garlic,
anyway,
soy sauce.
yeah, mayonnaise,
Just
soy
We did it
sauce
stop.
is
again, Casey.
great.
Okay.
No
Where
more
we
mayonnaise.
tried to introduce Robbie and then we got off track.
All right.
And
Yeah. You see.
Yeah, you know,
You
it's
see what
it's a
mayonnaise
thing. It's a
causes?
thing now.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's why we left in the first place.
Mayonnaise is
It's
good. It's you mix it with ketchup and pepper
Yes, that's
and
the
dip your
Absolutely.
secret
fries in it. I
sauce.
did that
sauce.
That.
every day at
But
lunch at
we
Archbishop
call that
Curley.
secret sauce. That's what McDonald's is
Really good.
about. It's
It's
about
called
progression
salsa
hold on.
and the
rosana.
future.
Is
Salsa
that for
rosana.
America's Got
And
Talent?
put it
Seacrest
in your
sauce?
grilled cheese. Put it on your grilled cheese and
Absolutely.
you can do it on the
If
inside and the outside.
if you've ever ordered a grilled cheese in your life, you've eaten mayonnaise in your
Mhm.
sandwich.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Well,
just
you know
take
what? I'm not
some
mad at mayonnaise
hot
in
sauce
sandwiches.
and mix it into your mayonnaise and dip
I mean,
That's
your
exactly what
fried
I
fish
just
in it.
said,
technically,
dude.
that's
Yeah, it's good.
that Kewpie mayo is like the key ingredient to sushi, right?
Oh
Jeff and I can eat fries together.
shit!
I'll share my fries
Yeah,
with you.
like real European fries.
And
Double fried.
Lagarta and Jeff will share fries.
Yeah, yeah, we will. And they have to be double deep fried, and they have to be like either
The
crinkle
Belgian
or
frites.
straight,
Yeah.
but not the thin ones. And then they need to have like a decent amount of salt, and then you get a good fatty mayonnaise. That's how
Oh
you.
my! I was
Just
right there with
stop
you,
it.
Delicioso.
Lagertha. I
And
was
Stop
then
it.
right there,
and then
and
I'll
then
and then I'll squeeze some lemon.
Yeah.
hold on. Oh, okay. All right. Look. I apologize. I know I've cut you guys off like 48 different times in the last 40 seconds, so I apologize for that. But did you just say
Tell
you
me
squeezed
how much you
lemon?
dislike it. Tell me.
Yeah, I mean,
Tell us how
now
you
I
like
have
it,
to. No, I have
Matios.
to. I have to. You said you put lemon on the mayonnaise on the fries. Is that what just happened?
Absolutely. I put lemon in almost everything actually.
I'm not mad at that. I think that's our birthright. But then the mayonnaise mixing part, that's the
Oh
part
my
where I'm
God,
just
it
like,
cuts it. It makes it like a vinaigrette. Like, think of that. Like
yo,
a creamy
damn.
vinaigrette. Like,
Matthias, that was our birthright because we needed to have the citrus fruits on our voyage to get away from the goddamn mayonnaise, so we didn't get scurvy.
Boom. Exactly. La Florida, gracias. They allowed us to keep on shipping. Anyway, I'm depressed now. It's
I
like,
don't know if I can be friends with you when you keep hating on the mayonnaise. You guys, you gotta
no,
be a
it's
little
not
bit more
the
open-minded.
mayonnaise. Lagertha, I would put mayonnaise on my hair, and I have before. It's great for the hair.
It is
So
good for your hair,
I'm saying
apparently. You know,
it
if you
is
watch 90 Days Fiance, freaking what's his name? He puts mayonnaise in his hair to have, you
nice.
know, really nice, I don't know.
Yes. What's his
shiny
name?
hair.
That one guy. Oh my God, Big Ed.
That's his name, Big Ed.
Big
Robbie,
Ed.
thank you.
The rapper Big Ed, the rapper.
No.
Okay,
Like
sorry.
the short guy, Big Ed, who went to the. Yeah, no. I watched 90 Day Fiance with my mom, like, religiously. So I know exactly who you're talking about. Also, hi everyone.
Hello.
Robbie.
Casey.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Nope. We're not gonna do that today. No, I'm shutting it down now. How have you been?
Good. Smashing through the days, making it happen. Doing my
Nice.
best. Yeah.
Great to hear.
So, you ready to sing? Yeah. Just like that.
I can.
Yeah?
I can.
Sweet.
Bring her on stage, Casey.
Everybody,
Seacrest.
this is
Wait,
our
hold on.
friend Robbie.
Before you bring me on stage, hold on.
Yeah.
I just feel like I just want to share. No, this isn't anything important, but it's important to me.
Please.
I got posters for my dorm room, and I'm in the process of hanging them up. And for some reason, it gives me some sort of euphoric happiness that I can't explain. And I've got like I like picked them out myself. Like, I grabbed my favorite bands, and they were all like dollars, and I like found them on discount. And so now I'm like hanging them up in my room, and my room trying to look more like my personality, and it's making me so happy. And I just got my poster for a movie that I really like, so I'm hanging it up now. Well, I'm not hanging it up now. I put tape on it, and now I'm taking a break, but I'm just really happy about it.
We all craft our environment until we are ready to focus and do whatever it is that we need to do, right? Without that, I always feel lost.
Exactly. Yeah, nothing major. I just wanted to share that because I'm very happy about it. Okay, now you can pull me up on stage.
Way to go. That's like a good thing for like to get that little boost. So right on. Glad you even told us that. That's cool.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome. This is our friend Robbie. She's an aspiring psychology student who is musically inclined. Robbie, thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Casey. Syndicate, nice to be here. We are gonna do today's song is no. Today's song is a song called Me and My Dog, and I hope you enjoy it. And it's a song about me and my dog, but I did not write it. We had a great day, even though we forgot to eat, and you had a bad dream, and we got no sleep, 'cause we were kissing.
doesn't matter. I didn't wanna be this guy, and I cried at your show with the teenagers. Tell your friend I'll be alright. In the morning, it won't matter. I wanna be emaciated. I wanna hear one song without thinking of you. I wish I was on a spaceship, just me and my dog and an impossible view. I dream about it, and I wake up falling. I dream about it, and I wake up
Thanks. Yay. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for
Awesome.
sharing that.
Awesome, Robbie. Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me take the stage, as always.
Yeah, feel free to hang out.
Jeff, you don't have the guitar by you, do you? Oh yeah, you're making pizza. Never mind.
So Jeff is musically inclined as well.
Yeah.
And hang out. Maybe we'll hear a little something from Jeff. Maybe Changed Man will swing by. You never know.
Cool. Yeah, Jeff plays very nicely. Hopefully he'll play for us later.
It's interesting. Is it possible for a changed man to show up to the same place twice? Because it's a different person every time, you know?
Ah, good question. Good question.
The
Good
bro
play.
of Theseus.
Yeah, he's very Heraclitean, I guess. Hold on. Do we know what he changes into?
That's an even better question.
Maybe like it's like Altered Beast for the Sega Genesis.
Nice throwback. Nice
Yes,
throwback.
you got
That
you.
was good. That was good. Points. Points. Dude, so I am not a fan of not being able to search spaces anymore. Not a fan.
Wait,
Not
what?
a fan.
Why not? How can you
Well,
not? What happened?
when I go to spaces, there's no ability to bring up a search bar with the newest update. So I can't search for songs, music,
Are you
art,
on an
stuff
iPhone?
like. Yeah. Yep.
I haven't done the update, I guess.
I'd recommend not.
Wait, did you see Baroness had all these freaking thumbs up and thumbs down and like surprise face emojis and stuff? She had like a whole new set of emojis. And she's on an iPhone, I believe. Yeah. She had thumbs up, down, surprise emoji, and all kinds of, I don't know what other emojis. I don't know. But then again, I thought maybe she just hacked her phone and somehow hacked Twitter and does that this way.
What gave you and it's not nothing. Never. I was gonna say though, I do have those updates, but I'm just not trying to flex on the team. I'm just waiting until we're all on the same page.
Right. That's so kind of you to wait for all of us. Matthias, did you end up purchasing the Monopoly Deal game?
Not yet, Lagertha, but there was an article that I saw that was written, and it blew my mind because it was just some random schmuck who was like, this is why Monopoly Deal is better than the board game, and the rest of you can get fucked. Like that was the crux of the article, and I couldn't believe my eyes. But I was like, obviously, this was a long ass pandemic. You haven't seen your family for 2.5 years. You got with them and you showed them this new cool game that you found with your girlfriend while you were in, and then they just shat on it because they didn't come to the whole situation with an open heart. And then
Wait,
it
what?
caused, there was a guy who wrote an article about this.
Oh
And
my god.
he's pissed at the board cells, we could call them, the people who prefer the board over the card game. But to your point, as soon as I saw that article, as soon as I'd seen it, I told my kids, yo, have you guys ever played Monopoly on a card game? And they were like, they don't have a card game. And I was like, see, this is why you fools. So this weekend, I'm going to introduce them to the game. All prompted by the article.
Listen what happened. I left, right? I went to Germany the day after we met. And then Floki went on a family holiday at Lake Tahoe, or I don't know how to pronounce it, whatever. He went on a holiday and he bought the game because he got so addicted with the game. And it's been like this whole thing. We have not spent one single day without playing the game. And it's gone really, really, really competitive. And, his whole family fell in love with the game. So I was wondering if you by any chance bought the game too. And it's been extremely competitive, and we have played until late at night when we should have gone to bed. But people just can't get enough, and then it's even more fun. The more people you are, the better. I think the sweet spot is like 4 or 5 people, and then having all the politics going on and having people convince one another why you should charge one but not the other person. And now we've been trying to figure out how we play online, but I know there is an online version of the game already, and we might play that because we might.
Excellent. There's a device in this house for everyone in the family, at like whether it's tablet or lap or whatever. So as soon as we all get on, like, yeah, we need to do this because I think we need to be playing like 18 people deep. I think that's the only way to really figure out what actual economics is like. Because I'm gonna start investing based on this card game, honestly.
Go for it. I do think, to be fair, it's a card game. It's easy to transport. It's relatively easy to learn, and it has some good entertainment factor. And it's just it's what, $10 maybe. If you're lucky, you get it for 5. So it's not a huge investment, and it's just easy to take with you and have some entertainment on a family night or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm gonna start grounding them for no reason, just so I could have a reason to have something analog in their hands.
Yeah,
and
go for
then
it.
we got to play Monopoly now. If you want your tablet back.
Yeah, I'm sorry for boring everybody with this, but yeah, I had to ask.
No, boring? Are you kidding me? We just made a sale for Milton Bradley, and I think that it was worth it. It is an honor.
I don't know. We lost like 3 people while I was talking about Monopoly deals. So
you know what? No, we don't. Do we not put up with other people's bullshit for 3 hours at a time, particularly mine?
Yeah. No.
So it's like, yeah, if it's like you're gonna deal with me, you better deal. But yeah, no, fuck them for leaving. Honestly, that's my thesis. I think they're cowards.
Okay.
But
well, I think Jeff is just eating or preparing pizza. I haven't heard much from Sandra since she hopped back on. So
Sandra, buonanotte.
Hello, everybody. I was just researching something. So anyway, sorry. How is everybody?
Sandra, how do you feel about the AVAX stuff? Did you get to see any of the videos?
I mean, I read what I read today, and I think that there are serious issues, but some of them are going to be actionable and some of them aren't.
Whoa.
I mean, I
That's
look.
it. Yeah,
There's, but I
right.
mean, there's the moral side of it. Then there's the civil legal side of it, and then there's the criminal legal side of it, and it's just really going to come down to, what the first thing is, what do you want to see happen to this individual, and then the second thing is in terms of practicality, did this person do something that rises to the level of criminal or civil liability of some sort. And I mean, that's going to be something people need to dissect. I mean, all I have right now is some idiot blathering on video, but whether or not he actually did those, it could be puffery. Maybe he didn't actually do the things he claims that he did. So that needs to be
I see a lot of puffery in these spaces. That's crazy.
But he sounds like an asshole. But you know what? There's a lot of them out there, and it doesn't mean that they've done anything illegal. I mean, people sue for tactical reasons a lot. Good securities person is going to have to evaluate that, and I'm sure the tax people will be right behind that, because that's really the only way you can get people these days is RICO or tax stuff, if that's the way it's going to go, for criminal. But I am not saying that that's going to happen. I'm saying that it's probably the more likely path than not is some sort of, fraud, kickback, tax scheme. I'm definitely looking at some sort of, professional responsibility issue potentially. But, short of killing your wife, you don't usually, or stealing money, you don't really get in a lot of trouble by the Bar Association. So he'll, assuming everything's in order besides that, he'd probably not have too many problems with his license. But I don't know. I mean, I'd have to dig into it and look at think it out a little bit more. I'm not sure he's got a problem. I think that he's just a dick. There's plenty of those out there.
Right. Yeah, there's a difference between the two.
But, if he's probably got securities violations. I see that, based on, I just don't know. I mean, I would want to almost test the veracity of the video, because people do boneheaded things all the time, but some of that is out there. I mean, what do you think ought to happen, Mike?
I think that the fallout has already begun, and I think it'll just shake out in public. To me, I'm most excited about the fact that he talked about throwing a frivolous lawsuit against Craig Wright and BSV. Sorry, I had to. So that was my favorite part of it.
Oh yeah, Craig's already up to his eyeballs in litigation. He must have quite the treasure chest there to be able to litigate such a large volume of cases at one time. But there's always somebody willing to get in there and handle that stuff for somebody.
if they can afford it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, the legal fees. Right.
Oh
Makes
yeah,
me
the
want to be a lawyer
legal
sometime.
fees would be out there.
Right. So you're saying that the sky is green? Well, for $500 an hour over the next 18 months, we can make it so.
That is correct.
Well, because she works at some like shishi foo restaurant, and the amount of tips that the waitresses get is like ungodly. And she's like, some days I wish I could like, you know, put on a sexy top and like flaunt it in front of these old men, but I can't do it.
Shake it around. But sometimes I wish I could take off my clothes for sexy men. I tried it and it just kicks me out. I know.
You need
What?
But I've heard that women go crazy at like strip clubs for guys. Like you can make a lot of money.
There you go. I think I'd be better at putting together the roster 1 through 9. You know, I could recruit the talent.
You do have a sexy body though.
There you go.
So the Syndicate's going to be a strip bar now?
No,
that's right.
It's gonna
Gladly.
be.
Say the word, and I shall be nude.
Yeah. All right.
I thought it was OnlyFans.
Welcome to the stage, Marius. You know. What song would you dance to? I never want to dance again. You know that song?
Oh, dude. Not only would I make people cry, I would be embraced after, just lathered in oil. It's amazing. I would pour my heart out to that song.
Why do I see Matthias doing like a modern dance in my head? Like lyrical, you know, like toes pointed, just doing like an interpretive dance.
Yeah, it's a lot of like swinging your arms back and sticking your
and then like
out.
jumping.
Yeah,
I think it's my athleticism, to be honest, more than anything.
I think if you incorporate
the beautiful hair.
I think if you incorporate the squat rack, you know what I mean, and be like really modern gymnastics for men. You know how like women do the tumbling?
Bro,
sexy? Is doing the squat position sexy though?
Are you telling me that you just produced my next video? Is that what just happened?
Well, what we're trying to do is it's interpretive dance. But the thing is, like with women in gymnastics, like they get to toss the ball around, right? They have that bowling ball that they just throw up in the air. Yeah, and they get the ribbons. What's the male ribbon?
He gets
the squat rack.
It doesn't matter. It's some really colorful, very expressive costume I see happening, and then he just burlesque style takes that off.
Yeah,
we need
and all that jazz.
Some glitter.
I got legs. I got legs like
that'd be great.
Mother lover.
Do a feather dance. Oh my god! You don't have to show any sexy bits.
Yeah.
The feathers cover it up.
Yo, here's the thing about what's happening, right? You're asking for what has already been given. But I mean, we can do this. I buy in. I buy all the way in.
Okay, what do we need to do to make this happen?
A lot of lens flares.
Nah, we can do this raw. Sorry.
Okay, can we set up a Zoom call?
You mean like
put the Vaseline
like
on?
Homer Simpson when he's getting those boudoir photos, just put Vaseline on the lens.
Oh my gosh!
I'm saying, oh wow, thank you for that hack though. Yeah.
Wait,
so as I move,
Vaseline on your lens to do what? I'm so slow today.
I think it's like an Instagram filter, to be honest.
Really?
Back in the 80s, yeah.
Why?
Vaseline on the lens.
Why?
Well, because it gets that like nice, soft, like hazy, like sexy glow.
Oh, I thought you were trying to colonize. Never mind. It's a whole thing. Moving forward, next topic.
Well, now you have to explain it.
No.
You can't
I
start.
misunderstood.
You can't start and not finish.
Vaseline, Matthias.
Wires get crossed. I think that prostate health is important.
Once you're done with your freaking colonoscopy prep, you're not going to be dancing.
Whoa. Have more faith.
Oh, I don't know. I've done 2 already. I pretty much know how that feels.
That is a
You
fair
might be
response,
much stronger
and
than
I
me, but I
apologize.
was
No, probably
nearly
not.
dead. But hey, Dan, welcome back. Do you have to add to colonoscopy or burlesque dance or a
Dan looked up
No,
from the
combination of
typewriter.
such?
It's great to be here. It's nice to hear everything that's going on down there. I'm glad that you're cleaning that out. You know,
Thank you.
suck
Thank
it
you.
dry. You know, whatever it takes.
They think these abs anyway. They don't remember the '90s fad of anyway. Sorry.
The '90s fad of colonoscopy. What was that?
For lower ab, definitely. It's nothing. Dan, I can't have our audience know I'm 35, man. They're gonna date me.
God.
They're gonna date me with the specific MTV references, and it's like,
You look
nah,
so
bro,
much
I'm
younger.
22.
You get away with 29, Matthias.
Thank you, Lagatha. Thank you for that. I'm not one of these, vain guys, but thank you. And I have no one to thank other than my parents, because Lord knows I've never used sunscreen.
Matthews, I hate to break it to you, but
no,
you're too young to talk about MTV.
What the heck is that supposed to mean, Jeff? Is it because I'm 29? Is that why? Because I was born in 93, bro? You think I don't know? No, I was born in 87, but I did the math real quick. She said I was 29. Yeah. So I was like, +6, that's 3 and 3. That's like 93.
Dude, I
you
was
think because I was born in
viruses
93,
in
bro?
MS-DOS when you were born.
Damn. In 87 or 93?
93.
Okay, excellent. I was 6 for the record, depending on whether it was before or after September.
Okay, I guess you're old enough for MTV.
That's all I needed. I'm not saying I was offended. I'm just
wait
saying
a second.
that
I gotta verify that. How did you get MTV?
Nice. Okay, so when we lived in LA, we actually didn't have MTV. We used to go to my godbrother's house, and they had one of the cable boxes that only went up to 99 back in the day. But they had a hot one, so they got all the pay-per-view on those.
They put a penny inside of it.
I have no idea. How. Yeah, no, excellent. So that's what they had, and then that's how we would watch all the fights and MTV. But then when we moved to San Diego, I don't know, it was like involved. They had Cox Communications out there. They might be in Texas. I don't know if they're as far north as Colorado. But anyway, man, they had some great cable packages back then, because we had Cartoon Network and MTV and BET.
Oh, nice. Yeah, cage fights and Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, exactly.
That was like
it was all on that
yeah,
box with the
I
red numbers on the front.
I had to go over a friend's house for that.
Exactly. Nah, it was my godbrother's house. Otherwise, I would have just been
Wasn't it like
schmuck.
a luxury? Yeah, wasn't it like? Wow.
Oh, for sure.
You know, like,
dude. When we moved to San Diego, like, we weren't even like, we were working class, let's say, but like, for me, having got there from South Central, I was like, bro, we made it. I was like, hold on, so all I gotta do is like make what, like $28,000 a year. I could live this life, like, I buy in. And my goal when I went to college, I was like, yo, if I make $36,000 a year, like, I'll be fucking set. And it was like, so yeah, those cable boxes were everything, man, because I was just young enough and aware enough to, like, hold on to that shit. So, like, I want nothing but an iPhone watch, a tablet, a phone, and fucking MTV and cage fights. So we could talk about.
You had no idea about an iPhone back in the days, you liar.
Well, I literally traveled through time, and that's the thing I didn't want to bring up, Lagartha, but since we're gonna just have everything out in the open,
you did that
I'm an
too,
open book.
Matthews. You did
That's
that too?
the thing, Jeff.
I have
met
photographic
you, bro.
proof. I will share it with you. Let me dig it up.
Excellent.
Hey, Stranger Things pizza.
Shout out to
frozen
the geese, by the way.
Grocery store. Yeah, they're.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they're going to Canada. Yeah.
Oh shit! It's time. Oh my
It's
gosh!
time.
Yes.
No, they're not going to Canada. No, they're going somewhere else, South America or something.
Yeah, they're
But
going south. I haven't seen.
yeah,
I was gonna say ours haven't left yet, but it actually makes sense because we're like multiple latitudes lower.
multiple. Yeah.
I don't know.
I got to jump off, but Stranger Things pizza, frozen pizza is actually pretty good. The
Oh
Surfer
my!
Boys pizza. It's
Oh shit!
it
Excellent.
it's distinguished from all other frozen pizza brands.
Wonderful.
You should try it. And
I
I'm gonna
have
go
to.
eat pizza with my kids.
Wait, real quick before you go, where'd
Yeah.
you buy it from? Where'd you buy it from?
I
Whole
think it
Foods? Is that what you said?
was Walmart.
Walmart. Even that is Whole Foods,
Whole
motherfucker. Well, Walmart is Whole Foods. Let's go.
Whole Foods. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't even. Nah, we don't have one of those around here, but we do
We
have
have a Whole
Sprouts.
Foods, but it's in Fort Collins, and it's it's a drive.
Yeah, nah, don't go out there.
We don't go out there.
Nah, I don't fuck with those people. Just kidding. I don't know. Anyway, hey, thank you, Jeff. I love you, bro. I'm gonna get some of that.
Yeah, you
pizza
too.
soon.
I will find that picture, man. And you'll see it.
Hey, I knew. See, I already knew though. This is why we vibe, bro. Once you started telling us about the future of technology, I was like, that's how this motherfucker knows. Let's go. Anyway, unless you came from the past, in which case, even more amazing.
Wait, you time travelers don't know each other among each other? You keep that secret, that shit? I thought there's like a, list of all time travelers and you have secret signs.
We necessarily do not come from the same time. It's just one of those things.
Oh, yeah. My uneducated fat bitch ass wouldn't know that.
Listen, Lagertha. What was that guy's name again? Caffrey. He left, and his spirit should not be among us, if for nothing other than the fact that he is weak. He's weak because he came in here and exhibited what, and then these two idiots start over him, and he can't even take that. We didn't disrespect him. No one raised their voice at him. No one even implied anything at him. Anyway, but I'm fine. Here's the thing, dude. I'm emotionally adjusted. I am 29, so I'm a grown ass man. I don't get triggered by random people on Twitter.
He's gonna be back tomorrow because he doesn't.
Excellent.
He doesn't like the people. Like, even if you go to his spaces, like, they're very informative. Like, they're trading uranium and shit. Like, very smart people. But he keeps coming back because he gets something he can't get elsewhere. And I don't want to turn him away. But, if you're going to be throwing your pencils on the ground all the time, we're going to have to take away the pencils eventually,
Yeah. Yeah, we only gonna be picking up your shitty pencils so many times. And that's when you make Lagatha co-host, right?
Yep. You fought with the Americans before with great effect.
we still eat mayonnaise, for fuck's sake.
There you go.
You guys won.
It's like German colonialism is in condiments. We'll show you.
I was like, oh man, this is uber good. Damn it.
Well, I think it's I feel for people like that because he was literally talking for maybe 3 hours. Something like that.
Yeah.
Like, I did 2 conference calls and then the guy's still talking. I'm like, yo, this cannot be fun for anyone.
I literally sent Dan a message. I was like, Dan, I was asleep for a solid hour at least, and he's still going.
Dude, it's
hey,
like somebody
taking naps on spaces is rejuvenating. Thank you, Michael, for teaching us the ways. Without you, I would look 35. Anyway,
but isn't it crazy how, like, some people, it's like they've been wound up like a marionette with a battery or something like that, and it's like the capacity for someone to talk about themselves knows no bounds. It's astonishing.
Whoa.
It's astonishing. It's sad, too, because he's hurting. Like, anyone who needs to tell you where they went to school, and they're hurting on the inside, you know what I mean? Like, that's a deep pain that most people will never feel.
Yo, what did you go through, my guy?
Here's where I went to school.
Oh,
I
nice.
went to preschool at Tom Longbow. You know,
College?
you went to
Did
to
they teach you
adult
the
babysitting.
calculus?
You had to go somewhere to get babysat. This is what we're proud of. Oh, I went to a better babysitting service for adults than you did. All right, that's what we're talking about.
Like, that don't count, bro. You got grants probably, huh? And you were talking shit about Long Island, motherfucker. How dare you?
Well, it's just so funny. Go ahead.
I never had a babysitting service. I had to just do it all by myself. Nobody was babysitting me.
And we can tell because you're not an idiot, like, like people, let's just say.
Yeah. I do pity him because if all he has is, going circles and telling everybody that he went to Yale, then I can only feel sorry for him. If that's all you can tell me, it's pretty sad. And clearly they don't teach them how to fucking listen and how to have a proper conversation at Yale. So I wonder why he paid all that money for that education in quote marks.
He didn't. He got grants, and not to hate because so did I. But it just tells you
get a lower middle management position at a hedge fund.
Exactly. It tells you everything you need to know about us. Oh man. But I'm not gonna lie, man. He is hilarious. And
he's intelligent about what he's intelligent about. It's just that he's so good at alienating people that he doesn't understand why they don't want to hear it.
Sure,
and it's like,
sure.
Nobody wants to hear it, not because it's not useful. It's because people don't like it.
Michael, what would you do if he was your client looking for a job?
Or
someone like him, not him, but someone like him.
It's one of those things where these people just want to be worshipped, right? So a lot of times, if you just worship them, right, you'll have them eating out of your hands, right? So if I just needed to fill a position and he had the right title, I'd be like, oh, so tell me about Yale. No way, how'd you get in there? It must have been really competitive, right? Wow, what was it like in first year when you had to outcompete everyone? How did you beat them all? Wow, that's how you beat them? What tools did you use? Right? And by that point, they're all, yeah.
Jeez.
People just want to be worshipped, so.
But, your client on the other end is going to have to fucking deal with him if they hire him.
Well, if it's one of those things where if it was a hedge fund that was hiring or something like that, I would just have to find out what function he actually does, right? And if they needed someone, keep in mind, like, I also have to submit usually 2 to 3 candidates for a position. So the idea is that you submit a really good person and then a really bad person and then someone too expensive. That's like the Machiavellian way of doing headhunting.
Yeah, that's what freaking recruiters do all the time. I'm like, don't give me your shit. I don't need your shit. I already know your trait. Give me the right person straight away. I don't need your bullshit. Stop wasting my time.
Yeah, that's how it usually goes. And I mean, when you work for an agency, that's what they tell you to do. But I stopped working at an agency so I wouldn't have to take their advice. Because they often want you to do those things and they monitor your calls and be like, hey, you didn't get the person to give up their firstborn. It's like, well, they need that though. And they're like, no, we want that too. So it's kind of ruthless.
Yeah.
But it's a sad thing. You know what I mean? Intelligent guy, but can't. I mean, that's why I call this the autistic safe space, right? Right? I really do. Because clearly he's on the spectrum, right? And that's nothing good, not bad. It's just some people act like an idiot and then blame the world for getting upset. You know, some people like spill all their SpaghettiOs on the floor, and they get mad at their parents for like punishing them. It's like, no, you don't get to play the victim. We've been talking for the last 4 hours. We've been not toying. We've been coddling you. You know.
Yeah.
And after like 4 hours of coddling, it's like, okay, that's enough. If you're as big boy as you say you are, you know, you're welcome.
Yeah, but he clearly isn't. So
it's sad though, right?
That's why he had to, insult everybody and then cry out for help from the big boys to settle me down.
Oh man, poor guy.
Ruben, what's the question you're asking me? Ruben, can you ask me the question? Can you guys not be rude right now and just let him talk? Just let him talk. Ruben, can you just help me, please, Ruben?
No, Ruben is fucking DMing you, so nobody needs to listen to your shit. So DM Ruben back. Christ.
Hey man, I'm not gonna lie. Like Fritz has taken me like 18 years into my professional career because like the way he just handles everyone's bullshit, including mine, and we'll just like roll it over to the next topic. I'm like, oh, so that's what you do in meetings when you get triggered. Like you don't have to harp on the issue. You can just move forward like Fitz. So it's like, okay, noted. Thank you for the lessons.
Yeah, he's really good at he has a good soundy, smart, don't attack him kind of voice, you know? There's two sides of his voice there.
Yeah, I agree on that. He's kind of got a crazy. It's weird. He's strangely resilient to trolls. Like same thing. Like I think Danny tried to be kind of resilient to Coffee as well, almost to a fault. You know, I don't know. And for me, it's like that guy is just like an instant trigger. I see him and I'm like, oh shit, my auto aimbot goes. I'm like, oh fuck. Then Matho shows up. What happened? Oh shit, that guy showed up again. Yeah. Well, get the body. Okay. Go get him. But I think a lot of ways, Michael, you kind of like, that classic. I don't know. I sort of see like the dungeon master, like, oh, here's a perfectly calm school of fish and some ducks. That's great. Oh, there's a serial killer getting off the bus. Let's go ahead and tap him over here. He has to come by this tree and right over here to these ducks. And I'm just gonna like we're playing SimCity on Syndicate. Okay, I'm gonna put you on that bench there, and you're a white radical racist, and I'll put that person next to you.
I almost made him a co-host. Like,
oh, that would have been dangerous.
Oh
that
my god!
Yeah.
Why would you do that? He even got
out of chaos, man. Chaos is attractive.
Chaos, yeah.
Yeah, but at some point there's enough. There gotta be, it has to end at some point.
Yeah, it's I've had to do that with a few folks this past 2 weeks, where it's just like, all right, I think I've had enough, and I think I'm doing it faster these days,
Really? I mean, I haven't really been, around, and I feel like I'm kind of disconnected.
That's chaos saying. Next question, please.
No,
like I used to let them come back like day after day after day, but now like on the third day, I'll keep them down as listener. Like for example, if Catherine get back, I just keep him as listener, right? And then a week from now, invite him back in. At which point he would come back, because how could he? They can't help it. They need the audience. The only reason you look into my eyes is to see your own reflection.
Wait, what? I never looked into your eyes. You never came to Boston.
Boston's not that far away.
Yeah, I know Boston isn't that far away from where you are, but
How come you don't come to the new Europe in Canada?
Sorry, that was just perfect.
It is the new Europe, right?
Hey, are we the new America and Europe? Amazing,
The New
dude.
America. Welcome to the New America, and meet Mathos. That's right. Mathos will
Okay.
greet you when you get off the ship, and he'll give you a big cigar. Welcome to America. Here's a piece of pizza, and by the way, you're fired. Immigration will take you down to Guantanamo.
Also, what's gonna be different in New America to, you know, current America? Is there gonna be a health system and a free education? And you know,
Whoa.
Wait,
Let's rein it in there with the communism, okay?
oh yeah, of
Jeez, like at
course,
the
it's communism.
oh my
Of
gosh,
course.
state-sponsored oh man, I seriously. All right, good night, you guys.
So the New
I'm finally
America
going to bed.
is going to be like the old America, yeah. So we have guns, no health care, no social system, no nothing. Really expensive education.
Well, guns with no health care is the most capitalist thing you can do on the planet.
Yeah, I know.
Boom. You're welcome.
I'm still shocked I haven't got COVID or was shot in America.
Now, what does that tell you, right? That maybe
That
the
tells me-
left-wing media. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. Please go.
Yeah, Mattia, so you can have your channel on Rumble?
I might have to. Here's the thing about reality. Okay?
You need to give us the Andrew Tate speech.
Here's reality. Yes, my wife walked in, bro. You guys should have seen the eyes roll back into her temporal lobe. Like, are you saying this shit to me right now? But then she realized, oh no, he's on his spaces. But here's the thing. About reality. All right, we don't know about charity. We don't know about parity.
What's funny is that you're kind of like the poster child for Andrew Tate because you have a wife and kids, which is kind of his point.
Here's the thing.
The thing about reality. Anyway. But he's right, though. I mean, a lot of what he pulls from is Nietzsche. No, it's not. Hold on. Let me mute.
Now, I want to hear more of this impression. What do you think about women drivers, Matthias Tate?
Here's the thing about reality. How long have men been driving? Through history. How long have men been driving? Through history. All right? It's reality. My bruv, top G.
What kind of car do you drive, Matthias Tate?
A Ferrari. A Ferrari. What? Ferrari. Here's the thing about reality. You need 24 Ferraris.
Oh. How many kids is appropriate to have for a woman in her 20s, Matthias Tate?
Ooh, yo, Michael, what do you?
Oh, Matthias, nice. Be careful.
Now, all right.
Here's
what I think about
should women pursue careers in the workplace?
Realistically. Hey, you know it's crazy, dude. My phone just stopped. I can't even hear any of your questions, bro. I don't know what the hell is going on. It's so crazy, dude. You know, it's just one of those things, man.
You know, Matthias, once I'm back next time, if I ever get back to the US, I might have to come visit you at home because
please.
I would love to meet your wife and your kids.
It would be an honor. They already have a piece of you here in our home because I took a limb when we met. And please let me know when you're back in the one true polity in our world.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the one
I'm done.
country.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got started. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, we're having a real conversation. All right, hold on, my bad. No, please come. And then that should have been the end of the sentence. Boom. I can do it. I can learn.
You're doing great, Matthias. We're proud of you.
I can learn. But yeah, man, I mean, it's like I told my wife about Andrew Tate. I don't think that he is such a... Okay, hold on. Let me clip that and then send that.
How do you think a lot of people are going to follow you to Rumble, Matthias Tate?
Realistically speaking, I have a charity, and I didn't want to speak about it, bruv.
Matthias Tate, how do you feel about mayonnaise and fries?
All right, for the record, I meant to hit the laugh face, and I just want to say, as myself, about French fries and mayonnaise, this is preposterous. I've never heard of anything like this outside of New Europe and Old Europe. And I'm tired of Old Europe bringing it up all the time. We have a New Europe, and they can do what they want with that. But anyway.
Yeah, it has to be mayo everywhere.
Think of it like, isn't Casey technically from New England?
Yeah, that's what they call it. I got a T-shirt saying New England. So.
Ooh, spicy take. It was because they were all Puritans at that time, so it was humility. They should have said better England.
Why did they call them Puritans?
Damn, that's a complicated question. See, bro, the thing about the book of Ephesians...
It's a pretty good name for a movement, right?
Hey, I mean...
how could you get upset at pure people, That's
no,
difficult.
But it was not, bro, it wasn't the same, bro.
Was it like roti? Like puri? Puritans, people who eat roti?
Here's the thing about Isari, bro. Then here's what I learned. Here's one of the most important things I've ever learned from Hustlers University. Sorry. I can't. Sorry.
No, I like it. I want to hear more about Hustlers University and how it helps men stay off the streets and pursue their dreams.
I think the Puritans need to take their spot back because what happened is all these guys went straight edge and then they all flocked towards red pill. And I think that if we return to our puritanical roots, it'll just organize everything a little bit better. Now, granted, Massachusetts has a lot of examples of, I don't know, overreacting. But besides that, I think we're good. I trust them. I mean, they ran the country till like what, 1959? Sorry. But I don't not mean that. I think that's real. Lager, what was your and up? Sorry. I can't do Andrew Tate anymore in my throat.
I did that because sometimes my pea brain has, a fart crossing, and then I need to put my hand up and remember what that hand means so I can remember. And I know everybody's offended when I put up my hand, but that's just for my ADHD to concentrate, really. And it was a total change of topic, and I didn't want to interrupt. So, yeah. So, Michael, since I'm now looking for jobs, I'm reading the freaking job ads. What does it mean if someone is hiring for the blue team? I have no fucking clue what the blue team is.
Sounds like a cybersecurity team. They have blue teams and red teams that engage in adversarial war games to harden systems.
And how the fuck do I know if I want to be blue or red?
Whoo!
I guess it depends which one's
Depends where you're
paying more, right?
born. Oh, sorry.
Oh my
Go
god.
ahead. It was the whole thing.
That
Digital
is not
mercenary.
guys.
At the Matrix, Bill.
What kind of job are you looking for?
Just any job that pays me well enough where I'm not getting stressed.
Do you want to stay where you live?
I don't want to be commuting too much. So,
Where do you live again? Sorry.
where do I live?
Yeah.
In Auckland. I know I've been bouncing around the last 6-7 weeks a whole lot, but I'm actually stationed in Auckland, New Zealand, on the North Island. And yeah, that's where I am. And I don't want to. What I learned is during COVID and the lockdowns that I am not very keen on getting up every morning, taking a shower, make myself look pretty for some fucking idiots in the office that think I have to do that in order to be, efficient with my work. I don't need to look pretty to do my work well. And I can very well do that from home without sitting another hour in a bus where I have to be squished between people and their armpits and bums and God knows, where my small ass person head lands between all these giant people. And then I just rather don't do that on the way back home. I'd rather spend those 2 to 3 hours I would spend making myself look pretty and traveling to work and back doing things I like to do because, I have some health issues and my energy is lower than the average person's. And if I saved those 2-3 hours a day doing something that is beneficial to my health or mental well-being, that is better for me than traveling back and forth on a bus and make myself look pretty. So I do know it's important to, have face-to-face contact and meet people. So I'm happy to do that once or twice a week if I have to. But yeah, I don't want to do that on the daily anymore. I'm just so sick of it. I just don't want to do that. And that's, the reason why I was restructured out of my position I had before I went on my trip. But yeah, I just really don't want to do that anymore. Given that I'm, haven't considered taking on any other jobs or any other concepts of earning money or income streams or whatever, just talking about finding a job in Auckland again. But yeah, that's where I'm headed. I haven't haven't updated my CV, resume, whatever you guys call it. I have to do that.
Resume.
Yeah, that's what you call it.
Just kidding. No, I mean the upper class here call it CV. So to your point earlier about Lagartha, about the rest of us having no taste, thank you. I'm fine. I'm not hurt.
It's okay. It wasn't your fault that you were born where you're born. Just like it wasn't my fault that I was born where I was born. So
I have to log off. Goodbye, you guys.
You keep saying that, Matthias, but I feel like you might be addicted and you just can't let go.
I prefer attention versus none. No attention. So it's just one of those things. Now, granted, my family is here, but there's only 6 of them. And with us, variably, there's 8. And I'm like, look, at the end of the day, I'm an analyst. And I don't mean that. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
For the record, because now I'm defensive and obviously that triggered me at a lower level. But I did watch Dragon Ball Z with my kids for 4 hours today, like that.
4 hours?
Nah, it was like 17 minutes. But I mean, I don't charge them per minute, and I don't charge anyone per minute, actually. I should. Yeah, see, that's the thing about all right, I'll say this. I disagree about what you have to say about our country as a whole, but my kids, what you describe in my children, these tasteless, ungrateful. Anyway, sorry. I love them. I don't mean that. I mean, I do.
Edit.
Like literally, they are literally uneducated, like literally.
That's okay.
Or
I'm
up
sure
to whatever.
will at some point be educated. They have a great, and I believe a great mother. So I think they will get some education.
Damn, thank you. I have to tell her you said that because I'm for sure an idiot. We just spent 4 hours watching. Just kidding.
I posted a picture of a cat chilling with a neck pillow. If anyone's interested.
I want to eat it twice.
Is that my cat on the left?
Wait, say it again. Say it.
It looks like my cat on the left.
You should know if that's your cat, shouldn't you? How do we know?
Is that your cat, or are you just? Sorry.
It looks exactly like my cat. It's weird.
Hey, Attract Funding needs to get a cat already, bro. You said it earlier. You were like, you're next.
I
You
know,
are.
because Brad already got 2.
Look,
so we're behind now.
So here, I commented to my wife, right? Like I said, I grew up in a major city because I'm hip. You know, I eat sandwiches. I drink boba tea lattes. And I recall the cats from my childhood. They were skittish. They were scaredy cats. But the cats of today, as I saw with my brother's cat, the cat used to walk with my brother to the liquor store, wait for him outside of the liquor store, and then walk back with him to his apartment. And I see this character in cats these days. They are not what the cats of yore were. So to that point, I think that we have evolved them sufficiently to where, you know what I mean? You need to get one, bro, because they will sit there and they'll talk to you. They will literally tell you exactly what they want. And you can question yourself, or you can just realize that, like, no, this motherfucker really is talking to you. And, like, let him outside, or give her treats, or pet her how she wants you. You know, it's crazy, man. So I buy in. That's all I'm saying.
I'm adding some cat pictures to the top just to round it out.
Hey. Sorry, I'm stuffing pizza in my face right now, but I had to comment.
Oh, kitty. Oh,
He got wounded by pizza.
That poor thing looks so sad.
Hey, Mattios. These newfangled cats are sentient.
I agree. Please continue.
So I was at my mother-in-law's house a few years ago, and she had a rescue cat. It was long hair, black and white. Name was Samantha, and it was she was sitting up in the window, kind of like there was like a bookshelf in front of the window by the front door. And I came in, and I was just looking around, and I saw the cat there, and I went over to the cat to pet it, and I leaned down just a little bit, and I swear to God, the cat, Samantha, looked me right in the eyes with some kind of intention, and then she picked up her paw and placed it gently on my cheek.
Aww.
Like as if she was
saying, Jeff.
Yes.
It's you. Exactly.
It was like, okay, this is some freaky shit. But it was great. I mean, it was like, I'll never forget that. Anyway, I just wanted to share that.
Dude, it is something different, man. And not to go all behaviorist on everybody, but this was one of the things that Thorndike was saying when he was like, "Look, man, I stuck a cat in a box. I stuck a mouse in a box. I stuck a dog in a box. I stuck all kinds of pigeons in a box, and they do something, like they start to associate stuff. But this thing that humans do seems to be more than association, and it doesn't seem to be simply an aggregate association, or he didn't have the language to say it yet, right? But he was like, it's not just complexity at the level of association. There seems to be something different with what human learning is doing. So then when you sit there in the room with the cat and you realize that this motherfucker also has the ability to understand symbols, and when you're like, hey, nah, we're not going to go outside right now, they're just like, all right. Like, that wasn't association, man. You said a phrase and they spoke back. And all these empiricists will argue against it because they just refuse to, as much as they call themselves the priests, the high priests of evolution, they don't want to believe that it can happen. And I've seen it, bro. I've seen the cats change, man. I saw them start walking on their hind legs like the end of Animal Farm. Like, it's over for us. They're taking over, and that's it. Not the last part, but you get me.
Did everybody fall asleep again?
Not yet, but Matt was connecting. I was going through a
I am
request.
rolling up. I am rolling up watching crypto videos.
What crypto videos you watching, man?
I was just watching something on Meta Monkey AI. And they heard like a release.
Oh, okay.
You guys, I gotta head out for a second because Chris just sent me an email saying our tent was delivered. I'm like, I'm sitting right next to the freaking door. Nothing was delivered. And he's like, okay, go check with the neighbors. So I gotta do that. I'll be back in a minute.
Anybody got any DGen crypto plays or advice this week?
Depends on what you mean, man. You think the market is going to go up or down?
Well, depends on which market, right?
True. I personally think the crypto space is probably going to take a little dip here. See a nice relief rally, though. But I will say Ethereum's looking pretty nice right now, man. It's seeing it's looking stronger than the other charts, and you'll probably see the volatility pick up as we get closer and closer to the merger, about 2 weeks out. So
I saw a crazy jump in I had this token called Bone in Sheeb. Everybody knows that shit, but I
yeah,
saw a crazy
yeah.
jump in that today.
Yeah, it had a few exchange listings, man. So I'm not surprised it did jump up pretty nicely. See, like right now, why everything is kind of fucking trashy in the market, where it's just sideways, and then you see a relief rally and you just lose all your gains. Everybody disappears. It just takes a while for everything to come back, man. But now's the time. Um, I tend not to worry about losing 5, 10% in a single day because, ultimately what I'm buying for is the next halving, which is coming in 2024. When you know, buying my bags cheap now when everything rips like it did, in March 2021. You know, I'm gonna be sitting very, very tight, man. So, Assign, do you like swing trading or you long term holding, bro?
Been long term with this one. I would like to learn into, or get into some closer time trading. We got a buddy in here, Genesis, who just started doing some stuff. I wanted to holler at him and see if he could give me some training. I heard a lot of people making some fat bags, and I want in.
Well, I'm not trying to shill, man, but I do a show on YouTube every night, and I try to educate people in swing trading and just the market in general, man. So shoot me a DM, and I'd love to help you out, man, if you would like. So
Jeff, did you safely eat your pizza? Because I did not. I burned the shit out of the top of my mouth.
Dude, I did too, and I'm still eating it.
It's so fucked off. It's like fucked up bubble in the roof of your mouth, and you want to have a drink. Oh,
I'm about to get a drink. Yeah, it's like burnt, puffed up, and maybe scraped a little bit from the crust.
yep. That's my lane.
I buy into the Stranger Things pizza, man.
The crust is really good.
I
It just
can't.
has a nice balance.
The fact that they licensed to a company that would build the story around the product, a la exactly what the F is happening right now. I'm impressed. Like
Yeah.
I tip my hat to everybody involved because that's fantastic. I buy in.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, and it was based around Stranger Things. So and was it Stranger Things and two other movies, 80s movies, right? I was
Top
thinking
Gun.
about this.
Sorry, go
No,
ahead. Go ahead.
not yet, but yes, you could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Classic stuff, right? Okay, what Stranger Things did is it took all the power of the classics from the 1980s, okay?
Whoa.
It focused that
Yep.
energy, right?
Yep.
Winona Ryder, I mean,
Yo.
right, just
Yes.
that energy, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Who my mom
so
calls whoa 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 rah rah for the record, but
whoa, whoa,
please
whoa, rah,
continue.
rah.
Yeah, she's like, well, I love whoa 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 rah. It's like, nah, I know, mom, I get it. But please continue.
That's awesome. And yeah, so just think about like the look and the feel of everything. We're talking about analog, incandescent, just at the verge of digital computing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and radios were a big thing because Hopper, he's a police officer. He's communicating on the radio. They had the AV club at the high school. right?
Sure.
Ham radio, amateur radio. So all these cool like analog technologies. They had Radio Shack. Radio Shack is essentially a vintage brand, and a lot of in the minds of a lot of people that were patrons there, and they're into technology, electronics, radio, gadgets, and things like that. Well, there are the walkie-talkies that are featured on Stranger Things, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are these whip walkie-talkies. They even mention how many batteries and what size they are.
Oh my
in
gosh.
Stranger Things. So you get
Excellent.
into this like nuance, this niche, the vertical inside of the story, right? You go on eBay right now, and you look up the Stranger Things. You don't even have to. You just Google search Stranger Things radio, and it's eBay listing after eBay listing, and they put in there
Excellent.
Stranger Things, and they're going for like anywhere from $250 to like $400 and some dollars for these walkie-talkies, which in the 80s they were like $80, right? I mean, the Game
So
Boy.
it's the same price essentially.
Well, here's the thing: if you look into this, right, Game Boy, they're probably remakes now. I don't know. You have to look into it, but they came out in 1989, right, for $89. You can still find them for about that much, 89 to 120 bucks for a Game Boy.
Nice.
So those radios were in there. And, Radio Shack has come back. You look at the Radio Shack Twitter account, right? You can look up all the old stuff on their website. They still have a link. It's like an archive. It's like a virtual museum of like, the heyday of Radio Shack. You can find those radios in there.
Do they have old new stuff? Like, is it new?
No, I don't think so. And that's where I'm going with this. Is I think like if they could have partnered with Radio Shack, and they could have remade these I think they were realistic or no, they were Radio Shack brand, I think. Anyway, they could have been realistic. I think that was a sub brand of Radio Shack. They could have like made a killing on this. They could have, just made new versions of these walkie-talkies.
So, to your
point, the brand Stranger, or like the one that's making it, or like who's what?
Yeah, so back in the day, where Stranger Things is based, the timeline, Radio Shack was like the prominent place you would go to get walkie-talkies, handheld radios, and all of that stuff, right? Radio Shack could have teamed up with Netflix, Stranger Things, and launched just a single campaign for just these radios to like reemerge as this retro brand, right? And they could have farmed it out too. Like they could have farmed it out. They don't have to like, ramp up their production or redo anything. They could have had someone white label the radios for them, maybe license it somehow. But then I just wanted to touch on that. There's opportunity there. And then Back to the Future, Marty McFly plays a Black Ibanez electric guitar, and I think it was called a Roadstar 350 or something like that. If I find one of those on Reverb.com, which is now owned by Etsy, I will be buying one of those because I want that. As a fan of Back to the Future and as a guitar player.
Yeah, but what is it? Which
right.
one is it? What scene does he use it?
It's where he's back
cafe?
He's like at the dance where his mom and dad are, I think.
Oh, the photo. Yes.
Or is it the talent show or something like that?
Yeah,
There's
the photo
two
Johnny Be Good.
The photo disappears.
The Johnny Be Good. He has a red Gibson ES 350, which is like the hollow body big guitar, like Chuck Berry would play or something. That's a different guitar, but it was the other scene where I think he's doing tryouts or something for the talent show, if I remember correctly. And he's playing, like modern music and nobody knows what the fuck's going on. But that would be another product. Then you look at Groundhog Day, the clock they use in Groundhog Day. There's nerds out there that have recreated or taken that clock and recreated it so that the alarm goes off and it plays the audio from the fucking movie. I mean, that could be your alarm if you want to wake up. Like, I just see
Are
some
you telling us
potential
it's
there.
your alarm?
No.
Are you telling
No.
me that that's your alarm?
No. I would just say that, like, think of like building a vertical, building a brand, and then, you know, product placement, and then tying it into this retro stuff that is going to happen cycle over cycle into the future with every new generation. I mean, it's fascinating, but I just see a lot of potential for that stuff if people are a little more
We even
proactive.
have the corsets and people don't even realize it.
Boom. No, you know, so it's
I mean, it's real. Everything comes back. But I have a question. I'm looking at this the nest, this cat gallery. What the fuck?
Whoa.
Who's the cat lady?
Whoa.
Who's the cat guy? Who's obsessed with cats?
Humanity has been obsessed with cats, I'll have you know, for the last 10,000 years.
Yeah, like they're místicos. Tienen they have.
Sí, pero es por las calidades trascendentales encontrado en los gatos. Entonces, no es simplemente que los gatos son una imagen, son la manera en
No,
que
son
ellos...
sus hormonas, son las hormonas y es el tipo de... It's the way that, yeah, they're...
So see, we were tripping earlier, not just about exactly. They talk to us, Mel. They talk to us. That's my thesis.
I don't date people that have cats.
No, I mean, I think that's okay.
They go a little crazy.
Nah, but
cats,
okay. You're right.
Cats really entice, and like I witnessed it recently, and I was like, okay, this is real. I cannot.
Cats communicate. But see, okay, so look, a single, and I don't even want to say that, right? Because I don't want to classify all the single men with cats. But here's the thing: all my homies who have cats are all married. That's the thing, because you're sitting in a house with all these motherfuckers, and then you think you have 5, but then there's a 6th thing that's just walking around your house and it's talking to you, like it's actually communicating. And that's why we ended up with the nest, and then now Attract Funding should be getting a cat soon, and if he doesn't, I just have to block him and report him for being a liar. But it's not because we're psychotic and we love cats. It's totally chill cat love.
Raise your hand who has cats.
Okay, the other thing is that we put half the room to sleep. We put half the room to sleep already. So, like, let's just say half and half, just to be fair, because it's not fair otherwise. But again, to your point, all the guys that got cats are all married. So it's just one of those things. Don't date a single guy with a cat. I agree. I buy in.
Never date a single person, a single man with a cat.
I buy in. A single person? No, I buy in. Any single person who has a cat, no.
They're little.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have the internal mechanisms to realize, like, yo, this being is communicating with you. So then they make the whole... Anyways, I'm just hating out. My bad.
Wait. Did you say don't date single people with cats?
Correct.
Hold on. I'd like to... Can you elaborate? Why?
I've seen weird fucking behaviors with cats and men. And I assume that's why women get called crazy cat lady, because the same shit happens. But I guess
Well,
more
if you
and
have
more
multiple
guys...
cats, you can be considered that, right?
No. The way this person was speaking to that cat and behaving with it in front of me.
But it's because they
1, 2, 3. This is like the third man
I'm
that
saying.
does some weird fucking shit with their cat. That's
I'm
like,
just
nah,
saying,
that's enough.
like,
1, 2, 3, 3, right? Strike. Out.
Out.
No
No
more.
more. I think
what was he
that
doing to that pussy? Is what I want to know.
Well, a fucking drool, like the cat's drooling, you petting. Okay, this is one. Sitting on the couch, we're fucking watching TV, and then all of a sudden,
You're sitting on the couch with
this
that guy, and he's playing
I
with a
am
pussy.
on the right. This is a 3-seated sofa, so I'm on the right. I have a pillow. I have my legs kind of like bent to my left. The dude is to the left of the thing, and his legs. So our legs are. So the cat comes up and just like starts chilling. I'm like, all right, fine, that's his pet. Obviously, I like my dog can do that too. But when he starts like petting the cat and the cat starts like responding in the meows, and that's fine. But when I hear like the purring, I'm like, okay, I don't get to hear purring all that much. But when the cat starts like fucking drooling on the guy and like kneading him, and the guy's just like, oh yeah, give me more. I was like, I'm done with the movie. Like
Is
it's
that
done.
Okay,
Like
that's just a weird
jealous?
dude, and he happens to have
no,
a cat.
I'm telling you, this is then this other my fucking cousin. I told him, I said, get rid of this cat, man. You're fucking crazy. My cousin. I'm like, the cat just like prances everywhere, all over the counters, like as if that's okay. They
I
like shit
That
in
ain't
a
okay.
thing of sand, and they're licking their fingers all day, and they're like city. No. And then it's like the paw
Meow.
print, like. Wait. So dripping water. Apparently, cats like dripping water. They like a drip, right? The dude opens the faucet and the cat is licking from the faucet. There's like fungus. I'm like, mira esta cochinada. I told him I cleaned it, Clorox. I'm like, the
okay. I
fuck
get.
is wrong with
So
you,
it's a
dude?
hygiene thing, and so in a
No
lot of
drooling, and then this
you
motherfucker with the thing on the faucet. Like, what the fuck? Like,
so it's like an Anglo-Saxon thing when you see the guy tongue kissing his dog. You feel
no, that
jealous.
fuck you kiss your dog like that. Do not kiss me. Like,
Gross.
ill. No, there's limits. Like, pets are pets, dude. Pets are fucking pets. No wonder we got fucking chicken pox. We got monkey pox. We're fucking. What the fuck? You're putting your lips in your dick where? Like, no. This is
Yeah.
serious. I mean, we can
Plus,
laugh, but it's fucking serious.
I
But
Like,
agree.
cats,
Cats can learn rules too. I'm telling you.
exactly. They understand. It's just
Hmm.
something
Yeah, they
different.
understand.
They get it. That's
then
the
why do
problem.
they do that? Why I see no cat be like, sit here, it sits. Come here, it comes. Lay down, it lays.
Not see
No.
Not like that.
these new cats are different. These new cats are different. So you can't get them to sit and lay down when you say, right? But if you're like, yo, I'm about to walk half a block to the gas station and
Mm-mm.
you're gonna sit down right here at the door.
No.
And then you go inside and then you go
No.
outside and you're like, all right, check it. When the light is, we don't walk until the light is red. And if it tries to walk, you're like, hey, and it stops. It's like, oh my bad. I thought it was okay to go because there were no cars. And it's like, no, we don't
Level
just look at the
of
road. We look at the lights.
I don't know about any of that.
what's
I don't know
the
about any of
level
that.
for the animal?
With a dog, you have more of an ability to
Look,
command the dog around.
my dog, I say sit, she waits. Okay. I say wait, she'll wait. And even she gets hyper, but she'll do it.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
But you don't have to do that with a cat. It's like the cat is just doing its own thing. It's
Yeah,
not
you can't take who takes
usually
a cat
like
to the restaurant?
jumping up
Like,
in
you
the
can't take a
window and
risk.
barking or like, running back and forth along the fence and like yapping. It's, you know, typically not like chewing your furniture in pieces.
Oh
They'll
yes, it does.
scratch
It
if they don't
scratched
have
the
a
shit
scratching post, but
every
yeah,
fucking sofa. I see this
yeah.
idiot. My cousin
See,
spends like $3,000 on his new sofa, and I'm like, oh, you got yourself. Oh, you're growing up, and then the next time I see it, it's all scratched, and he's like, oh,
He
that's
needs
got
a
it.
okay. She
scratching
has to.
post.
He's
Yeah.
got a scratching post. He's got this, that, got that,
Uh-huh.
but she wants to fucking scratch the thing. I'm like, that's retarded. Like, hello.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'll shut up
Yeah.
about it.
And it depends on the cat, right? It depends on how you understand how, the psychology of and behavior of cats
too.
They got psychology, Mel. They're
What, you
just
don't
like
think
us.
you don't think dogs are like that?
Apex
Dogs don't
predators.
got psychology.
Nah,
Dogs don't got
dogs. Look,
psychology.
nah, they don't.
Of
Dogs are
course
dumb
they
as
do.
fuck.
They're not fucking
Nah,
dumb. What
they
the hell?
are.
What's
They're
up?
dumb.
Well,
Wolves are
technically,
dumb.
Dogs feed
Wolves
people.
and dogs.
Dogs will open doors. Dogs walk people. Dogs are command. Don't fucking come at me with that. What
dogs will
cat did
eventually
you
Bros,
have?
he
like take
sounds
care of them too, though.
Show me a cat.
Yeah,
Show me a cat. Give me that trained cat.
dogs are just house
Cat won't
niggas
even.
for the common man.
Oh, that's
sorry.
mean.
That's mean. Hey, we gotta delete this
But they
space.
are.
My bad.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. I'm about to clip that anyway. I don't give a fuck.
Lata.
Nah, I'm not. I'm
La-di-da.
not gonna clip that. But
It's
yeah,
okay.
moving
La-di-da.
forward. My bad. Let's just
Exactly.
yeah.
Well,
No,
I
but
think
dogs and
Onward.
their
cats.
owner,
Blah blah blah.
you know.
Dogs obey. Dogs listen. A cat. Like, listen, if you're like,
Hence
okay,
my
just
point.
get this. If there's a fucking fire, who's gonna help you get out? The dog or the cat?
Hey, all right.
Oh,
So
come on.
Would leave me out, honestly.
I have a cat. Okay,
Look,
I've
this
had
is
we've had
stupid.
2
It
cats
just
and 2
happened.
dogs.
Who's that?
This is Jeff.
Jeff, hi.
Hey, okay, we have a cat. She's a long-haired cat, rescue cat.
Mm-hmm.
Her name's Penny,
Boom.
and
A dragon, basically, who speaks
when
English. Thank
yeah,
you.
pretty much. And when she was outside with us, and we lived in Alaska, she would follow us around as we walked through the neighborhood.
Okay,
This is,
that's different. That's a different kind of cat.
that
Okay.
cat will
Okay.
protect
A
us.
dragon.
That cat
More
will
like a
protect
tiger.
us.
What do you mean a cat's a
Hey,
dragon? Give me
man.
tiger. I'll take a tiger. Not a fucking dragon. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Cats
Your
can
cat
be
did
very
what?
surprising. And as far as dogs opening doors, yes, they can open
Yeah.
doors. That's very smart. But you know what pisses me off?
My life
Is
just
when I'm
got
trying to
saved.
sleep and Rex opens the fucking screen door, lets himself outside, and now he's outside, and then he's barking incessantly at every fucking person that walks down the road. That is annoying. And he
If
doesn't
your
listen
dog keeps barking like that, something
like
is
that.
wrong. You
Yeah.
Well,
gotta
he's a
fix that.
herding breed. He has a drive for that. So, right?
My
So,
Yeah, you're
roommate's
in the
dog
wrong place.
just
Get inside my house.
my roommate's dog just saved our lives the other day. I almost burned the house. The dog literally barked at 1 o'clock, and the guy opened the door, and I think the thing was on the sofa. So dogs
yeah, that's
really
awesome.
have a sense. It was like charred, like it was like so dehydrated.
Oh,
It was
wow.
about to go in
Wow.
flame. Yeah, from 10 o'clock. I just zonked out at 10. I don't know why I started cooking something. It's crazy.
Okay, well,
But yeah, that's a dog. You see,
I
that's a
think maybe
dog.
it's the wavelengths that we're on that you can
It's a
pick up.
dog. Yeah.
I'm gonna save my smart ass comment till later because that was a beautiful ass story, first and foremost. So I'll wait, but just know I'm not appeased. I'm just muting myself.
You mean you're gonna scold me for doing that, or are you gonna talk about cats?
No, I was gonna talk about cats because cats are
Oh, fuck a
perfect.
cat, man.
All right, so here's the
No,
thing.
I
Here's
mean
the
I
thing
love
about
them.
dogs.
I'm scared of them. I think that's the other thing
Rightfully
too.
so. I'm afraid of
I'm a little scared.
all creatures that understand me when I speak, right? So any human being is automatically a threat. I don't know what the fuck is going on behind that face, but you know what? Christ died for me, and I'm just gonna love you with my heart. And when I look at cats, I know they're trying to kill me, and it's like, you know what?
You're looking a little too hard.
You know what I
You're
mean? You
licking a
know
little
what?
too hard.
No, because they
You're
understand us,
licking.
man. Mel, I
Yeah.
swear. Look, everybody in here that's like probably crazy as well. But the thing is, if 14 of us are like, nah, bro, the cat is
I
talking
don't have
to me,
signal.
it tells me where to go. It tells me where to be. And then sometimes I gotta argue, like, nah, you can't control me. But then it's like, all right, I'll let you outside. Just let me finish my work. But anyway, to your point, dogs are also wonderful, and I love them.
There's a difference in cats, though. Like, I agree, most cats are fucking annoying and weird. But I once met a
But
cat that was
beautiful.
really cute. Like, really, she was just
Exactly. It's like
nice.
she evolved. She wasn't one of those. How would I word
Yeah.
it?
I was
One of
like,
those house cats.
I do
Anyway,
not
sorry.
like cats, but this one was really you could just share a living space and not be super fucking annoyed by the cat.
Well,
It just, yeah.
I
But
think this is a
what did they
product of
say they
evolution
are?
and socialization.
I think
Dra-
the dog is the bigger parasite, right? Isn't that what they say? Because
Boom.
he runs off of your emotions. He feeds literally off of your emotions to feed himself as a parasitic animal, and a cat, which is also choosing you as their owner because they are the apex predator in the world.
So you telling me if we pick them up at the rescue, they're choosing us?
I'm telling you, if you let that cat go in the backyard and he comes home to you, he chose you because he can go eat whatever the fuck he wants.
Not all cats, though.
That was
Most cats are
beautiful.
too fucking stupid to catch anything. Really.
Maybe in New Zealand, okay, but in
Yeah,
America, our cats have evolved. Okay, they are attuned to our suburbs, Lagertha. They get the cul-de-sacs. They understand us.
Wait. So who are the bosses in New York? Is it the rats or the cats?
That's a beautiful question because
Well, see, you're
one
fucking with
influences the
concrete
other.
pussy. Those are concrete kitties. You got to go to the backwoods where real kitties are at.
Also true. Yeah, New York is just something different. Don't they have actual bats? Don't they have Batmen that like fight crime over there? It's just different over there. The rest of America, where we're normal, cats are regular, mice are regular, and the cats are evolving with us. It's amazing. Like my cat knows how to ask to open the door, to turn on the light. It's crazy. Wherever she's at, she'll meow. Like different spaces, meows have. And to me, the classical whatever would be, well, of course, the cat just learned that. But I'm like, no, it didn't. It's been doing that since the beginning. It told me, and now we're here.
So can you program your Alexa with the meows from the cat, the different ones, and then when she meows twice,
That would be amazing. You know what? I don't know. That's a great question. I would probably have to add video and audio. So maybe it's just that. But that's not the point, Lagertha. I don't need your science or whatever this crap is. Trying to get to the bottom of the truth. Fuck that. The
Did she
cats
just
are
assign
real.
cat voice recognition?
Yo. She's like, well, you could actually test that. Well, I don't care, Lagertha. I'm not trying to, because if I get proven wrong, what am I going to do with that?
Okay, I still love you. It's okay.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Settle
You know what?
down. It's okay.
It's because Neil was in here earlier, and I haven't calmed down since then.
Neil?
No, it's a whole lot. Caffrey, this guy, I don't know if you were in here earlier, Jeff Caffrey, but he's I love him personally. This is recorded space. But here's what I wouldn't say, right? I would never say something like this. But if I ever got locked up with that motherfucker, I would make sure he held on to my pocket. I would love him. He would be mine if we were in prison. But I would never say something like that. But I love him. That's all I'm saying.
I don't even know what that means.
It's a whole thing, dude. It's like I'll WhatsApp you.
Okay.
But yeah, man, the thing about cats. The thing about cats.
I don't know.
Hey, didn't Nassim talk about cats lobotomizing a cat, and it was still curious, like it would walk around and shit, and like
nice.
He like removed its upper echelon of its brain or something like that.
So it almost seems like cognition is first rendered in the body and then rendered in the mind. And you can shut the mind off, but the same instincts are there, which are used as the material for whatever the hell else we are doing.
Are everywhere in the body.
Dude, not to go all behaviorist cell again, but this is why I love the early behaviorists, right? Because those were the questions that they were asking. They were like, whatever a spider does when it's making a web is clearly like just a chain set of responses. It's just responding to the stimuli that's right in front of it. So it's like we do something similar with our skills, and yet we also do something that's a little bit different. And the earlier behaviorists pointed at this, and then the later ones were all, misreading Wittgenstein. So then they were like, well, we can't comment on the mind, so therefore it doesn't exist. And it's like, I get what you're saying, and I get that we shouldn't comment on certain things, but, you know, my AI asked me, hey, what's the structure of the subconscious? And I was like, that's a great-ass question. I think Freud is wrong, but that's a fantastic fucking question. What is the structure of the subconscious? Because it's not just stimulus response, and it's not just selfish gene, a la Dawkins. But I don't know.
It's the void. It's the great unknown. It's antimatter. It's dark matter. There's another house for sale in my neighborhood.
Are you getting gentrified over there, Jeff?
I'm getting what? Fied?
Gentrified.
No. Just people selling, and I don't know where the hell they're going, but a few houses came up on the market the past few days. Not a few days.
Is that when like more gentlemen move in to your neighborhood?
More gentrified. Ah, yeah.
Just a bunch of people with monocles start rolling in.
Yeah, like Colonel Sanders or something.
Yeah, like Colonel Sanders, but Alfred Hitchcock. You know, like a portmanteau of those two things.
Yeah, or like Mr. Peanut, the top hat.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Our neighbor's nuts.
I remember Joel Buxton had this joke about how gentrification is when white people turn up to the hood and they're like, that's
Amazing. Think of gentrification as close range, and then there's a long range version of gentrification where you live in a rural area, very remote, and then you leave and you go to the Big Apple or big city somewhere, and you soak it all up, and then you move back to this rural area, and then you open up a kombucha and start serving avocado toast. It's kind of like the same thing, but it's longer distances, maybe. Yeah, it's like maybe it's like an inverse, but since it's inverse, it has to be. It's like a distance is implicit in that transaction. That would be like you're the city person in your old hood, and you got these people from right outside the city line coming in and trying to fix things up and influence. You are the rural hick. You don't like anything fancy. Corner store, it's good enough. And then some schmuck from New York who's a dentist moves in and opens up like a dog salon or something. I don't know, it's kind of like a different form of gentrification, maybe.
Ask the local gentry, and they will tell you it's elementary. You know, that's what I think of.
What happened to Matios?
He's petting his cat.
Potentially.
I just heard the funniest shit. This dude just said, just because I cheated one time, that don't make me a cheater. And the girl said, yeah, dude. He said, well, if I cut hair one time, that don't make me a barber.
Yes. What if there's a child, though?
Oh, yeah, you definitely cheating. Yeah, you get stabbed with that.
That was an easy one. Yeah. There was no hesitation on that one.
No, not with a mama bear. You don't play with that bear.
Amazing. All right, guys, I'm going to shut this thing down. All love.
All right.
Have good times.
Right.
Bye.
Bye.
Blessings.
Give me a bye at the aside. Bye.
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 You have such a deep voice.
Have a day.
Yeah, see, it's still basic. Bye. All right, guys.